Chapter 5:10. If Su Guang had read more web novels, he would have understood that he lacked a chance to be reborn, or perhaps he lacked a heaven-defying system. He followed behind Su Yu. His attention was not at all on the wonderful buttocks wrapped in the front skirt, but looking around. In elementary school, it was like Granny Lu entering the city. In contrast, Su Guang turned a blind eye to Su Yu's increasingly plump buttocks. Over the years, he wandered around, went to Macau to seek wealth, gambled on stones, scouted antiques, fried poo, and Tibetan mastiff, and also fried orchids at sky-high prices. He lost and earned, but in the end, he lost. At first, Xiao had spent close to 10 million yuan on him for the sake of their friendship in the past. Later, seeing that he couldn't support the wall, he gave up. In fact, Su Guang knew that Su Yao was not only looking at the past. He wanted Su Guang to act as a lobbyist. His sister has loved him since he was a child. But no matter how Su Yao hinted, Su Guang pretended to be stupid. He didn't say a word about what he should say. Su Guang didn't run in vain these years. At least his eyesight was trained. People have temperament, and the company has it. In the past few days, he has been in contact with local tyrants and businessmen. Those big bosses like to visit the companies of their partners. Because they go in and walk around, they know the spirit of the company. Their eyes are sharp, and they can even see the potential of the company. Just now in the office, Su Guang looked around without leaving a trace. There were a lot of books and documents on the desk, but it was not messy. The sofa was clean and there was no smell. The tea tray was brand new. At this time, looking at the employees' office area, it was much more messy. Along the way, there was no sign of people secretly playing games or chatting. The employees were all immersed in their work. The male employees in white shirts were making phone calls and looking at the index without any distractions. The female employees in high heels were walking around with documents in their hands. The company was thriving. Just like a vigorous teenager, stepping forward to meet a new future. He said in his heart, I lost to the little red guy. In those days, if I had the ability to manage and operate such a company, I wouldn't have lived like a loser dog. When Yaya graduates in the future, I will let her come to the company to gain experience. She will be a secretary for her cousin. Su Guang suddenly glanced at Su Yu. Forget it, I will not be a secretary. I will start from the bottom. Passing by Li Linfeng's office, the door was open. He was sitting inside, drinking tea and smoking, looking very relaxed. It was just lunch break, so there wasn't much to do. He could enjoy a leisurely afternoon. He had been in Baoza for more than half a year, and it was better than any other organization or company he had worked in before. President Qin was willing to give him more power, and he had approved the funds without hesitation. Li Linfeng did not disappoint Qin Zhe and Su Yu, and the profits were good. As for Li Linfeng himself, he had bought another apartment in Shanghai within half a year. It was located near the CBD and cost 68,000 yuan per square meter. It was an 80 square meter apartment. That's right, full price. When he was in Julie, he did not mix well. It was Su Yu and Qin Zhe who poached him. Li Linfeng had always been touched by the sentiment of, a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. President Su, come in and have a cup of tea. Li Linfeng quickly put out the cigarette. Su Yu nodded and took Su Guang in. Before Su Yu spoke, Li Linfeng greeted Su Guang first. Hello, how should I address you? Surname Su. President Su, please sit down. Li Linfeng thought that this man should be a business partner who came to visit the company. Such people were common, and he had received a lot of them. Su Guang felt that the other party knew his identity, just like Su Yu. It seemed that he was really going to work in Baoza Investment, and he was a president. The introduction of the two sides was completed. Manager Li, the company starts work at 1:00 in the afternoon, right? Su Guang said. Yes. Li Linfeng nodded, wondering why he asked this. According to normal logic, the other party should test the company's business, performance or something. Or talk about some things in the industry and start a conversation. You're quite free. Su Guang laughed. It's okay. Li Linfeng also laughed. Work hard and strive to contribute to the company. After all, you can't mistreat the trust of your superiors. Li Linfeng was stunned. What did he mean? The tone of a superior comforting a subordinate. I don't know where President Su works. Li Linfeng smiled awkwardly. Me? Here. Su Guang said. Li Linfeng? Are you new? Li Linfeng was even more embarrassed. Sort of. Su Guang drank tea. I'm Qin Zai's uncle. Li Linfeng. Su Yu had been silent. She was texting Qin Zai with her head down, urging him to come over, and flirting with him. Su Yu, your uncle is so stupid. Qin Zai, he's not stupid, he's a jerk. He's not very reliable. Su Yu, I feel it, he's the same as Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai, don't let my sister know this, she will hit you. Su Yu, am I afraid of her? She completely forgot that when she was on the set, she was held by Qin Bao Bao by the shoulder and put to the ground effortlessly. He was veritable trash. He was even worse than dregs. Then, Su Yu led him to see several other managers, and the conversation was generally like this. After greeting, Su Guang, work hard, you must live up to the expectations of your superiors. Managers, who are you? Su Guang, I'm Qin Zai's uncle. It doesn't matter at all. We will be colleagues in the future. Managers, Su Yu wanted to know what position Qin Zai was going to arrange for his uncle. Su Guang was a relative. There was no doubt about this. Qin Zai personally brought him here, which would damage boss Qin's dignified image, and the managers would criticize him in their hearts. So Su Yu did this for Qin Zai, bringing Su Guang to visit the dock and familiarize himself with the company's senior managers. It took some time for Qin Zai to rush over, so Su Yu took Su Guang back to the office. Because she knew what kind of person her uncle was, and the Su family's unbearable past, Su Yu didn't ask Su Guang about the past. Qin Zai told her everything, just like a husband who often complains to his wife about some trivial things about his relatives and friends. Su Yu listened with great interest. It seems that such a word is not appropriate, but she listened very attentively. If you like someone, you can't help but want to know everything about him, his joys and sorrows, his circle of friends, his story, his childhood. Of course, the most important thing is to explore his depth, or to estimate his length, which is human nature. The attitude a man shows to his parents and friends will affect his wife's attitude to a certain extent. Su Yu doesn't like Su Guang very much. She thinks he is a bastard, causing such a big financial burden to Qin Zai's family. Su Yu respects the old man, mostly because of Qin Zai's influence. Not to mention the past, her uncle didn't understand work, so Su Yu said, "Uncle, you are so handsome." Her uncle's whole body, probably only this skin bag is worth praising. Su Guang also likes Su Yu to praise him like this. After all, there are not many shining points on his body, and his good looks are praised the most. It's mainly because your grandmother is beautiful. When she was young, she was much better looking than the current stars. Su Guang said, however, it's useless for a man to be handsome. It mainly depends on his ability. You see, A's is very ordinary, but he is capable. But he is coquettish. Su Yu added in her heart. Not only is he full of coquettish words, but he is also coquettish. Qin Zai is not ordinary, he is very handsome. Su Yu retorted with a smile. Su Guang waved his hand and said in a tone of experience, "Hey, he is the worst looking in our family. He has been dull since he was a child, like an ugly duckling." But who would have thought that one day, the ugly duckling would become a white swan? If it weren't for the last sentence, Su Yu would have spat on the spot. You are the ugly duckling, your whole family is ugly duckling. It's okay to say that he is not handsome, but to slander him as an ugly duckling, it's unbearable. In fact, Su Guang really didn't slander him. What he said was true. Qin Zai is an ugly duckling, which is a fact highly recognized by relatives and friends. They visit relatives during the holidays. The elder sister showed her charm when she was 10 years old. She was beautiful. The younger brother has a round face, ordinary facial features, and there is no temperament that can make people's eyes shine. He is the worst looking in the whole family. That's right. When the old man was young, he was a handsome man, although the handsome was not very obvious. Qin Ma is naturally a beautiful girl from a humble family. Before Qin Zhe was born, the title of the worst looking in the family was borne by Qin Ma. As soon as Qin Zhe was born, it was handed over to Qin Zhe. In fact, Qin Ma looks like Qin Zhe's grandfather who passed away many years ago. If Qin Ma looks like her grandmother, her elder sister is unbelievably beautiful. Suyu said, Qin Bao Bao looks like my uncle. They are both very beautiful. Qin Bao Bao looks like his uncle at most. Su Guang was happy, the nephew looks like the uncle. When Suyu heard it, he said gloomily, but Qin Zhe and my uncle don't look like each other at all. Unexpectedly, Su Guang's face changed greatly. How is it not like? It's just not obvious. Suyu can feel his displeasure, and even a little angry. Suyu? I didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 5:11. Su Guang said seriously, look at my expression, and say it again, A's and I don't look alike. Suyu's mouth twitched, quite alike, but the resemblance is not obvious. Is there something wrong with this uncle's brain? If the nephew doesn't look like you, then he doesn't look like you. The nephew is not your son. Is there a need to have such a big reaction? Sure enough, the offline uncle has a different way of thinking from ordinary people. Su Guang laughed with satisfaction. Everyone says so, ha ha ha, let's not talk about this. How much money does your Baozi have now? Not running water. Suyu did not hide, the funds in the company's account are about 80 billion. These are naturally not the company's assets, but the funds for the company's operations, the funds absorbed from customers, and the sum of several funds. Su Guang's eyes lit up, Uncle, I am very experienced in stone gambling. Is the company interested in withdrawing a part of the funds to invest in the stone gambling industry? Suyu glanced at him. Uncle, the company's investment projects can only be established after careful research and inspection. Su Guang said, know how to be flexible. Suyu smiled, picked up the teacup, and drank tea by himself. This was a bit embarrassing. The other party obviously ignored him. Fortunately, Su Guang was thick-skinned and made jokes. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe pushed open the office door and came in. Suyu immediately raised a bright smile. Qin Zhe came over and sat next to Suyu, opposite Su Guang. Uncle, why are you here so early? Su Guang didn't have the arrogance or confidence of an uncle at all. He poured tea for his nephew with a smile on his face. I just came to have a look. Qin Zhe sipped tea. It's okay. I set up the company at the end of last year. At that time, it was just 100 million yuan in funds. Now it has increased hundreds of times. It's not just okay, he's envious. Su Guang was very gratified. The ugly duckling at home has become a phoenix. He, the old white goose with broken wings, should also put on wings and fly again. So, what position is A's going to put Uncle? Su Guang asked expectantly. Suyu took him around the company. Baozi has taken shape, and the business expansion is almost complete. There seems to be no vacant position for him. It can't be the vice president. What about Suyu, the beautiful secretary? Suyu was also curious and wanted to see how Qin Zhe would arrange it. If she followed her idea, she would directly throw her uncle into any department, hang a manager with no job, and eat empty salary. Qin Zhe thought for a while and said, Uncle, your position is not with Baozi. Su Guang was taken aback. Suyu also looked at him. Qin Zhe continued, I plan to buy an electronic processing factory, but Suyu and I are in the dark about this business, and we can't trust a professional team to deal with it. Uncle, you must have made a lot of friends after all these years. Why don't you help? This. Su Guang fell silent. After a while, he asked, then what position am I in? Qin Zhe made up a random excuse. Market Research Manager, Purple Crystal Technologies. Purple Crystal Technology? Yes, Purple Crystal Technology is another company under my management. It's in the internet technology industry. The general manager is Wang Zijin, a good friend of mine, Qin Zhe introduced. Oh, your girlfriend. Su Guang suddenly realized. Pfft, Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Su Guang reacted quickly and dodged. Su quickly pulled out a few tissues and gently wiped his mouth while looking at him with resentment. Qin Zhe, why does everyone know that Wang Zijin is my girlfriend? Didn't I hide it well? Why is my secret always worthless? Just like the fact that I have a sister complex, everyone knows it. Uncle knows it, then what about my sister? Hai Zhe King evolved, salted fish say. Qin Zhe's legs began to soften, and he was panicking. Who told you? Qin Zhe forced himself to ask. Your mother said it, Su Guang said. My mother said it, Qin Zhe burst into tears. Mama, you promised to keep it a secret from me. Are you going to sell me out like this? Oh, I see. Qin Zhe's expression was calm. Let's talk about business first. I will hire a professional team to follow you. You are responsible for the contact, but remember, don't let the team contact the manufacturer in private. I will tell you about the tricks later. He elbowed Su Yu. You log into my network disk. There is a purchase detail in it. Help me print it out and give it to Uncle. Su Yu sat by the computer, logged into Qin Zhe's network disk and printed the document. The nephew and uncle sat on the big sofa a little far away. Su Guang kept winking at Qin Zhe and glanced at Su Yu. It was an expression that all men understood. Qin Zhe glared at him fiercely and wanted to warn him, but thinking of Su Yu not far away, he endured it. There were printers, photocopiers, and shredders in the office. Su Yu took a few printed sheets of A4 paper and handed them to Qin Zhe and sat aside. Qin Zhe pushed it to his uncle. The requirements of the processing plant are here. You take it back and have a look. In addition, there are some things that need to be explained verbally. The factory should not be too big, small, or medium-sized. We will not invest in the factory that takes the high-end route. We will only buy it. Amethyst needs its own factory to manufacture the core equipment. Other spare parts can be processed by other factories. In fact, the really troublesome confidentiality measures. Once a set of VR equipment is produced, it can barely be regarded as a small step in the long road of VR, but it will definitely attract covetous eyes, especially in China where piracy is rampant. Therefore, he has to apply for patents for some core technologies. There are many troubles waiting for him. This is one of the reasons why Qin Zhe doesn't like to deal with the industry. To paraphrase the style of a certain big boss surnamed Ma, what's yours is mine. What's mine is not yours. After talking for about half an hour, Su Guang was confused by Qin Zhe and left complacently. Uncle, I'll send you. Qin Zhe lifted his feet and followed. Su Guang came by taxi. Qin Zhe certainly can't let him take a taxi back and arranged for the company's driver to send him. A dark blue business car, the driver hasn't come yet, and the nephew and uncle stood by the car. This car will follow you in the future, and it's convenient to go out. Qin Zhe patted the roof of the dark blue business car. Su Guang was overjoyed. There is one more thing to say to Uncle. Qin Zhe said. Just say it, I'll help you. Su Guang patted his chest. It's about Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe said. Uncle, can you keep it a secret for me? Su Guang looked at him blankly. Why did the girlfriend have to be kept a secret? Shouldn't the very capable secretary who claimed to be the girlfriend keep it a secret? Anyway, don't say it. My dad is very old-fashioned. If he knows, he will definitely scold me. Qin Zhe made up a story. Your dad is not old-fashioned. If your dad is old-fashioned, he wouldn't have forced your mom to get pregnant. Su Guang said angrily. Qin Zhe, okay, I'll change the excuse. Well, actually, Wang Zijin's family doesn't agree with our relationship, so can you keep it a secret? But I don't know her family at all. Why should I keep it a secret? Qin Zhe said angrily, anyway, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, we'll break up. Su Guang, is this kid hiding something from me? Hey, Ace, I think Suyu is good. The company's manager respects her very much. She doesn't look like a vase. How can she be willing to be your mistress? What mistress? I'm not married. But you have a girlfriend. Are you done? Su Guang muttered, so flirtatious? Could it be hereditary? What did you say? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk about your trivial matters. Su Guang said, I'm experienced in this kind of thing. Qin Zhe was stunned. Experienced? Su Guang. I'm hiding it from you guys. Qin Zhe, oh. At this time, the driver came down and took out the key to unlock the car. Qin Zhe helped his uncle open the door and sent him in. After closing the door, both uncle and nephew were relieved. Chapter 5:12. As the saying goes, paper can't wrap fire. On the way back to the company, Qin Zhe's heart was pounding like a deer, hitting him with a hard horn. He was panicking. From Qin Ma's point of view, it was normal for her to tell her mother and brother that her son had a girlfriend. After all, she had to hide it from the two parties, Wang Zijin and Suyu. If the old man was present, he would refute, nonsense, A's girlfriend is obviously Suyu. Fortunately, the old man is not here, otherwise, the image I painstakingly built for 24 years would collapse. Qin Zhe had been black-bellied since he was a child. His bad ideas were no less than others, but they were all hidden in his heart. When he saw his elders, parents, and friends, he would put on his signature smile and call them uncle and aunt. This was Qin Zhe's hypocrisy. It was also the survival rule of a little salted fish. He had lost his looks and spirituality. If he didn't have a mouth smeared with honey, wouldn't he be unloved? Sooner or later, his sister would know. It doesn't matter. I'm Hei's king. Hei's king can settle any storm. Everything is not a problem. I can solve it. Well, I can solve it. My charm is beyond my imagination. I have to be confident. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe was suddenly not panicked. When he came to the president's office, he heard a loud voice. Hi, everyone, I'm Jia Hui. No matter how good the advertisement is, tonight at 8:00 sharp. Come if you're a brother. When he pushed the door in, the sound of the advertisement disappeared. Suyu sat by the coffee table with a laptop in front of her. This advertisement is not dead yet. What are you looking at? Qin Zhe said. There's a lot of news about your sister on the internet. I clicked on it and the advertisement came out. Suyu said. A large office with exquisite decoration, a brown leather sofa, a cold beauty in a dress suit. Everything was the treatment of a genius, so I'm Long Outyin. Qin Zhe brainwashed himself. Your sister finally fell this time. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Suyu plunged into his arms and rubbed her head. What's there to be happy about? My sister was defeated by an outsider. Are you happy? Qin Zhe grabbed her little earlobe and pinched it gently. Why not? Outsiders have nothing to do with me, your sister, I hate it. Suyu arched in his arms. He's a pay-to-win player. It's normal to lose, Qin Zhe said. Brony, young man, look, this is a pay-to-win player. Brother Ma, what's RMB? Young man, I'll send you up for free. Do you want to refresh it? Suyu asked. There's no hurry. Let's wait first, Qin Zhe said. Putting this matter aside, Suyu said, why don't you let your uncle stay in the company? It's good to give him a nominal position. Don't they just want money? Suyu has seen through the true face of relatives. Qin Zhe sighed and said, my uncle is different. He can't stay idle. He's like a ship without oars. He can only wave and wave. If I leave him in the company, he'll quit in a few months at most. Then he'll be disappointed in me and find another job. What he's looking forward to just now is to become one of the most powerful people in the company so that he can manage the company. If Bowser let him manage it, tens of billions won't be enough to lose. Suyu was speechless. Why do you care about this kind of uncle? Just give him some money. Ace, don't get me wrong. I'm not the kind of bad daughter-in-law who hates her husband's relatives. Qin said, every family has its own difficulties. Speaking of which, my uncle probably has an obsession to be a boss. Obsession? Well, my grandfather used to do business. He was a small boss and passed the family business to him. In a few years, he lost the family fortune. My grandfather died when my uncle failed the most, so he always felt that his father died with grievances. My uncle felt guilty in his heart. I'll set a goal for him and let him do whatever he wants. Suyu said, by the way, what is my uncle doing here? Isn't he working for Purple Crystal? Bowser has to pay for it. Bowser has the most funds, Qin said. Bullshit, Suyu suddenly straightened up from his arms, like an angry little hen. I won't give a penny. Want to take money from me again? Don't even think about it. You black-hearted little pervert, you only know how to take my money as your wife's money. Do you think I, Suyu, am made of mud? Don't make trouble, you're getting more and more disobedient. Qin patted her little but gently. I'm not making trouble. Wang Zijin still owes me millions. Why should she take money from me again? Wang Zijin is your girlfriend, am I not? Qin, has your conscience been eaten by Qin Bao? F***ck, metaphorically my sister is. You. This little Teddy, my sister and Wang Zijin are true love, and Suyu and my sister are true hate. Qin ignored her little temper and said, how much is it to buy such a factory? I haven't calculated it. Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about hundreds of millions. You can estimate it for me later. This was the advantage of the internet, entertainment, and finance. There was never a shortage of funds. Industry was not good. The big bosses in industry did not have much liquid capital. For example, a big boss surnamed Wang was said to have personal assets of tens of billions of dollars, but according to his interview, hundreds of millions of cash may not be available at once. Well, the company has 500 million yuan to give you. You are my man. I have no problem. Suyu looked very wronged and stared at him. 500 million yuan, and me, you choose one. Fortunately, as long as it was not, I choose one with your mother, or I choose one with your sister, Qin could deal with it easily. Today, he started to be proud. Qin expression was serious. You are priceless. I choose 500 million yuan. The first half of the sentence made Suyu smile. She rushed over and said in a coquettish tone, husband, you are the best. She stopped abruptly. The second half of the sentence made her angry and painful. The posture of a swallow returning to the forest changed into a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She bit on Qin shoulder and said vaguely, let's die together. Oh, I'm just kidding. Your tears are coming. Qin helped Suyu up. Her eyes were red and there was a bag of tears. Suyu sniffed and turned away. I didn't ask you to pay for nothing. I didn't say that the factory was bought. It was under Amethyst. Bowser paid for it, and the shares he should have were not small. Don't forget, Bowser is not ours. There is also Sister Man's share. Qin said. Sister Man's share is also mine. Sister Man said that she would give it to me as a dowry in the future. Suyu smiled through tears. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Man also loves you. It seems that my existence is superfluous. If Suyu didn't say it, Qin almost forgot that Sister Man also had shares. Sister Man's sense of existence was too low. She never intervened in the company's affairs and only received money without speaking. You have such a big reaction. I'm just teasing you. Qin Zhe said angrily. Can you blame me? Who told you to be biased? If you have the ability, ask Wang Zijin to give me back the money. I'm not biased. I'm not good to you. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone. Okay, I'll get it for you now. He opened the chat software and suddenly stagnated. He leaned back slightly, not letting Suyu see his mobile phone screen, and quickly changed the group notes. Hei's King's Harem group was changed to Love and Love group. Since he joined this group, it has been calm. The sisters have never shown up again. Not surprisingly, they must have restarted the war in other groups. My existence is really superfluous. Qin Zhe edited the message. Qingqing Zijin, Sister Ziwei, Tianfang needs Zijin in the near future. You can return the millions. Wang Zijin, I don't have money. Get out. Qin Zhe, don't be like this. Blind crying, on the side, Suyu rolled her eyes at him. It's useless. I'll do it. No, I'll do it. If we can talk properly, don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe grabbed Suyu's mobile phone and put it in his pocket. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, if you really want to use money, it's only a few million. Be good, be obedient. Qingqing Zijin, well, I'll inform the finance department. Sister Zijin was indeed able to see the big picture. She was both beautiful and intelligent. Sister Zijin was easy to talk to. Crossdresser, well, return my money by the way. Qingqing Zijin, what money? Who owes you money? Crossdresser, Wang Zijin, when you went to the recycling company, you borrowed more than 20 million from me. The bonds have long matured. You still haven't returned the money to me. Qingqing Zijin, oh, I'm busy. You guys talk, I'll leave first. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, why are you joining in the fun? Old Wang, don't go. Suyu said expressionlessly, sure enough, it's useless. Qin Zhe. Old Ma, young man, you need to recharge. Recharge your ass. Between me and Long Outyen, there's a cheat system. Ha, harem group? This is the result of salted fish forcing a harem. The system sneered. Between you and Long Outyen, the difference is not the system. Don't slander me. You two are 3 words apart. The system caught Qin Zhe's ridicule in his heart. What 3 words? Qin Zhe asked. Long Outyen. The system said, you're called salted fish Zhe, 3 words apart from Long Outyen. Qin Zhe. Can I still be saved? Qin Zhe said in his heart. You can't be saved. Just wait for death. The system said. Suyu looked at him with her bright eyes. What's wrong with you? All of a sudden, Zhe's face looked disheartened. Qin Zhe shook his head. I need a name change card. Old Ma, take the money. In the group, Nan Man Pei, who was lurking, suddenly appeared. Lovesick Red Bean, Qin Zhe, I'm very disappointed in your ability to manage the company. I also have shares in Tianfang. If you can't do it, I can send a professional management team over. Qin Zhe, Sister Man, hurry up. Lovesick Red Bean. I've thought about it. I'm here to seize power. That's exactly what I want. Come quickly. Once you're here, the sisters' goal will be the same. Crossdresser, no need, Sister Man. I can handle the company's affairs. Don't you have shares in Baoza? You can send a management team over. Let me say. Suyu grabbed Qin Zhe's mobile phone. Sister Man, you said that Baoza's shares would be my dowry. Lovesick Red Bean? Crossdresser? Qingqing Zijin? Crossdresser, brother, are you going to marry Sister Man? Qingqing Zijin, Qin Zhe, I'll give you a chance to withdraw. Qin Zhe, I'm Suyu. My mobile phone was snatched away by him. Lovesick Red Bean, let's talk about it after you get married. Suyu was stabbed in the heart. Qin Zhe pinched Suyu's face. I'll help you vent your anger. Qinze, sister man, I'm Qinze. Our relationship is so close. Why don't you give me Bao's shares as my dowry? I have 2 girlfriends. Give me Tianfang's shares too. Crossdresser, 2 girlfriends. Qingqing Zijin, Qinze, yes, Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu. Lovesick red bean, are you making fun of me? Believe it or not, I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Qinze, I'll sink you 3,000 miles into the water. Chapter 513. Acacia Hongdo, are you so happy to be naughty? Qinze didn't answer, but took back his mobile phone with satisfaction, with a smug expression on his face. I'm done, call me if you have anything in the future, and your husband will help you vent your anger. Su Yu. Is this done? Where did you vent your anger? I can't understand it at all. According to Su Yu's many days of learning experience, Qinze should be expressionless when she, the heroine, is wronged, but his glass-like light-colored eyes hide anger. Su Yu can't imagine what the glass-like light-colored eyes look like, but it's described in the book. Qin, domineering male protagonist, Zhe, Nan Man Pei, although you are little Yu's friend, I won't allow you to say that. Qin Bao, domineering male protagonist, Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, although you are my sister, my girlfriend is not for you to talk about. Qin, domineering male protagonist, Zhe, Wang Zijin, although you are my girlfriend, we are the matchmaker. I love little Yu the most. This is Su Yu's ideal style. Moreover, in the end, the money was not brought back. So what are you so proud of? I seem to have fallen in love with a salted fish. Su Yu puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, it's okay to pay for it, but as for how many shares, I will talk to Wang Zijin myself. Don't interfere. If she doesn't pay back the money, I will deduct it from the acquisition funds myself. Okay, I won't interfere. Qinze said, can I interrupt? Su Yu said, deoxyribose is not delicious. Qinze, replenish protein. Su Yu smiled sweetly, with shallow dimples, I want to replenish blood and calcium. Qinze couldn't meet her requirements, and his face was black. Are you so happy to be naughty? The two snuggled on the sofa. Qinze frowned at his sister's album sales, and Su Yu looked at his face. Unlike ordinary handsome men, Qinze's face is particularly attractive. With a beautiful fantasy, Su Yu stared at his side face. In the future, when they had children, the girl had to be as beautiful as her, the boy had to be as handsome as him, and the boy had to be as capable, talented, and responsible as him. Crossing it out first, he didn't see much of a sense of responsibility at the moment. Fortunately, there was no such thing as nephews looking like aunts. Otherwise, if a daughter or son looked like Qin Bao Bao, how terrible would it be? Looking at a face that resembled Qin Bao Bao every day, Su Yu couldn't help but beat the shit out of that person. At the thought of children, Su Yu's mood was particularly surging. Hubby. She stretched out her arms and hugged Qinze's neck, her eyes watery. Qinze looked away from the computer screen and turned to look at her. Come to me tonight, you haven't touched me for a long time. Su Yu's expression was shy. Forget about it at night. Let's fire the cannons now. I brought the Italian cannons. Qinze reached out and unbuttoned the 2 buttons on Su Yu's chest, seeing a touch of white inside and a light blue bra. If it was changed to his sister's big breasts, he could see the deep ravine, but Su Yu's was not obvious. In the office? Su Yu covered her chest and looked embarrassed. It's not that they haven't driven in the office, but that's after the employees get off work. Now it's office hours. What if the assistant knocks on the door in the middle of the work? At that time, Qinze wants to stop, but she doesn't want to. It's so comfortable every time. Qinze sighed, because this kind of thing can't be done in the morning or evening, it can only be done in the afternoon. Su Yu blinked. Why? Qinze said seriously, because something will happen sooner or later. Su Yu, are you so happy? Finally, they went to the hotel. There was never a shortage of high-end hotels in the CBD area. Qin Zhe's current identity was not suitable for him to take out his ID card to get a room. The room was opened by Su Yu. After getting a room, she texted Qin Zhe and told him the room number. Qin Zhe went in wearing a cap and a mask. Su Yu was taking off her stockings, and the black silk was rolling down from her white and slender thighs was full of temptation. Qin Zhe was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She felt the danger and immediately jumped away, leaning back against the window, smiling charmingly. "Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll let you have sex." They ran around the bed, and Qin Zhe stopped fiercely. "If I don't play this, I always feel that I'm the silly son of the village chief, or the bully who robs women." Su Yu took off her coat, put on a set of sexy underwear, and went into the bathroom. In the next few hours, the sound of rain hitting the banana leaves was urgent. The cavalry broke out the sound of swords and spears, and with you, they disappeared the worries of eternity. The wind rose and the clouds flew, and Qin Zhe's iron rod could penetrate the intestines. Su Yu curled up in the quilt and took a nap. On the contrary, Qin Zhe became braver and more energetic. He took the hotel introduction and menu, 2B pencil, and listed some things to pay attention to in the industry on the blank back, including management, operation, confidential technology protection measures, and so on. Then, he wrote down his connections in the government. The first one was the Wang family, and the connections that the Wang family extended to the government. Then it was Nan Man Pei, and the Li family represented by Nan Man Pei. The last one was Zhao Taizhu. The help that Zhao Taizhu could give him was dispensable. It didn't matter if he asked him for help on small matters, but when it came to the level of a game involving major interests, Zhao Taizhu couldn't help. He wasn't powerful himself, and he wasn't the leader of the Zhao family. For now, in Shanghai, Nan Man Pei was a good partner. Qin Zhe leaned over to pick up the pants thrown on the ground, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message, "Sister Man, I'll take you to fly." After about 10 minutes, Nan Man Pei's reply came late. "Are you itching for a beating?" Qin Zhe, "It's like you can beat me." Nan Man Pei, "If you have something to say, get out." Qin Zhe turned Su Yu's body, held her in his arms, and typed, "I'm going to do high-tech products. Are you interested in investing?" Nan Man Pei, "Not interested." Qin Zhe, "There's no way to communicate. I'll send you money." Nan Man Pei, "What the hell do you want to do?" Qin Zhe, "I'm not going to do anything to you." The next moment, Nan Man Pei called, and Qin Zhe answered. Nan Man Pei's voice was cold and angry. "Qin Zhe, I'm giving you face." Qin Zhe laughed, "Sister Man, I'm just joking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Your health will be bad." She muttered, "Stingy." Nan Man Pei raised her voice. "What did you say?" Qin Zhe, "Nothing, let's talk about business. I'm developing VR equipment. Are you interested in investing?" Nan Man Pei was silent for a moment. It's a thankless task, a waste of time and money, and there may not be a return. The research and development of VR equipment was indeed in an extremely awkward situation. This kind of high-tech product was generally developed by large capital. In terms of scientific research abroad, they were very ingenious and willing to spend and burn money. In the domestic market, craftsmanship was heavy, and they were not willing to spend energy on doing things and doing research. They paid attention to making quick money. They were not even willing to innovate, and were keen on imitation and piracy. At present, the good VR equipment on the market was almost all imported from abroad, and domestic research, production, and innovation. Qin Zhe could not explain that he had the support of a low-level system, and he was different from those flirtatious goods outside. Nan Man Pei pondered, "How much are you going to invest? How much is the initial investment, and how many years can you get back? Send me a research report later." Qin Zhe said, "It's just a few $100 million, no need to go through so much trouble." Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Nonsense." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes, "It's up to you." Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time. "Okay, I'll give you $100 million. Qin Zhe was stunned by the unexpected answer. "Sister Man, such an evil capitalist, was so straightforward? There was no satisfactory evaluation report, no negotiation, and no long-winded persuasion. 100 million was given away just like that. It was more like giving money away than an investment, right? Sister man, she's interested in my 18 centimeters? Qinze was going to take some time to persuade her. Qinze, I'll give you 10% of the shares at most, but don't worry, the return will be 10 times or 100 times. In addition, if I encounter trouble, I'll need your help. Nan Man Pei sneered, I know you're up to no good. Is Suyu next to you? I want to talk to her. Qinze, she's sleeping. Nan Man Pei? Qinze explained, we're in the hotel, you know. Nan Man Pei, what do you know? Come here, I'll kick you to death. Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice, Qinze, I only want 10% of the shares, and it doesn't matter even less. I don't care whether your VR equipment has a future or not, but I hope that you can give Suyu all the shares. She told me that Baozi will pay for it, right? Qinze was speechless. So, I really am unnecessary? Nan Man Pei said in a puzzled tone, what do you mean? So, sister man, do you really love Suyu? You don't like women, do you? Qinze remembered that on Pei Ziki's birthday, he was lucky enough to enter Nan Man Pei's boudoir. As a single 30-year-old woman, she didn't even have a joystick, which was unscientific. What a beautiful lily. Fragrant and beautiful branches. Fragrant and white, everyone praises. Qinze, you don't have to worry about Suyu. I'll be good to her, always good to her, and we'll have children. In addition, Suyu is a woman with a very good outlook. She likes to eat tofu, but doesn't like to grind tofu. Sister man, you understand what I mean. Nan Man Pei said coldly, I'll take you to the Huangpu River tonight. The phone was hung up. Under the quilt, Suyu smiled. Chapter 5:14. Qinze hung up the phone and fell asleep with Suyu in his arms. It was already 6:30 when he woke up. Sure enough, sleeping before going to bed helped him sleep. After all, he had just shipped a lot of goods and needed to rely on sleep to replenish his physical strength. Suyu woke up early, huddled in his arms, huddled in the quilt, showing her head and blinking her eyes at him. How long have you been awake? Qinze stretched in the quilt. Almost half an hour. Suyu wrinkled her nose. Are you tired recently? You snore. Of course, he was tired. He slept for 3 hours last night and knelt on the keyboard until dawn. He consumed a lot of physical strength. Just now, there was a big battle with gunfire. Teddy couldn't bear it. Of course, this can't be said to Suyu. Suyu won't let him kneel on the keyboard, but she will call Wang Zijin. At that time, there will be gunfire. Don't you know in your heart whether I'm tired or not? Qinze pinched her little buttocks. Go back and learn yoga. Suyu stared, do you dislike my figure? Qinze shook his head, your figure is very good, slender, and perfect. It's the best I've ever seen. Suyu was satisfied and let go of the hand in the quilt. Qinze arched his buttocks back and snorted, but your hardware is good, and the software is bad. You can't do all of our 108 postures. Suyu refused, who can do all of them, so many, and so difficult. Qinze disdained, my sister. Long live the People's Liberation Army. Suyu, Qinze changed the subject, get up, let's go home. Suyu said coquettishly, kiss me and get up. Qinze kissed her face. She then pointed at her beautiful little mouth. Qinze kissed again. Suyu, oh, carrot, oh they went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qinze wanted to take a bath together, but he gave up after thinking about it. If he went in, he was afraid that he would be a beast again. When a woman takes off her clothes, men will be aroused, but wearing clothes can also achieve the same effect. Qinze witnessed the whole process of Suyu putting on clothes. She stuck out her small hips and put on the lace underwear. The bra wrapped a pair of snow-white XX. For a beauty like Suyu, it was easy to button the bra from behind. The main point is the stockings. A woman with long and straight legs is a beautiful scenery when she's wearing stockings. The main point is that I can't describe it in detail. Otherwise, I could write 3,000 words. Suyu glanced at it and stared back at the crotch cat. He said angrily, "Is this thing so energetic? How can a 24-year-old boy be so energetic?" Chinze urged, "Why don't we extend it for another 2 hours?" Suyu thought about it very seriously and said with a bitter face, "No, I can't bear it." He had only heard of heartless landlords, but had never seen heartless tenants. He really couldn't eat anymore. Suyu was distressed. During the time when they were fighting, Chinze was holding the wall for a while. Later, slowly, the more he fought, the braver he became, from a fast shooter to a machine gunner. Now, Suyu can't bear him. Occasionally, he also hopes that he can be a sniper, one shot to the soul, one shot to the end. Do you want to learn yoga? Expand the warehouse and stock up on food. Otherwise, if he hands over the public grain to Wang Zijin's warehouse, he will cry to death. Back to the company to get the bag, Chinze and Suyu entered the underground parking lot and drove away. He didn't want to send Suyu home. They didn't live together. Suyu had to take a taxi to work tomorrow morning. Back home at 7:30, it was dark. Chinze carried the groceries he bought on the way and entered the house. There was a spacious hall, 2 yoga mats, and 2 beautiful women. How did Sister Ziwei learn yoga? Chinze was surprised. Could it be that the hearts of lovers are connected? Wang Zijin said, "Youth and beauty rely on big tricks to maintain." Chinze felt that this was familiar. At this time, Qin Bao Bao changed her posture, split, with her right foot wrapped around her neck. This posture made her chest look heavier. Wang Zijin followed her, and the split was already very difficult. Her face was red, and she tried for a long time, but she couldn't wrap her foot around her neck. Qin Bao Bao made a disdainful sneer. At this time, Chinze decisively carried the groceries into the kitchen. A smart man should know how to seek good luck and avoid evil. If he continued to stay, the fire of war would roll to him. Sure enough, after Wang Zijin was ridiculed, she immediately turned her weak eyes to Chinze, but she only saw Chinze's back. Chinze moved like a snake and avoided Wang Zijin's big trick, Medusa's gaze. After eating, they rested in the living room for a few hours. After Qin Bao Bao checked Chinze's phone, she babbled and said that she was tired and wanted to take a bath. "Aunt, run the bath water for me." Wang Zijin ignored her and spread out her hands. Chinze obediently handed over his phone and let it be checked a second time. Qin Bao Bao saw this and glared fiercely at Chinze. She swayed her plump butt and went to take a bath. "Sister Ziwei, you're not angry anymore, right?" Chinze smiled flatteringly. "It depends on your performance." Wang Zijin browsed through his phone, text messages, app chat, call history, browser history, and so on. It seemed that every woman had this kind of hobby. They liked to check a man's phone, and if they went overboard, they could even give a man's phone location. The company recently developed a small software. Wang Zijin smiled dignified. Chinze suddenly had a bad feeling. "Well, it's a location software." Wang Zijin said, "It's currently on the shelves and has a good number of downloads. I'll download one for you too. Try it out." "Humph, you obviously want to give me a location. You black-hearted maggot." Chinze pretended to be surprised and said, Okay. It's the first time I've used this kind of thing." Wang Zijin nodded with satisfaction. Soon she was done and returned the phone to Chinze with satisfaction. Chinze smiled. "Sister Ziwei, oh Sister Ziwei, I'm not salted fish say. I'm Hei's king." Hei's king was not afraid of any tricks, but don't forget who the Golden Shield antivirus software was. "Then sleep together tonight?" Chinze climbed up the pole. "No." Wang Zijin snorted and turned her head away. Maybe it was because she was in a good mood after installing the location software. It was rare to see a proud and coquettish look on her face. "You'll make me sad like this." Qinze looked at her and sang, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily, so we can have sex as much as we want." Wang Zijin looked back and sang, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily." She had a nice voice, but she was not good at singing. Her breath was disorderly and awkward. Qinze was speechless. "Get lost, you fake girlfriend." "Okay, you want to compete with me in singing? I'm a famous fast shooter after all." "Who's afraid of you?" Qinze sang, "Come on, let's have fun. There's plenty of time anyway." Wang Zijin was unmoved. She opened her mouth and said, "Because love doesn't make you sad easily." Qinze sang again, "In a dream, I did you in a dream." Wang Zijin's expression changed. She said valiantly, the 5-starred red flag fluttering in the wind. Qinze was speechless. "You win, I dare not accept this. I lost." Chapter 5:15. Why aren't you singing?" Wang Zijin glanced sideways with a teasing smile on her face. "How about singing a song? I'll sing, 'Crabs in the Sky, Flowers Smile at Me for You.'" Wang Zijin, not convinced. Qinze, I'm convinced. I've lost." Qinze cupped his fists and was sincerely convinced. A domineering sister is justice. Qinze hated the Japanese the most because they were all siscon, heretics, and heretics that must be eradicated. One day, he would gather 3,000 domineering sister cons, trample all over the world, set things right, and reshape the glorious path. His sister went to bed after taking a bath today and didn't seem to be in a good mood. Qinze asked her and she said she was fine. When taking a bath, Qinze looked at his phone. It was worth mentioning that this was his sister's bath water. His sister carefully prepared a bath with dried roses, essential oil, shower gel, and so on. The order, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Qinze. The order of the first two occasionally changed, or sometimes they bathed together, but the latter never changed. After all, one bath had to sprinkle half a bag of dried roses. It was too wasteful for everyone to change. In fact, this bathing method was very common in Japan. A family in Japan would take a bath. If a guest came, they would let the guest take a bath first. In Japan's bathing culture, before taking a bath, they would take a shower and wash their bodies. And when taking a bath, they wouldn't rub their bodies, let alone pee in the pool. Qinze and his sisters were like this. Qinze leaned on the side of the bath and swiped his phone for a while. The public opinion on album sales was still in full swing. After all, it was only the second day. Su Jiao's album sales were above his sister's. The ridicule of the Water Army, fans, and onlookers became more and more intense. No wonder his sister was in a bad mood. Could it be that Royal Entertainment Company is determined to trample on my sister? Stepping on her to get to the top. According to Qinze's estimation, Su Jiao's album sales should have dropped slightly at this moment, but they didn't. Instead, they pulled some distance away from Qin Bao Bao. If this continued, the money spent wouldn't just be a few million. Even if Su Jiao stepped on her sister, she might not be able to reach the second tier. Was it worth it? Qinze couldn't figure it out. After taking a bath, he scooped up the flower petals and threw them into the trash can. Then, he turned off the water and washed the bathtub clean. That was why he was always at the bottom. He showered for a few more minutes to wash off the foam on his body. Qinze sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. "I'm going to sleep. I didn't rest well last night." When Qinze lifted the quilt and got into bed, Wang Zijin glared at him but did not push him off the bed. In the end, the two of them rolled on the same bed sheet. Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, but that was a girl's reservedness. In her heart, she was still very willing to be intimate with her boyfriend. "Then you have to sleep well." Wang Zijin's hand pressed against her waist. "Don't mess around." Okay. Qin Zhe nodded. A man's promise was laughable, especially in bed. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin understood this sentence. Don't touch me with your hands. Give it to me. Scram. Wang Zijin glared at him. Under the dim yellow glow of the bedside lamp, her face was as gentle as jade. Although she had only had one boyfriend, as an experienced internet user, she was well aware of men's behavior in and out of bed, so she didn't really blame Qin Zhe. It would be strange if he was calm and unperturbed on the bed. Moreover, she kept him hanging and maintained her bottom line, so she felt a bit guilty. She let him do whatever he wanted with her. Wang Zijin curled up and endured Qin Zhe's blasphemy. An intoxicating blush surfaced on her fair face. Qin Zhe couldn't control himself and said in a hoarse voice, I can't take it anymore. Wang Zijin was shocked and resisted silently. Qin Zhe didn't force her. He whispered into her ear, Sister, help me. Perhaps it was because she was very nervous at the moment, but she didn't notice the abnormality in Qin Zhe's words. No, no. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice. You promised not to force me. Don't misunderstand. I won't let you do that. Qin Zhe grabbed her hand. I mean this. Wang Zijin retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing was heavy. Sister Ziwei, you're 26, right? Nonsense, I'm only 25. We in Beijing talk about 1-year-old. Qin Zhe, we in Shanghai have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. According to 1-year-old, I'm only 22. I'm still young. That's not the point. You're already 26, but you're still illiterate. Aren't you worried? I'm not worried. Wang Zijin said coquettishly. Is that how you use idioms? We in Beijing have little knowledge. Don't lie to me. The next day, Qin Bao woke up and found the washing machine turning loudly in the bathroom. Through the glass, she saw the bedsheets being washed. There were 2 sets of pajamas in the basket at the side. Her brother and her best friend were no longer around. They must have gone for a run. Qin Bao suddenly remembered that her bedsheets hadn't been washed for more than a week. Usually, she changed them once a week. Yawning, she went back to her room to take out the bedsheets and blankets and threw them into the bathroom. Even the bedsheets of the intruder have been washed. Why is it that A's has to wash them all instead of mine? Humph. After breakfast, Qin Zhe went to Tianfang with his sister. Qin Bao was beaming with joy. Aren't we going to Purple Crystal today? She sat in the passenger seat and tilted her head. There's something going on in Tianfang, Qin Zhe said. He didn't say what it was. The main purpose of going to Purple Crystal was to accompany Wang Zijin. He didn't know much about the internet. Wang Zijin was also an open and above-board sister. She never closed her office door and refused to be intimate in the office. Moreover, after last night's incident, Wang Zijin still hadn't reacted this morning. To her, this was a huge step in her life, second only to turning from a girl to a woman. At this moment, she was probably feeling very awkward. Qin Zhe wanted to give her time to adjust and adapt. After reaching Tianfang, Qin Zhe called his assistant to inform the manager of the public relations department to come to the president's office. Qin Zhe rarely contacted his assistant. The assistant, who had always felt that he might have offended Qin Zhe and was trembling with fear every time he came, anxiously called Manager Zhu of the public relations department. His urgent tone made Manager Zhu think that it was a big deal, so he jogged over. Once he came in, Qin Zhe went straight to the point. Increase the number of paid posters. Do what I told you before in advance. Also, start spamming Qin Bao's album from today onwards, but don't do it too obviously. Contact the marketing accounts on Weibo. The bigger the account, the better. A word from them is more effective than 100 articles written by a trashy editor. Manager Zhu was stunned and nodded. Okay. This plan had been formulated long ago, so there was no need to discuss the details, public relations fees, and so on. After he left, Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. Didn't you say you weren't going to boost sales? Qin Zhe said, think about it. If Royal Entertainment is willing to spend money to support Su Jiao for the sake of face, then you'll lose. This time, you'll be screwed. Qin Bao Bao bit her lip and sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Also, didn't you say that it's not a loss to scam them in another way? Qin Zhe said angrily, I can't stand this grievance. Qin Bao Bao, ah? Qin Zhe said, you're wrong. I can't let sister suffer this grievance. Qin Bao Bao's eyes seemed to sparkle. Actually, the suppression of album sales this time had a certain impact on her fame, but her reputation and money were also plentiful. Everyone still praised her for her singing, but she didn't know whether it was the paid posters or haters online, but they kept mocking her with this matter recently, making her very unhappy. Fame and fortune, fame and fortune. The most important thing was fame. No one could see through fame and fortune, not even saints. Saints in the common sense didn't exist. Saints in history indeed cared a lot about fame and fortune. Qin Bao Bao said happily, then how do you plan to operate it? Qin Zhe, don't you already know? Qin Bao Bao, how annoying. I'll pretend to be a fool, and you'll pretend to be a man. Aren't you very happy? Qin Zhe thought that it made sense. But I don't need to pretend. I'm a man. Chapter 5:16. 3 days had passed since Su Jiao's and Qin Bao Bao's albums hit the shelves. But the popularity online didn't decrease at all. After all, the gimmick of Qin Bao Bao's myth being shattered was worth watching with relish for a long time. On the day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao beat Qin Bao Bao. The difference in sales between the two was about 10,000 copies. On the second day the album hit the shelves, Su Jiao still beat Qin Bao Bao. The difference in sales was more than 20,000. On the third day the album hit the shelves, which was today, the difference between the two was 40,000. So far, it was 40,000. There were many fans online who were waiting for Qin Bao Bao to reverse the trend, but they anxiously discovered that it had been 3 days. Not only did she not overtake, but she was also gradually drifting away. This was a huge blow to the fans' enthusiasm and confidence. They couldn't help but wonder if Qin Bao Bao's album was really inferior to Su Jiao's. How did this Su Jiao inexplicably rise? Even the arrogance of attacking Weibo and scolding online decreased a lot. In addition, Qin Bao Bao herself basically didn't call for anything on Weibo and other official platforms. The fans felt that they were being too rash and that the other celebrities didn't care. Gradually, the enthusiasm for boosting sales and scolding online decreased. She pulled out so many sales in 3 days. 40,000, an ordinary small-time singer's album probably only sold this much. Qin Bao Bao is powerless to reverse the situation. Look at her Weibo fans. She has a few million more than Su Jiao, but her album sales are also very average. They're all fake fans. Su Jiao is mighty. Su Jiao's album is the best. It's normal for Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe not to talk because this slap in the face is too painful. Netizens' comments were always sharp and mean, and there might even be a water army mixed in. Fans were crazy and brainless. They could start a scolding war over a trivial matter. For example, if 2 female celebrities appeared on the same variety show, and one of them had less screen time, the fans would start a scolding war. If 2 female celebrities joked with each other, the fans would start a scolding war. Celebrities weren't familiar with each other and didn't talk much to each other. In the eyes of the fans, this was a naked declaration of war. Fine, let's fight. That was the general rhythm. Qin Bao Bao had a lot of fans, so he definitely wouldn't allow others to slander his idol. Such scolding wars were everywhere on the internet. Weibo, Tieba, forums, consulting apps, and so on. As long as it was a place where comments could be made, there would be scolding wars. And in these small places, Qin Bao Bao was almost completely victorious. Only on Weibo. Su Jiao's fans seemed to only gather on Weibo. The truth was that the Water Army made up more than half of them. Qin Bao Bao's album sales were considered normal. Within 3 days, more than 400,000 copies were sold, which was better than the sales of her first digital album. If it weren't for Su Jiao, she would have broken the record again. Although a year had passed, her elder sister's fame couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. At noon on the 4th day. The dance studio. Qin Zhe personally held up a camera. In the camera, his sister's graceful and tall figure danced gracefully, which was pleasing to the eye. In order to shoot this video, Qin Zhe specially learned how to use a camera. After all, he had no experience and had never even used a DSLR before. Little Cabbage, whom he hooked up with in college, once said, "I like a boyfriend who can use a DSLR." That day, Qin Zhe went to his sister to ask for money to buy a DSLR. His sister said with a smile, "DSLR is poor for 3 generations, photography is ruined for a lifetime." Perhaps from then on, his newly acquired Little Cabbage had already been blacklisted by his sister. He had been eating his sister, using her, and playing with her for 3 years. Now, his wife's money was all controlled by his sister. This was retribution. In order to shoot this video, Qin Bao Bao also specially bought a dance costume with a high neckline. "Stop, stop, stop." Qin Zhe suddenly called for a stop. His sister's breasts were trembling, which was too unsightly. Qin Bao Bao stopped and crossed her long and slender legs. She was slim and elegant as she looked over. Your Omen." Qin Zhe gestured in front of his chest. Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming little eyes. "Who wears that when wearing a dance costume?" The dance costume was very tight, so if one wore an omen, it would immediately be outlined. Not only would it be tacky, but it would also lower the class. "You haven't worn it before?" "Yeah, why didn't I notice?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Don't you know there's something called a breast patch?" Qin Bao Bao disdainfully said. "I feel like I'm losing out." Qin Zhe muttered. Qin Bao Bao giggled. "Then why don't you just not let your sister go out?" "Are you raising me?" "Didn't I raise you?" "I've always been the one raising you," Qin Zhe said. "Good boy, when you have a brother-in-law in the future, I'll let him raise me." "You don't need to raise me anymore." Qin Bao Bao giggled. "What the hell is a brother-in-law?" Qin Zhe's face darkened. "Damn, who wants to be my brother-in-law? Come out, I promise I'll beat you to death." "You'll beat the shit out of me." Qin Bao Bao seemed to be very satisfied with Qin Zhe's reaction, and a series of bell-like laughter rang out. "Hey, where are you going? We haven't finished filming." Qin Zhe called out to his sister who was walking towards the door. Qin Bao Bao turned around and smiled. "Change the breast patch, lest some people get jealous." "Breast patch? What is a breast patch? Please enlighten me." Although he didn't know what a breast patch was, the effect was better than breast patches. After his sister came back, she spun on the spot, and her chest stopped shaking. In this way, other people would at most sigh at his sister's big chest and good figure. This was the difference between trembling and not trembling. The most despicable thing in the world was Duk, such as TikTok. The most despicable thing in the world was fast, such as fast hands. After a 10-minute dance, Qin Bao Bao stopped and walked in front of the camera. She smiled sweetly, waved, and said, "Hello everyone, was my dance good? The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope my Bao fans don't mind the late meeting." Qin Bao Bao's fans called themselves Bao fans. Because she felt ashamed, Qin Bao rarely mentioned this title. This time, in order to increase album sales, she went all out. The sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. In the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of the Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance. This is the first time I'm dancing for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me and my album. She blew a kiss to the camera and made a heart on her chest. Love you all. She looked up a few centimeters at Qinze. Love you too. After the video was shot, Qinze handed it over to the technical team. Not long after, his sister returned to the office after taking a shower. She opened the drawer of the coffee table and rummaged for snacks. Eating snacks right after exercise, aren't you afraid of becoming a fat pig? Qinze said. Aze, do you want to eat Mimi? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. No, don't trick me. Qinze said angrily. He remembered that once, he was tricked by his sister like this. At that time, he was so excited that his sister turned her head and threw him a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. Damn it. Qin Bao Bao opened the drawer and showed him the snacks, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and smiled. You see, there's no Mimi here, so, Qinze said, I suddenly want to eat again. Qin Bao Bao laughed. Too late. Who cares? I ate shrimp chips for a long time last night. Sister Ziwei is generous. By the way, let's talk about something. Qin Bao Bao was eating potato chips. Say it. So you said you asked Uncle to help you find a factory? Is it reliable? Not very reliable, who knows? What about after you find it? Let Uncle manage it? I have this idea, but I won't let him hold the power. After all, he has too many criminal records, and I'm worried. Then just ignore him. If he wants money, give him money. We can even support him in his old age. But we can't give him too much power and resources. People like Uncle are terrible when he squanders. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Have you thought about it? If he squanders, then so be it. Why does he have to go through so much trouble? Qinze put his arm around his sister's shoulder. She leaned on his shoulder and ate potato chips. Uncle is actually not good at gambling, nor is he lecherous. He's not keen on drinking and drinking, branded cigars, and so on, but he keeps going through so much trouble. He loses a lot of money. Why? Why? Qin Bao Bao looked up at him. Why do you want to be a boss? Qinze said, a son's obsession will go through many stages in a person's life, from childish to mature, from simple to deep, from snobbish to indifferent, but they will never change in front of one person, and that person is their father. Whether it's shrewd or simple, every man wants to hold his head high in front of his father, to become his father's pride, and to be recognized by his father. Qin Bao Bao asked, what about you? Qinze said, I used to think the same way. When I was young, every time Dad beat me up and made me face the wall in the study room, I secretly swore to myself that one day, I would become a man that you would look up to. I would make you regret beating me all these years. I would make you cry and beg for my forgiveness, but you would be shocked all day long. Then I really did it now. You see, how long has it been since Dad lectured me? Because he knows that my achievements have made him look up to me, and I am no longer that useless son. But Uncle didn't even have this chance, and Grandpa died a long time ago. Ouch, don't hit me, Grandpa died many years ago. So Uncle can only be obsessed, and not have a wish. Qin Bao Bao reached out and stroked the corner of his eyes and eyebrows, and said in a rare gentle tone, yes, my Ace has finally grown up. You don't have to steal your parents' pocket money to buy popsicles for your sister, and you can take care of your sister by yourself. Before touching me, don't you remember to wipe your hands first? Qinze snorted, you can spend as much money as you want before I get married. When your sister-in-law returns, quickly return the money. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, what the hell is a sister-in-law? Do you believe that I will hang her up and beat her? Who wants to be my sister-in-law? Come out, I will beat you to death. The assistant knocked on the door and said respectfully, Boss Qin, the video is done, I have sent it to your email. Chapter 5:17. Qin Bao Bao said, got it. She opened her laptop, logged into her email and played the video. Qinze leaned over and watched the video with her. The assistant glanced at the siblings and tactfully retreated. How did I offend Mr. Qin? He didn't even look at me. In the future, when Mr. Qin comes to the company, I have to keep a low profile so that I won't be fired. But how did I offend him? With deep confusion and doubt, the assistant closed the office door. The video started with a dance studio. The curtains were lowered and the warm sunlight shone on the elm floor outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was quiet with a hint of fairy tale-like romance. The dance studio, the train tracks, and the Ferris wheel were the most romantic scenes. Romance had three treasures: the train tracks, the Ferris wheel, and the dance studio. Men had three treasures: sausages, meatballs, and a pile of grass. Women also had three treasures: pearls, dried scallops, and mimosa. The video was edited and the lighting effects were beautified. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that fairy tale-like romantic atmosphere. Then, the music started. Qinze's Dusk. Any song, as long as it was accompanied by a video, would become extraordinarily sentimental. Any video, as long as there was background music, would become extraordinarily attractive. Qin Bao Bao's figure danced along with the song. She had a good figure to begin with. After the video was edited, it became even more attractive. Her dance was graceful and not vulgar. There were no seductive movements, but every movement was seductive. The video is well done. Posted on Weibo. Qinze nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, right? Full marks. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Her eyes were like crescent moons. She was very beautiful. I'll give it 87. After pondering, Qinze gave a score seriously. Why? Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao Bao asked nervously. She felt that she was beautiful and was a fairy. The video was okay. Qinze thought to himself, because I haven't seen 13 yet. Qin Bao Bao logged into Weibo and uploaded the video. Thus, Qinze's counterattack began. After the video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of the fans. They all clicked on it. A beautiful dance studio scene appeared in the video, accompanied by the background music. It was the song, Dusk Yellow, that had been popular recently. The music was played through the loudspeakers of countless mobile phones. In the video, Qin Bao Bao stood tall and slender, wearing a tight-fitting dance costume. Her devilish figure was once again displayed in front of her fans. She began to dance like an elf, with the warm sunlight behind her and the haloed elm floor behind her. It was picturesque. The new album has been on the shelves for 4 days. I hope the fans won't be offended by the late meeting. The sales of this album are better than the previous one, but it's not enough, far from enough. Over the past year, more and more fans have joined the big family of the Bao fans. I've always been grateful for your support. Thank you everyone. This dance is a return gift to everyone. Very few people have seen me dance, and this is the first time I'm performing a dance for everyone. In the future, I will bring you even better works and even more beautiful songs. I need everyone to continue to support me and my album. Qin Bao Bao blew a kiss at the camera and made a heart shape in front of her chest. Love you all. Within half an hour after the video was posted, there were thousands of comments and hundreds of thousands of views. This was the terrifying traffic of a superstar. Qin Bao Bao's fans had reached more than 80 million. Even if they only saw 1/10 of it, it was still 8 million. In an era where traffic was king, the sudden emergence of little fresh meats was the market's choice. I give Qin Bao Bao full marks for her figure, 666. The video is too beautiful. I really didn't chase the wrong person. Whether it's her figure or looks, Qin Bao Bao is one of the best. I, who never watched a dance, have already watched it 3 times. 3 times plus 1. 3 times plus 2. I'll always support you, I'll always support you. I'll go watch the album now. Bao Bao is picturesque, I love you to death. Mom, I believe in love again. Bao fans, let's go and beat Su Jiao. Wait, I saw that baby Qin's last sentence, I love you too, was directed at the cameraman, right? Who is that? Oh my god, Qin Bao Bao has a boyfriend? This comment was quickly kicked up by fans. The comments below, F***ck, now that you mention it, I realized it too. Mom, I don't believe in love again. She indeed didn't say it to the camera. Confirmation complete. Huh, Qin Zhe is going to have a brother-in-law? You're thinking too much. This was filmed in the dance studio, so Bao Bao should be at the company. Then the question is, who would she say this to in the company? Realization dawned on them. It must be Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe is right, it's definitely him. Qin Bao Bao is crazy about showing off her younger brother. They have a very good relationship. After all, Qin Bao Bao was made popular by Qin Zhe. He has always been her exclusive composer, so it's natural that they have a good relationship. In terms of the album, she should thank her fans and her younger brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Mom, I believe in love again. While the video was circulating and forwarding on the internet, Qin Zhe also posted on Weibo, hoping that fans would support his sister's album. Qin Zhe's fan base could be said to be massive. From a fast shooter to an actor, he harvested batch after batch of fans with his talent, singing voice, and acting skills. When night fell, Baby Qin's album sales skyrocketed and soared like a rocket, directly surpassing Su Jiao's, reflecting the appeal that a queen of traffic should have. But when she woke up this morning, Qin Bao Bao happily looked at the album's sales and found that she had been overtaken by Su Jiao again. She rushed out of the room with a stomach full of grievances and anger. She didn't see Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin, so she sat in the living room angrily and sulked. That D***MN scumbag. When Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin came back from their morning run, Qin Bao Bao handed the phone over. Qin Zhe looked at the phone. In this case, Royal Entertainment's purpose was very obvious. They wanted to step on Qin Bao Bao to promote their company and artists. For this, they were willing to bear the pain and spend a lot of money. It was indeed a lot of money. It was fine if the album's sales were in the hundreds of thousands, but now it was almost 1 million sales. How much money would they have to spend? And it was less than a week. How much money would they have to invest in a month? As expected, Qin Zhe said. He had his own ways. Posting a video to appeal to the fans was just the first step. Qin Bao Bao's album sales had shot up so quickly in just one night. It wasn't all thanks to the fans. Tian Fang's side was secretly helping Bao Bao boost her album sales. It was just that it wasn't obvious and wasn't as crazy as Royal Entertainment. After breakfast, he accompanied Wang Zijin to the company. 8:30 in the morning, Hongqiao Airport. Su Jiao wore a mask and sunglasses and personally carried a suitcase. She was followed by her manager and 2 assistants. After entering the departure floor, she straightened her back and tried to twist her waist to show a kind of flirtatious charm. She also had to pull the suitcase herself and couldn't be too missy. She didn't heave a sigh of relief until she entered the VIP lounge. She threw the suitcase to her assistant and curled up on the soft and comfortable single-seater sofa. She took off her mask and sunglasses and lowered her head to play with her phone. From the door to the VIP lounge, it was a distance of more than 50 meters. There were media reporters secretly filming her to capture the details of her life. Of course, they were reporters that the company contacted in advance. I, who should cooperate with you, am acting very seriously. Soon, articles like, "The album war is in full swing, Su Jiao calmly runs announcements," would be pushed online to show her confidence and bearing. These days, most of the artists who were secretly filmed at the airport were self-directed and self-acted. Hundreds and thousands of fans receiving them at the airport were also self-directed and self-acted. Many people who lived in big cities and often took flights for business trips might never see fans blocking the airport in their entire lives. Because this kind of hyping technique was no longer popular in recent years. The company spent a lot of money this time, right? Su Jiao looked at the album's sales and smiled. Qin Bao Bao's fans are too crazy. They made so many sales in one night. The investment in the past few days has already exceeded the original initial estimate. The manager said, the company has done its best to cultivate you. You can't forget this kindness. Su Jiao smiled and said that she would definitely work hard for Royal Entertainment. She didn't know what she was thinking. The company and the artist had common interests. If selling albums couldn't bring benefits to the company, why would the company help her? Trampling on Qin Bao Bao to show the company's strength was also a kind of publicity and a push at the same time. If the advertising fees and commercial performance prices increased, wouldn't the company also profit? To put it nicely, it was mutually beneficial. To put it bluntly, they were using each other. Speaking of which, it was really difficult to trample on Qin Bao Bao. But one couldn't trap a wolf without sacrificing the child. The current investment was still within an acceptable range. The investment was proportional to the income. Su Jiao flew to the capital to shoot an advertisement this time, and the advertising fees had increased by 10% compared to before. The main reason was that the album's sales hadn't stabilized yet. After all, the time was still short. If she could suppress Qin Bao Bao for a month, she would be rich. Her value would increase by at least 20%. The downside was that the company would really have to bleed a lot in this way. For a long time, the company's commission would increase from her income. Chapter 518. They were overtaken again. The cruel reality was undoubtedly a blow to Qin Bao Bao's fans. They put in all their enthusiasm to buy albums, but they still couldn't overtake her. Being overtaken wasn't the most despairing thing. They had clearly caught up, but they were overtaken again. They had a spurt of energy, but they were exhausted by the second. From an operational point of view, Royal Entertainment was successful. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most successful operation this year. They probably quickly came up with a countermeasure before they fought with Qin Bao Bao and used this incident to raise Su Jiao's reputation and the company's reputation to a higher level. According to this momentum, Su Jiao might really be able to break into the A-list. As a singer who pulled Qin Bao Bao down from her pedestal, how dazzling this crown was. The corresponding investment was equally huge. It hadn't even been a week, but they had invested millions. What about later? The operation wasn't a secret and everyone in the industry knew about it, but the effect was really good. Some large entertainment companies even held a meeting to analyze the success of this operation case. Perhaps in the beginning, Tianfang's Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao didn't think so deeply. After all, few people would spend so much to buy albums unless they wanted to promote a newcomer. Royal Entertainment seized on this oversight and succeeded in one fell swoop, the marketing director of an entertainment company said with assurance. Then why don't we look forward to Qin Bao Bao's next album? His subordinate's tone was hesitant and doubtful. The same method won't work a second time. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe probably won't take the initiative to fight in the future, and after so many times, even a fool will know that it's fake and fake. Advertisers, investors, commercial performances. They won't care about you at all, the marketing director said. But this incident can give us inspiration. It's a good idea to seize the opportunity to step on Qin Bao Bao in the future. There's no hope in music, but what about movies? TV series? There might be a chance in these areas. Such statements and analysis were very common in the major entertainment companies. But in this atmosphere, a group of paid posters suddenly popped up on the internet. A kind of opinion spread wildly and then became a hubbub. Eris's chest is padded. Bah! Su Jiao's sales were boosted. Similar comments had already been around for a long time. From the first day the album was on the shelves, there were already people who questioned Su Jiao's ability to buy the album. However, she couldn't resist the adulation of Su Jiao's fans and water army, and was quickly drowned out by the waves of adulation. Later, Qin Zhe bought a small amount of internet water army to spread comments about the album. Under the rising popularity of the album war, no one saw such articles every day. The number of times was not many, about once a day. Therefore, when the comments of Su Jiao buying albums exploded, the netizens didn't have much disgust or doubt because it wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Su Jiao made a statement on Weibo, saying that she didn't fake sales. The public relations account of Royal Entertainment issued a statement to refute the statement of fake sales and reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In the office, Qin Bao Bao called the public relations department and said, "Let's send out the VIPs on Weibo." After receiving the order, they immediately went to carry it out. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were waiting for Royal Entertainment Company to make a statement. If he didn't make a statement, it would seem that they were singing a two-man show. Let the slap in the face come more fiercely. Qin Zhe thought of the early layout and ideas of this public opinion war, and the later implementation was left to Qin Bao. If one wanted to work in the entertainment industry and manage such a huge entertainment company, one must be proficient in public opinion warfare. This was a compulsory course for his sister. Soon, a certain Weibo VIP posted a long article on Weibo. This is a very successful operation case, which makes most stagnant singers see the hope of breaking through themselves. If you want to succeed, you only need to do one thing. When Qin Bao Bao's new album hits the shelves, a wave of dog heads will be posted. Thinking that someone has finally risen, or a rare divine song has appeared, they will especially worship, buy the album, and listen to it. After listening to it, they will be stunned for a long time. That's it? Breaking Qin Bao Bao's album sales legend? 666, I just want to say, the special effects are heaven-defying, and the budget is burning. There was a hidden meaning in the words. Su Jiao was trying to boost album sales. Royal Entertainment Company definitely wouldn't let it go, and the fans would definitely spew out, so, the flames of war spread here in an instant. Oh, I see. I finally believe it. Finally believe it? I saw through it long ago. The sales record will be refreshed just like that. Why doesn't Su Jiao ascend to the heavens? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell which of the two albums is better and which is worse. Su Jiao's behavior is clearly playing with her fans like fools. I feel like my IQ has been stimulated like never before. Shameless, boosting sales, so fake. Both sides were engaged in a war of words. If this VIP's Weibo post was more about starting a war of words, then the other VIP who jumped out right after was the real hammer. Not only did he post a long article, but he also attached a few pictures that revealed the truth. I've been paying attention to the album sales of both sides from beginning to end, and I found a very interesting thing. On the night the album hit the shelves, Qin Bao Bao's sales were leading, and Su Jiao gradually caught up. But on the second day, Qin Bao Bao's fans showed their strength and once again led Su Jiao's album sales. Many people might not have noticed this. Everyone can look at the first and second pictures. But soon, Su Jiao's sales exploded, suppressing Qin Bao Bao's album. Both sides' sales suddenly exploded, but considering the number of fans, this is worth pondering. Does Su Jiao have so many die-hard fans? Last night, Qin Bao Bao posted on Weibo asking for help. That night, her sales exploded again, and she even pulled ahead of Su Jiao by more than 100,000 sales. There are screenshots. But this morning, Su Jiao's album sales skyrocketed again in an unreasonable and unscientific way. Amazing, when did a certain someone become the number one sister in the music industry? Can you explain where these fans come from? Royal Entertainment must have spent a lot of money on album sales. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it completely pulled the neutral onlookers into the common understanding of Su Jiao boosting sales, and pushed her popularity to the forefront of the storm again. The source of the picture was Qin Zhe, who bought it through the company's public relations department. There were many peelers in the entertainment industry. With a little money, one could buy a lot of neglected news. As a result, many online media outlets took the initiative to write articles to disclose this matter. Because of the high popularity, netizens would subconsciously click on this kind of article and earn a lot of traffic fees. Online editors were originally animals who acted on the news. As a result, the truth of Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao boosting sales became more and more popular. After the announcement, Royal Entertainment continued to buy ghostwriters to spread righteous news, but Tianfang also bought ghostwriters to slander them. The war of words between the two sides lasted for a few days. The direction of public opinion didn't change. Instead, it seemed like the dust had settled. Just like when some celebrities were exposed to having an affair, even if they bought ghostwriters or confessed that they had secretly divorced, the reputation of having an affair was like a maggot in one's bones that couldn't be washed away. As a result, ghostwriters lost their meaning. After all, ghostwriters weren't fans. Their role was to mislead the audience. When a certain understanding was deeply rooted in people's hearts and became a consensus, ghostwriters were useless. After nearly a week of war of words and ghostwriters, Royal Entertainment was powerless to reverse the situation and gave up. The war of words gradually subsided. The negative news of Qin Bao Bao's myth being shattered also dissipated, and the lost reputation was recovered. The price was the public relations fee, which was several million yuan. Royal Entertainment stepped on Qin Bao Bao's reputation by promoting the album and buying ghostwriters. Qin Zhe also bought ghostwriters to promote the album and expose the other party. The war of public opinion in the entertainment industry was generally like this. Over the years, there had been a lot of entertainment news that had reversed the situation. For example, at the beginning, someone had attacked someone and created a wave of momentum, feeling that they would win. But the other party suddenly exposed the truth and started a war of words. Then, the situation was reversed and the defeat turned into victory. There were many, many cases. Fame, funds, and confidence were all indispensable. If Qin Bao Bao was still at Star Art, she would probably have to swallow this loss. The major entertainment companies turned to studying the war of public opinion. In the future, when their artists are defamed or exposed, we can refer to Tianfang's counterattack. A marketing director analyzed. If they're defamed, they can collect evidence, hammer the other party, and have a war of words. This is a very good way to recover their image. And if they're hammered, the best way is to divert attention and secretly collect negative news about the other party. After all, there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who are clean. The employee asked, "Are we still learning about Royal Entertainment's operations?" Marketing director, Royal Entertainment's expenditure was several times that of Tianfang Entertainment's because they had invested a lot of money in the album. The company bore a part of the loss, and the other part fell on Su Jiao's head. It wasn't that she had to lose money, but that the company's commission would increase from her future income. This was a common tactic used by entertainment companies. Tianfang was also like this. While making an artist popular, they also increased their leeching efforts. Su Jiao threw a tantrum because of this. Of course, she only dared to throw a tantrum behind closed doors and didn't dare to do it publicly. It was customary in the entertainment industry for artists and companies to jointly admit their losses, but this was a rule set by the entertainment industry's capital. The artists themselves had no choice but to accept it. A commission increase of 10%. Then how much can I earn from doing one job? That's too much. Su Jiao waved her hand and swept the teacup onto the floor, shattering it with a "Pa, keep your voice down. Hasn't it always been like this?" The manager frowned and said, "If this succeeds, won't your notice fee also increase? There's no reason for you to profit, he he he. If you lose, pa 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 pa, but I rejected it beforehand. I didn't want to do this. If my sales aren't as good as Qin Bao Bao's, then so be it. Which singer is more popular than her now? It's the company that insists on doing this," Su Jiao argued. The company also had no choice. Qin Bao Bao took the initiative to pick a fight, but the company passively accepted it, the manager retorted. Su Jiao was unconvinced because she knew that as long as the company didn't pay attention, this matter wouldn't have developed to this point. Now, not only did she not profit, but her reputation also suffered a huge blow. This would be a stain on her acting career. When the audience mentioned her in the future, they would say, "Isn't this the Su Jiao who boosts her sales?" So shameless. To put it bluntly, it was Royal Entertainment that couldn't afford to offend Tianfang. A melodious ringtone drifted out, and Su Jiao's phone on the table rang. She picked up the phone irritably and glanced at the caller ID. Her eyes darkened slightly, but her expression was very calm as she expressionlessly said, "I'm going out to take a call. It's from home." She had a contact name for this number. Caller, Qin Zhe. Speaking of which, Su Jiao had put in a lot of effort to get this number. At that time, she wanted to contact Qin Zhe alone and ask him to write a song in private. At that time, Qin Zhe hadn't acquired Tianfang yet, but he was already famous for being a fast shooter. Later on, the entire entertainment industry knew that Qin Zhe had a hard time writing a song, so she gave up on the idea. Chapter 519. Su Jiao left the office and picked up the call. Wait a moment. She walked down the long corridor and through the office area. Instead of going into the toilet, she went past the toilet and entered the corridor. If they wanted to talk about something private, the toilet wasn't safe at all. Those secret phone calls in the toilet on TV were pure nonsense. The toilet was crowded and noisy. Even if it was temporarily empty, if someone suddenly came in while you were talking, would you continue talking or hang up? The corridor was usually empty. Only the cleaning auntie would regularly clean the trash cans along the corridor in the morning, afternoon, and evening. After Su Jiao confirmed that there was no one around, she lowered her voice. "Hello?" A magnetic voice came from the other end. "Is it convenient now?" Su Jiao gritted her teeth. "You still have the nerve to call me, Qin Zhe." Her current depressing experience was all caused by this guy. "Sister Jiao Jiao, we're on different sides." The person on the other end chuckled and acted very familiar. Su Jiao was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. "Who's your sister? Are we close?" "We're enemies." "What do you want?" Su Jiao asked. Her heart moved slightly as she guessed Qin Zhe's true motive. "Let's talk." "What do we have to talk about?" "If you don't want to talk to me, just hang up." "Why do you need to find a secret place to talk to me privately?" "Privately? Do you have some misunderstanding about the term privately?" Su Jiao said in a low voice, "I'll give you 5 minutes, I'm busy." Qin Zhe went straight to the point. "Come to Tianfang. I'll pay for the breach of contract, and we'll take care of the lawsuit. I promise to give you better treatment and higher commission. You're a rare good singer. At 31 years old, you're in your golden age and still have a lot of potential." If he didn't use the phrase, 31 years old, Su Jiao might have said a few nice words to him. Actually, although female artists were young and beautiful like fairies, there was no harm in looking at those popular female artists. Most of them were above 30 years old. Female artists at this age were considered young and had potential. There were basically no female artists below 30 who could make it to the A-list. Su Jiao said indifferently, "I'm doing pretty well in the imperial court, so why should I go to your Tianfang? A tree dies if it moves, and a person might not survive if they move as well. These days, it's common for artists who jump ship to disappear without a trace in the end. Unless there is really no future or hope, stability is more important." Qin Zhe said, "Isn't it because you have no future in dynasty?" Su Jiao abruptly raised her voice. "Qin Zhe, are you mocking me?" Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Even when she was angry, her voice did not sound harsh. Instead, it was quite pleasant to the ears. Qin Zhe said, "You know the truth well in your heart. Everyone will encounter a bottleneck in their life. Some people can't break through and go downhill. Some people have good circumstances and break through the bottleneck and see a wider sky. Think about it. If there were no accidents in your acting career, dynasty would have been your peak. There'd be very little hope for you to go further. But I can give you a hand. If you come to my Tianfang, I'll produce a single album for you every year. I'll personally produce it. Every album will have at least 1 song and at most 3 songs. After a few years, your works will accumulate and ferment. It won't be difficult for you to become an A-list singer." Su Jiao was silent. She was tempted. There was no way she wouldn't be. If she was a newly debuted artist full of ambition and fearless, she might have rejected Qin Zhe. But after so many years in the entertainment industry, she was more realistic and had a clearer understanding of herself. Qinzhe's olive branch was very tempting. Qinzhe said, "If you're worried, we can meet tomorrow and sign the contract on the spot. We'll help you settle the breach of contract and lawsuit. We definitely won't wash our hands of it." Su Jiao said. "Okay. What time tomorrow?" Qinzhe said, "Noon tomorrow. I'll send the address to your phone later." He hung up. Qinzhe winked at his sister. "Done." Qin Bao's heart thumped twice. She was electrified. What's there to be proud of? Do you often wink at other women as well? His sister rolled her eyes. Qinzhe. What nonsense are you talking about? I've settled Su Jiao. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to get her when we meet tomorrow. What did it have to do with flirting? Compensation and a lawsuit. Most importantly, you still want to sign the contract with her. Qin Bao said grumpily, "What are you doing? Do you value her so much? Isn't it better for our company to nurture our own artists?" Qinzhe, time is too slow. The profits are slow and the effects are slow. It's already not bad if 1 in 10 can produce some results. How can it compare to the joy of poaching? Plucking the fruit was the easiest and most convenient method. Qinzhe wasn't interested in nurturing newcomers because the system didn't leave him much time. There was about a year left. At this rate, he could complete the mission ahead of time. The premise was that he could wield the hoe vigorously. If he nurtured his own newcomers, he'd be thankful if he could become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 5 years. Right now, he could barely be considered an upper-class capitalist in the entertainment industry. As for Qin Bao, she was very passionate about farming literature. She hoped to rely on her own hands to achieve her own future. "What time is the appointment tomorrow?" "I'm going too," Qin Bao said. "Of course you're going. You're the big boss." Qinzhe stood up and used the landline to make a call. He told his average-looking assistant to inform the legal department to prepare the contract. The next afternoon, in a small private room in a cafe on the 82nd floor of the World Financial Center, a waiter led the fully dressed Su Jiao in. Su Jiao came alone. She didn't bring her manager or assistant. She wore a mask, sunglasses, and a woman's hood. Vanilla latte with cream. Qinzhe pushed the coffee to her. "My sister has always liked this. I think you girls all like this." Su Jiao took off her sunglasses, mask, and hood and said indifferently, "I like American coffee." "Oh, then I'll help you change it to American coffee." Qinzhe pretended to stand up and reached out to take back the coffee. Su Jiao quickly pressed his hand down and took a sip. She said grumpily, "No need. Let's talk business." As she spoke, her gaze swept past Qin Bao, who was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Bao rested her chin on one hand and stared out the window in a daze. She only turned her head to look when Su Jiao came in. Su Jiao was slightly surprised to see Qin Bao in person for the first time. Whether it was in the movies or on the album cover, Qin Bao was gorgeous. However, that was the result of makeup and photo editing. Many celebrities were slightly good-looking, but after some editing, they could still be as beautiful as a dream. The Qin Bao in front of her had a perfect side profile. She had sharp cheeks, a handsome nose, fair skin, and long and curly eyelashes that seemed to be able to catch the light. Then she looked at her figure. She had graceful curves and was full of vitality. Su Jiao compared herself in her heart and felt exceptionally discouraged. She had a delicate oval face and was very pretty. Her figure was slim, and she maintained it very well. She usually worked out and persisted in yoga. As for her skin, she was a woman in her early 30s after all. She wasn't as delicate as a young girl's, but she paid great attention to maintaining her skin and was fair, tender, and clean. However, compared to Qin Bao, she realized that she lacked 30% exquisiteness and 60% elegance. She was the kind of woman who would take people's breath away at first glance and was very intelligent. It was fine if this kind of woman was married, but if she wasn't, she would definitely be a vixen. No woman would be at ease seeing her. Take a look. Qin Zhe took out the contract and placed it in front of her. There weren't many clauses in the contract, and one could see the sincerity at a glance. Nowadays, companies and organizations gave their employees densely packed and complicated terms and conditions. Why? 1. Bullying the other party for not knowing the law. 2. The more clauses there were, the more restrictions there were. There was a lot of room for manipulation. 3. Some slightly overbearing clauses could be easily muddled through. After all, no one would take the time to look at a contract that gave them a headache. There weren't many contents on the 3 sheets of A4 paper. They were stamped with Tian Feng's official seal and Qin Bao Bao's signature. Su Jiao read it very carefully. After being in the entertainment industry for close to 10 years, she was very clear about the little traps in the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, she twisted open the pen that she always carried with her and put it down. She said, "You only listed the terms of my job hopping. You won't go back on your words. Even if I lose the lawsuit, you will compensate for my losses. However, you didn't mention that you have to write songs for me every year." Qin Zhe was taken aback. Is this very important? Su Jiao put down the pen and looked at him with slight annoyance. Of course it was important. If it wasn't important, why would she jump ship to Tian Feng? The world was so big, and there were so many companies. Qin Zhe said helplessly, "This clause was written in your employment contract with Tian Feng, not here. The purpose of this contract is to make you feel at ease, that's all. The real labor contract is the main point." Su Jiao took out her phone and tapped on it with her slender fingers. "I have to record a song, is that okay?" Qin Zhe, "All right, I'll repeat what I said just now." He didn't have much of a relationship with Su Jiao, and this was a big matter that concerned his future. It was normal to be cautious. After recording, Su Jiao was relieved and signed the contract. "Oh right, we can exchange Weibo accounts after this and coordinate with each other. I'll help you hire a water army to wash the floor, and we can quickly eliminate the negative impact that the album brought to you," Qin Zhe said. Su Jiao was taken aback and revealed a charming smile. "I look forward to working with you." This sentence made her like Qin Zhe even more. She had already considered it very clearly last night. Staying at Royal Entertainment Company indeed didn't have much room for improvement. Tian Feng's capital wasn't as good as Royal Entertainment Company's, but Tian Feng was flirtatious. Tian Feng rose suddenly in the entertainment industry. From movies to music, he achieved new heights and became a rising star in the industry. Flirtatious beyond words. As long as Qin Zhe was willing to write songs for her, she would be willing even if Tian Feng was a level weaker. Fast shooter Qin Zhe was a golden ladder that shone in the eyes of countless female singers. He was a hot commodity in the hearts of singers. When female singers mentioned Fast Shooter, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Fast Shooter, awesome. You couldn't stand it the first time, you couldn't leave the second time, and you would be dead set on it the third time. Su Yunhan and Huang Yuding were examples. But they only had one chance. Other singers worked hard to create songs and slowly climbed up. But as long as they hooked up with Fast Shooter, they would immediately soar. Currently, Qin Bao Bao was the only one in the entertainment industry who could enjoy this kind of fast and refreshing experience. If nothing went wrong, she could become the second. Chapter 520. I look forward to working with you. Qin Zhe extended his hand to her. Su Jiao smiled sweetly and was about to shake his hand when suddenly, a fair and tender hand grabbed hers first. Qin Bao Bao smiled brightly. I look forward to working with you. Su Jiao was slightly taken aback, but she immediately smiled. I look forward to working with you. She suddenly felt that Qin Bao Bao was quite kind and easy to get along with. She had a cold face the moment she entered, so she thought she had something against her. Maybe she was just in a daze just now. Seeing that she agreed to join Tianfang Entertainment, she immediately welcomed her with a smile. That must be it. I'm going to the washroom first. Let's go together later? Su Jiao asked. If the boss was easy to get along with, it would make her feel much more relaxed. If the boss wasn't easy to get along with, she wouldn't have a good time and might even reject Tianfang. Okay. Qin Zhe nodded. After she left, Qin Zhe picked up his sister's coffee. Don't have an appetite today? Qin Bao Bao snorted. Qin Zhe took a big gulp and commented, as expected, it's still too sweet. It doesn't suit my taste. Qin Bao Bao sneered. Does Su Jiao suit your taste? Qin Zhe laughed. Yes, I like this kind of charming woman the most. When she joins the company in the future, she'll obediently submit to everyone. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, you said the wrong thing. I'll give you 3 seconds to reorganize your words. She swung a knife at him. Qin Zhe blocked it and said helplessly, it's fun to be mischievous, don't take it seriously. Qin Bao Bao put on a cold face. It wasn't all because of Su Jiao. On the way here, Qin Zhe said that the price for Su Jiao joining Tianfang Entertainment was that he would produce an album for her every year. Qin Bao Bao instantly exploded when she heard this. He actually had to share such a quick and satisfying experience with another woman? It was said on the internet that Qin Zhe was her exclusive composer. They were one in the music industry, and there was no distinction between them. Qin Bao Bao felt that this was very good, very good. She felt sweet in her heart. But once Qin Zhe began to write songs for other women for a long time, her mentality exploded. Qin Zhe comforted him, okay. I'll reorganize my words. Qin Bao Bao, I don't want to listen, you bastard. Qin Zhe was speechless. I'll King beat you to death with one hit, you wailing freak. Staff techniques like the Divine Sea Swamp King, who had used it before, all said that it was good. Qin Zhe said, Su Jiao's fame is worth this price. Don't think that she's inferior to you. There aren't many female celebrities who are as popular as you in the music industry and even the entire entertainment industry. Right now, Tianfang only has you as a pillar, followed by Li Wei, and the remaining 2 or 3 B-list celebrities. Compared to the industry's leading companies, there were still too few celebrities on the upper echelons of the industry. Su Jiao joining our company will greatly boost Tianfang's reputation. How many years would it take for you to produce a B-lister just by relying on your own hard work? Qin Bao Bao said angrily, I understand, but I just don't want to listen. Qin Zhe, do you want to be spanked again? Qin Bao Bao immediately glared at him. Qin Zhe, what a joke. You're such a beautiful sister, I can't bear to hit you. Don't worry, I only write 1 or 2 songs for her every year. What's wrong with that? As long as you're willing, I can write songs for you every day. I'll only write songs for Su Jiao if she signs a slave contract. Sister's position in my heart can't be compared to those flirtatious B***cheese outside. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. Bah, it's all sugar-coated bullets. Wang Zijin said that I'm too gullible and often get coaxed by you like a fool. Does Sister Ziwei need to be taught a lesson? I'm too merciful to you, right? Qin Zhe said righteously, nonsense. Gullible women are the kindest. I like such a kind-hearted sister the most. Sister is Snow White, while Sister Ziwei is envious, jealous, and hateful. She's an evil empress. Don't listen to her. There was no technical difficulty in coaxing Sister. You just had to master one trick, do it as exaggeratedly as possible, and the more mushy, the better. Listen to me, everyone can give it a try. I guarantee that you'll be able to coax Sister into kissing and, Qin Bao Bao was so happy that she could die. She mumbled, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Qin Zhe, I don't care if you believe it or not. In any case, I believe it. Qin Bao Bao, no, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. Qin Zhe angrily rebuked, shut up, you're not allowed to talk about my sister like that. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe, Sozi Qin Bao Bao took a sip of the coffee. Qin Zhe had drunk it just now, so she didn't mind at all. It was just like how Qinze often ate food that she couldn't eat. In fact, she didn't mind, but when there was good food, she had to be the first to eat it. That way, she would feel like a little fairy who liked the feeling of being spoiled. Qin Bao Bao suddenly sighed. "Aze, do you know why sister doesn't let you have intimate contact with the female artists in the company?" Qinze nodded. "I know, an iron rod can be ground into a needle." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. "No, what does it have to do with grinding an iron rod into a needle?" Qinze guessed, "You're afraid that I won't be able to find my way home if I enter too many houses?" Qin Bao Bao said gloomily, "What does that have to do with houses?" She sighed and said coquettishly, "Many female celebrities admire you, but you know, when a woman admires you, it's only a matter of time before she likes you. It's taboo for men to become a playboy when they're in the limelight, because they'll lose the people who truly love them." Qinze thought to himself, "Isn't this still a matter of houses?" Su Jiao came back and closed the door. She carefully put on her mask, sunglasses, and hood. Qinze and Qin Bao Bao also put on their equipment. They paid the bill and left the cafe. The three of them entered the car and took the elevator down. Before the central tower was built, the World Financial Center's elevator was known as the fastest elevator. It went up hundreds of floors with a whoosh. There were also specialized staff in the elevator. Qinze and the other two didn't take the passenger elevator. They turned into the corridor and took the freight elevator. The afternoon rush hour was coming to an end, but there were still quite a lot of people. It wasn't convenient for the three of them to squeeze in with too many people. The three of them all wore masks and sunglasses, which looked strange and inevitably attracted attention. Qin Bao Bao held on to Qinze's arm in the posture of a girlfriend. Su Jiao slightly distanced herself. At first, she found it novel and took a few more glances, but after thinking about it, she didn't find it strange anymore. There had always been rumors about the good relationship between the siblings. Qinze's gaze swept over Su Jiao and suddenly thought of a problem. But the elevator just happened to open with a ding. The two men in the freight elevator were talking loudly. Once the elevator door opened, their voices died down and they turned to look with narrowed eyes. Qin Bao Bao frowned, a little disgusted by the car that reeked of alcohol. Su Jiao went in first, and she held on to her brother's arm and followed in. The two of them stood on the left and right, clearly separated. This feeling was like a private meeting between two lovers. They whispered sweet nothings behind closed doors, but they had to keep a distance once outside. Behind them, the two men's bloodshot eyes swept over Su Jiao's perky butt, and their eyes shone. In the scorching summer, clothes were originally bright. Su Jiao's figure couldn't compare to Qin Bao Bao's, but it was still graceful and voluptuous, with curves in the front and back. Qin Bao Bao's figure was better, but she had Qinze by her side. Even if they were drunk, most people would still subconsciously avoid a fresh flower that was already taken. Moreover, Qinze was 182 meters tall and looked like he was riding a horse. He quietly approached and stuck to the curve of Su Jiao's back with a natural and ambiguous posture. It was worth mentioning that this kind of thing was especially satisfying in the subway, and it was open and aboveboard. However, the price was that you would be squeezed out of your pants and thus neglect the soft curves of the girls' bodies. Su Jiao was stunned at first, and then she took a step forward as if she had been electrocuted. She turned around and glared at the man with disdain and loathing. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and immediately bounced away when she felt someone stick to her back. Besides, drunk men were really disgusting. Fortunately, she didn't bring any bodyguards with her today. Otherwise, she would beat his head off. Su Jiao raised her head to look at the number displayed on the elevator, 3rd floor, arriving soon. So disgusting. She cursed. It would have been fine if she didn't curse, but once she did, the two men got excited and retorted with a chuckle, "Little girl, why are you wearing a mask? It's embarrassing. Your voice is quite nice. Come, take off your mask and let brother take a look." One of them reached out to take off Su Jiao's mask. Su Jiao slapped it away. Qinze frowned. Old bro, you guys drank too much. What kind of place is this? Stop fooling around. The man who was sticking to Su Jiao previously cast a sidelong glance at Qin Zhe. What does it have to do with you? The other person glared fiercely at Qin Zhe with bloodshot eyes that were warning and threatening. A man who had drunk too much was probably in such an excited and aggressive state. Su Jiao felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a dead rat, even though she hadn't been molested too much. Moreover, her identity was sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for her to have a catfight with others. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao were of the same mind. It was already very good that Qin Zhe could say a few words, so he definitely couldn't be expected to quarrel or reason with the other party. Fortunately, the elevator had already reached the first floor, and it slowly opened with a ding. Someone bumped into Qin Zhe's back. The man who was glaring at him and sticking to Su Jiao deliberately bumped into him and walked out of the elevator first. At the same time, he reached out to grope Su Jiao's butt. Su Jiao shrieked. The man let out a series of guffaws. His companion behind him gave him a shove and also walked away, afraid of causing trouble. But before he could take a step, his collar tightened, and a strong force came over. His entire body was forcibly pulled back. Qin Zhe said to his sister, "Block the elevator door." Qin Bao and Su Jiao tacitly flashed out of the car and reached out to block the elevator door, not allowing it to close. Inside the car, the man staggered to steady himself and struggled a few times. Realizing that he couldn't do it, he pushed Qin Zhe's chest. "Do you want to die?" At the same time his palm pushed Qin Zhe's chest, Qin Zhe swung his hand and slapped him. The resounding slap echoed in the car, stunning him. The other man threw a punch at Qin Zhe without warning. Before his fist landed on the other party's face, he was fiercely kicked in the abdomen and slammed into the wall of the car with a bang. He clutched his stomach and slowly slumped to the ground. There was no one outside the elevator, but there were cameras in the elevator. Qin Zhe fiercely beat up the two men as fast as he could, his punches and kicks so fast that the two women at the elevator were speechless. If there was a mirror and they looked at it, they would find that their gazes were the same, starry eyes. Sometimes, violent men were hated by women, but sometimes, violent and domineering men made women feel safe and even idolized them. Su Jiao felt that Qin Zhe was different from the one she knew. Even though they had just met, it didn't seem bad to follow such a boss, whether it was out of the standpoint of a man acting bravely for a just cause or the mentality of protecting his employees. Qin Bao's mental activities were much simpler. Her salted fish's occasional display of strength and dominance intoxicated her. She thought that regardless of whether she hit or was hit, she should leave a few words of courtesy. In traditional fighting culture, it wasn't good for her to stand out. Hence, she spat in an imposing manner. "The country owes your dad a condom." With that said, she pressed the elevator button for the top floor and exited the elevator in a flash. The elevator door slowly closed, and the two men lay on the ground. "Let's go, security will be here soon." Qin Zhe pulled his sister's hand and quickly left. Chapter 521. They smoothly passed through the lobby and stepped out of the gate of the World Financial Center without encountering any security guards. Qin Bao said, "We should call the police to arrest them." Qin Zhe said, "It's not as refreshing as beating them up." Qin Bao kissed Qin Zhe's cheek through two masks and giggled. "Brother, you're awesome." Sister's kiss reward. The pair of limpid eyes under the sunglasses must have turned into beautiful crescent moons when she smiled. Qin Zhe was in a trance for a moment. How long had it been since he enjoyed Sister's kiss reward? From this year onwards, Sister rarely kissed him as a reward. In the past, when Sister was intimate with him, she would find excuses, such as, Sister's chest is uncomfortable, help me rub it, for example. In fact, Qin Zhe had never rubbed his sister's chest. He couldn't bear to think about this kind of chicken dinner. Then, after Qin Zhe helped Sister rub, Sister would reward him with a kiss. After all, it was open and aboveboard. Other siblings didn't kiss all day long. Qin Bao and Qin Zhe couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts, but with the excuse of reward, it was easy for both parties to accept it. Later, their relationship was like a runaway wild dog, running further and further away from the European continent. They didn't need to find reasons or excuses for kissing anymore. Qinzhe, thank you. Su Jiao stood beside the siblings with a smile on her lips, her eyes overflowing with light. Qinzhe nodded and said seriously, remember to work hard to make money for me. Su Jiao, I was so touched just now for nothing. Don't you know how to speak? No wonder you don't have a girlfriend with your net worth. According to the gossip in the entertainment circle, although Qinzhe claimed to have a girlfriend and was photographed strolling in the rain with a mysterious woman, there were paparazzi squatting outside Royal View Mansion 24/7. They had never seen Qinzhe go out with a strange woman other than Qin Bao. Of course, paparazzi were not surveillance cameras and couldn't stick the camera on Qinzhe. They recognized the license plate number, and when Qinzhe accompanied Wang Zijin to work, he drove Qin Bao's little red pony. Anyway, thank you. Please take care of me in the future. Su Jiao reached out her hand to Qinzhe again. Let's take care of each other. Qinzhe shook hands with her. Su Jiao withdrew her hand and entered a very low-key small Audi. She started the car and waited for a moment at the intersection before merging into the traffic. Through the rearview mirror, she saw that Qinzhe waved at the car from afar. He was a very interesting man. Su Jiao laughed briskly. The best way for an ordinary person to deal with a conflict in the elevator was to call the police, but her identity was different. She would rather endure it than call the police and expose it. Many female celebrities, even if they were protected by bodyguards, would inevitably be taken advantage of when attending events. They were even more unsafe than ordinary women. If she encountered someone she couldn't afford to provoke, she would endure it. If she encountered fans, she would also endure it. At most, she would turn around and scold the bodyguards. She didn't expect that Qinzhe would hit people. A man of his net worth should be high and mighty, arrogant, and refined on the surface. He definitely wouldn't have a conflict with a few salted fish. Otherwise, if he fought with people in the elevator, his reputation would be swept to the ground, and it would be very degrading. Who would have thought that he would be so valiant? Even if the two big men were drunk and not so drunk that they couldn't stand properly, he still KO'd them with just a few punches and kicks. Was this still a Sonda practitioner? Was he so fierce? Sis, you drive. Qinzhe went around to the other side of the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Oh. Sister got into the driver's seat, took off her high heels, and threw them to Qinzhe. She, who hadn't driven for a long time, threw them very naturally. Qinzhe, who hadn't been his sister's shoe boy for a long time, also caught them very naturally. Low-class system, are you there? Come out. Qinzhe fastened his seatbelt, closed his eyes, and summoned the system in his mind. The system ignored him. System, great sir system, are you there? Please answer if you receive. Qinzhe continued to summon. Call me great sir again, and I'll answer you. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Speaking of this voice, it was said to be some kind of infrasonic sound. Other than Qinzhe, other humans couldn't hear it. You're so happy to be mischievous? Qinzhe said helplessly, great sir system. Anyway, I'm also a salted fish, and I can reach out. The system was satisfied. Speak. Qinzhe, I suddenly thought of something today. How does one become a big boss in the entertainment industry? There has to be a standard, right? I have a bunch of celebrities under me, and my company has tens of billions of assets. I can also be considered a big boss. In terms of earning money, Star Art can't even compare to our Tian Fong. In terms of scale, as long as I'm willing, I can take funds from Purple Crystal and Baoze, and I can become one of the top capitalists in the entertainment industry in the country. The assets of the three companies added together was an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough for Qinzhe to enter the top 3 of China's Young Rich list, and the top 20 of China's Forbes Rich list. Take a look at these rankings. How many tycoons are in the entertainment industry? The system, didn't I tell you the standard? Qinze was confused. When did you tell me the standard? You have to be responsible for your words. The system, oh, then pretend you didn't. Qinze spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, you're disgusting, aren't you? Wipe the saliva off the windshield. Qinze quickly took out a tissue and wiped his saliva. Ying, you're being unreasonable. If you're disgusted, why would you eat my saliva? The low-life system finally had some integrity. When the mission was first triggered, there were no detailed rules. Because your level was too low then, you could only see the mission, but not the details. Now, you can announce it. Qinze asked suspiciously, you really didn't forget? The system, of course not. Qinze, I've played online games for so many years, and I've never seen a mission that only triggered the name of the mission. I graduated with a bachelor's degree, can't you at least respect my IQ? The system, you talk too much. Here's the mission, accept it. A 3D projection popped up in front of Qinze's eyes. It was similar to a game's personal homepage. Name, Qinze. Gender, male, age, 23. It showed his age. There were 2 rows of words on the left, point store and mission. Clicking on the point store allowed him to listen to songs, watch movies, and criticize Japanese educational films from the parallel world. In fact, Qinze could see anything in the point store, but he could not transfer it to reality in any way. For example, if he sang a song on a whim, it was fine, but if someone heard it, 30 points would be deducted automatically. It was a pain in the ass function. It was even more of a pain in the ass than when 3G had just entered the market. After redeeming the VR design blueprint, he only had 1,000 points left. There were 2 missions in the mission list: become a big shot in the entertainment industry within 2 years, create a new type of VR equipment within 1 year. Below both missions, there was a time display that moved like an electronic watch. The mission to become a big shot in the entertainment industry had been running for more than half a year. In half a year, he went from a stinky salted fish to Hei's king. Qinze clicked on the first mission, and as expected, a detailed description popped up. 1. Company funds reached 30 billion. 2 30-plus artists, A-list, 1 person, B-list, 5 people, C-list, 9 people. I'm so stupid. The criteria to become a big shot are money and people. A pile of cash and a basket of followers. Isn't that a big shot? After seeing the criteria, Qinze was excited. The 2 conditions were not difficult. He had 30 billion, and he could recharge it to Tencent. Recharge it to Tianfeng Entertainment. As for stars, he could just poach them. As long as he could complete this mission, Hei's king, would be able to pass the next tribulation without any worries. Even if the VR equipment mission failed, he would not have to die. It did not seem to be death. After the points were reset to 0, the lowly system would use the talent skill it was proud of, leave him, and find a new host. At that time, Qinze's body was weak and could not withstand the system's energy extraction. Now, it was no problem. At most, he would be beaten back to his original state. Oh, you think the mission is easy? The system said, look carefully, there is a time limit. Qinze immediately glanced at the mission details. Oh, maintain the above status, 1 month. What was this? It was not difficult at all. This girl, it's awesome. Qinze howled excitedly. Which girl? Qin Bao Bao's tone was cold. There was a murderous aura in the car. Qinze hurriedly explained, no, this is a song. Qin Bao Bao sneered. What song? Why haven't I heard of it? The song was called. What was it called again? Qinze hurriedly went to listen to the song record. He suddenly found that his points were not reduced at all. What does it mean? I clearly sang it. Why weren't my points deducted? Did the system change the rules? Qinze was dumbfounded. What was the song called again? The lyrics were, this girl, it's awesome. That's how it was sung, right? In order to deal with the situation of writing songs that could occur anytime and anywhere, he had been trying to listen to the songs in the point store. When he listened to too many songs, sometimes he would forget the name of the song. Qin looked at his sister. This girl, it's awesome. That's right, the lyrics are definitely like that. It doesn't fit the situation. I believe that when the original lyricist wrote the song, it should be like me now. Qin Bao snorted. Forget it. If I give you 5 more minutes, you can already come up with the lyrics and the tune. Who doesn't know you're a fast shooter? Sister, you're hurting my heart. When others say that I'm a fast shooter, I'll bear with it. You also say that I'm a fast shooter? The last Teddy who teased me like that was crying and singing about being conquered. Qin Bao restrained her anger and said sweetly, Brother, did you hook up with a little cabbage? Qin started coaxing his sister. Stop talking nonsense. Don't kiss me. Which cabbage out there is prettier than you? If I don't meet a woman as beautiful as you, I won't hook up with her. His sister sneered. I'm not a cabbage. Cabbages are naturally green. Whoever is stupid is a cabbage. Qin, he was suddenly speechless. Why did his sister suddenly become so flirtatious? Qin could no longer look straight at the word cabbage. If he went to Beijing another day, what if Father Wang said, the cabbage that I've been raising for 26 years was taken by this pig? Qin would spit at him and say, your cabbage is naturally green. Qin Bao smiled seductively. Tell me, I'll help you check. Qin gave her a sidelong glance. Then you'll say, hubby, is this the flirtatious B*TCH you've been messing around with outside? Qin Bao laughed 3 times. I'll hang her up and beat her up. Qin, I can't be bothered to talk to you. His OCD was acting up. What went wrong? Why didn't his points get deducted? He asked the system in his mind. The system ignored him. Qin Bao freed a hand and chopped his head. Damn it, are you trying to drag me down with you? Qin said, watch where you're going. I'll tell you slowly and you can listen. Qin Bao said in a low voice, go on. Qin, don't worry about me hooking up with this and that. Let me tell you a story. A golden key was inserted into a lock. It couldn't be opened no matter how hard you tried. Then, an iron key came in and opened it easily. The iron key said proudly, do you know why you opened it? It's because I'm the first wife. No matter how rich you are, you won't be able to win her heart. The golden key said, are you crazy? I'm just poking it for fun. Why would I want her heart? Qin Bao was stunned. She felt that it made sense and asked doubtfully, so, what are you trying to say? I'm saying this so you don't have to worry. Qin smiled. I'm just poking it for fun. Chapter 522. Qin was just joking with his sister, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. The car kept changing lanes. Regardless of the surveillance and whether points would be deducted, the female driver, Qin Bao, showed her superb lane-changing skills. She didn't even care about the number of cars and directly stopped by the side of the road. The car was silent, and the noise outside was blocked. Qin Bao turned sideways and stared at Qin without saying a word. In the silent stare, the little red guy was scared. Sister, dear sister, we were just joking. Qin said in a weak voice. As he spoke, he stared at his sister's expression, like a primary school student who raised his timid face in front of an angry teacher. Is it funny? Qin Bao said coldly. I think it's funny. Actually, it's not funny, really, Qin said. When did you become so flirtatious? Qin Bao said in a low voice. I've always been like this. Maybe, I've been a little naughty recently. Qin said something that didn't mean. When they were fooling around, Qin could kill a whimper with a punch. But when it really came down to it, he would surrender unconditionally, just like now. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his sister that made her have such a big reaction, it was right to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, there was still hope. He could use the tricks that he had practiced for 20 years to coax his sister to make her happy and then have sex with her at night to save his lost face. Silence again. Qin Bao Bao suddenly said in a sweet and charming manner, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are." Qin Zhe glanced at her, turned his head to look out of the window, and said softly, "Oh, it's okay." Qin Zhe looked out of the window in a daze. He couldn't remember which philosopher had said, "Feelings are above sexual desire, but feelings are always no match for sexual desire." Note, this sentence came from the life coach, newspaper seller. Piracy must be investigated. Qin Zhe felt that he had done it, just like the life coach above. Tianfang Entertainment was filled with beauties. Outside, there were countless coquettish B***cheese who wanted to sleep with him. But he wasn't like those big shots and directors who slept with female celebrities everywhere. At present, the only woman he has had in-depth communication with is Su Yu. When he is with Su Yu, his feelings are better than ***. Therefore, he could never be Long Outyan. At most, he could only be Wei Xiaobao. At least Wei Xiaobao could talk about emotions, but Long Outyan was different. Long Outyan was the most warm-hearted chivalrous person in the world. When he saw injustice on the road, he would shout, and when it was time to pull out his spear, he would pull out his spear. Qin Bao Bao focused on driving, and his face was a little gloomy. "Qin Zhe, sis, I still want to poach more people." Qin Bao Bao said, "Go back and do it yourself. I can't be bothered with these things." Was this the gesture of declining to chat? Qin Zhe also fell silent. Qin Bao Bao looked at him and said softly, "Do whatever you want. I won't stop you. Since we were young, when didn't I go along with you?" Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment. Thinking back to the past, it seemed that apart from some small and insignificant quarrels, whenever Qin Zhe showed an extreme desire for something or other, as his big sister, she would always follow him. Except for the 3 years of cohabitation in university, his sister was arbitrary and domineering. Take his wife as an example. He kept saying that he would return the money, but in fact, he was just saying it. He didn't really want her to return the money. If Qin Zhe had slapped her and said sternly and angrily, "Qin Bao Bao, **** king, return the money to me. If I did that, I might be killed." He felt that what his sister said was right, but there was something wrong with it. Qin Bao Bao said, "Work hard. If the young man is strong, China will be strong." Qin Zhe subconsciously replied, "If the young woman is strong, the young man will lean against the wall. If the young man is strong, the young woman will lie flat." Qin Bao Bao, "Qin Zhe, sister, I'm wrong. I'll try my best to control my mouth." Qin Bao Bao looked at him silently. Had her brother been bored for too long that he became a man? What should she do as his sister? Waiting online, urgent. Qin Bao Bao snorted and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down Lin Zexu's coffin for you." Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, "Since we're siblings, I'll hold down your language teacher's coffin for you." Her language was average since she was young, sigh. She was only lacking in language. Otherwise, she could have gone to Peking University and continued to be deskmates with Wang Zijin for a few more years. She was clearly a woman, but her science results were excellent. Qin Zhe was clearly a man, but his liberal arts results were good. Qin Bao Bao. There was nothing wrong with what I said just now. That afternoon, Qin Zhe posted on Weibo, "Your voice is worth having. I'm very happy to be your personal composer. Please take care of me. Su Jiao." The netizens who saw this Weibo post were dumbfounded. They were all in Chinese and could read, but they couldn't understand when they were strung together. What was Qin Zhe trying to say? Shake hands and make peace. What did the personal composer mean? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is this a gesture of goodwill? What does he mean by, "Only we can have your voice"? I have a premonition that something big is going to happen. I'm afraid there's some PY deal. The person above is brainless. There should be a molten iron deal. Beep, deeply stuck. Beep, old pervert card. The people above are a bunch of idiots. Didn't Su Jiao and Qin Bao Bao just end their duel? Su Jiao has been scolded badly recently. What does Qin Zhe mean by posting this? Yeah, my Jiao Jiao's image is greatly damaged. What does he mean? I don't understand. As a popular little fresh meat with tens of millions of fans, Qin Zhe posted such a controversial and bizarre Weibo post, which naturally attracted the attention of many online media and entertainment industry gossipers. They were all guessing what was going on. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao had buried the hatchet, and Tianfeng Entertainment and Dynasty had made peace. And he was even Su Jiao's personal composer? Personal composer was an exaggeration. It was how Qin Zhe expressed his close relationship. Not long after, Su Jiao reposted Qin Zhe's Weibo, "Boss, please take care of me in the future." Soon after, Qin Zhe reposted her Weibo, "This is our company's new employee. Please take care of me as well." Su Jiao reposted his Weibo again without saying anything. She added a series of dog head emoticons. This time, it was lively. Weibo was the first place to explode. Su Jiao's Weibo and Qin Zhe's Weibo were flooded with countless fans and onlookers within half an hour. There were fans from both sides. Su Jiao was going to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. Everyone was aware of this fact. A few days ago, they were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were fooling around together. Even TV plots didn't have such an exaggerated reversal. The onlookers were excited and felt that there was a big show to watch. Su Jiao's fans were even more excited. Previously, they were scolding Qin Bao and Tianfeng Entertainment with all their might. In the blink of an eye, the fans had joined Tianfeng Entertainment. After a brief moment of confusion, many fans almost screamed. Personal composer, eh. Qin Zhe, eh. Who didn't know the great name of a fast shooter? Who wasn't jealous of Qin Bao's quick and refreshing speed of promotion? And now, their idol was able to enjoy the same benefits. After the album's sales battle, Su Jiao once again dominated the trending searches and headlines. This was inevitable. The internet media would definitely not miss such a big piece of news. It wouldn't be long before pieces of gossip articles would be pushed to the internet and mobile phones. A large number of singers liked it, including Su Yunhan, Huang Yudong, and Gu Ling. Actually, there was another word in their hearts, envy. But it wasn't good to say this out loud, as it would cause their own entertainment company to have second thoughts. While the internet was abuzz with discussions, Royal Entertainment. Su Jiao handed in her resignation letter and unilaterally tore up the contract. The company's higher-ups were furious. They rejected Su Jiao's resignation letter and said that if she insisted on going her own way, not only would she have to pay for the breach of contract, but she would also have to face a lawsuit. Su Jiao's manager, Sister Zhang, was the first to take the lead and persuade her in the office. How did it end up like this? How did it end up like this? There was a steaming cup of tea in front of her. Sister Zhang clapped her hands with a pained expression. Sister Zhang, this is my decision. Su Jiao sat opposite her with a faint smile. Jiao Jiao, have you lost your mind? How is our Royal Entertainment inferior to Tianfeng? What benefits can Qin Zhe bring you by poaching you? Yes, the company's decision to increase the commission makes you uncomfortable, but the entertainment industry is like this. If it's Tianfeng Entertainment, it'll be the same, Sister Zhang said loudly. Qin Zhe can bring me opportunities. Sister Zhang, I've been stuck here for many years. You know very well that my acting career has reached a bottleneck, and I want to break through. Qin Zhe can give me opportunities, but Royal Entertainment can't. Su Jiao said in a low voice, trees die when people move. Sister Zhang persuaded earnestly, Jiao Jiao, I brought you from a young singer to where you are today, and Royal Entertainment has nurtured you for so many years. If you jump ship to Tianfeng now, don't you want your reputation? Su Jiao frowned. Whether I want my reputation or not is my own business. Besides, it's not a big stain. There are many artists who jump ship during the contract period, and I'm not the only one. What negative impact can it bring to me? Maybe it won't be as negative as hiring the internet water army to flood the album. Her tone was slightly heavy when she said the last sentence. Sister Zhang looked at her deeply. Those artists, there are indeed some who can become famous, but there aren't many. Do you think you can be like them? Sister Zhang taught you before that stability is the most important. As long as you can stabilize, sooner or later, you'll have a hard time. It's too risky to jump ship. You have to think carefully. Su Jiao smiled and took a sip of tea. She said in an exaggerated tone, Qin Zhe, a fast shooter. Sister Zhang, do you know what a fast shooter is? With him writing songs for me, why should I worry about not becoming famous? She changed to a worshipful tone. I'm too greedy. 2 songs a year is enough. That way, I can step into the ranks of A-list singers before I turn 35. As long as I step into that rank, the shelf life of a singer will be extended for many years, and I'll be remembered by the audience. Even if I'm old and weak, I'll still be a famous senior in the music industry. I won't be like other singers who used to be popular but lost their youth. After they left the peak, their value plummeted. Sister Zhang said with a straight face, think about how to get through this first. The company won't agree. The taste of a lawsuit isn't good. You're a veteran, so you should know. Su Jiao faintly smiled. Qin Zhe will help me. Sister Zhang sneered. Which poacher doesn't say that? How many celebrities were abandoned after losing a lawsuit? Do you believe him? I believe him. Su Jiao nodded, a sly glint in her eyes. I have a contract and a recording. In the office, there was also a female assistant who stood silently not far away, watching the 2 big shots' conversation. Su Jiao said, Sister Zhang, the tea is cold. Sister Zhang ignored her. She couldn't be bothered and looked at her assistant. Although I'm destined to be unhappy with the company, I'm still an artist of dynasty. Don't just stand there, help me pack my things. The assistant looked at Sister Zhang cautiously. Sister Zhang's face was dark and she didn't say anything. Su Jiao shrugged. Do it yourself. She packed her personal belongings as if no one else was around. Her persuasion failed. Su Jiao was determined to leave. Sister Zhang left with a dark face. Chapter 523. After Sister Zhang left, news of Su Jiao's decision to leave Royal Entertainment spread throughout the company. For a time, it attracted all kinds of discussion. Ever since the news came out on Weibo, all the employees in the company paid attention to this matter. They were nervous, angry, and expectant. Su Jiao was the mainstay of Royal Entertainment. At her peak, she could be ranked in the top 5. Now, she could be ranked in the top 10. And now, she was about to jump ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. This was undoubtedly a blow to the company's employees. For example, if a few of the company's executives suddenly jumped ship, the ordinary employees would definitely have thoughts, and it would greatly affect their morale. So many times, when you resigned, the boss didn't really want you to stay, but considered the feelings of the other employees. Royal Entertainment quickly responded by condemning Su Jiao on Weibo. They also posted a lawyer's letter to Su Jiao. Royal Entertainment had already filed a lawsuit for breach of contract, demanding 100 million renminbi in compensation. Royal Entertainment's post pushed this matter to the climax. The 100 million renminbi breach of contract replaced the topic of Su Jiao joining Tianfeng Entertainment as the headline and trending topic. Countless people looked forward to seeing how Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao would respond. Busybodies muttered that Su Jiao was done for. Tianfeng Entertainment and Su Jiao remained silent and ignored Royal Entertainment. The rumors on the internet were rampant, but Su Jiao, who was in the middle of this matter, stepped into Tianfeng Entertainment amidst cheers of welcome. At night, Qin Zhe held a welcome banquet for Su Jiao. Almost all the company's executives were present. Tell the legal department to get ready. Whatever Royal Entertainment does, we'll deal with it. Qin Zhe said, let's try to settle this matter as soon as possible. It's too much of a loss if we don't serve such a great Buddha. Everyone roared with laughter. Su Jiao glared at him and raised her wine glass. CEO Qin, a toast to you. She was wearing a graceful and elegant black dress with 2 shiny platinum earrings. She was bright and beautiful. The marketing manager asked, CEO Qin, aren't you going to say something online? Royal Entertainment's Weibo. Qin Zhe shook his head. What do I say? Do I have to prove myself offline? You tell me how, it's meaningless. Just ignore it. When the contract dispute is over, we'll post on Weibo and announce that Jiao has officially joined Tianfeng Entertainment. Entertainment companies were used to such lawsuits and disputes, and they were all experienced. However, Qin Zhe still asked, are you confident? I've heard of a case before where a certain celebrity had a falling out with his company and sued the company in court. However, he didn't win the case and the court ruled that the contract was not allowed to be terminated. I saw it a long time ago. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, it's already dead now. The manager of the legal department was well informed and immediately guessed which case he was referring to. He explained, I've studied that case before. At that time, it caused quite a stir. According to the court's judgment in the past, they would order the payment of liquidated damages, but allow both parties to terminate the contract. At that time, the court considered the interests of the management company for the first time. There were 3 main reasons why the artist lost the case. First, the contract was not a simple entrustment contract. The artist and the management company did not have the right to terminate the contract. Secondly, the artist bypassed the management company to take on private jobs for a year. Thirdly, 3 of the charges against the management company are not valid. Our legal department has already studied Su Jiao's contract. It's an ordinary commission contract, and the artist herself doesn't violate the contract, except for unilateral termination. Therefore, the main point of this lawsuit wasn't whether Su Jiao could terminate her contract with Royal Entertainment, but the issue of compensation. We will try our best to reduce the company's losses. The manager of the legal department said, CEO Qin, how much do you estimate the compensation in your heart? Qin Zhe joked, within 2 million. Everyone laughed. The manager of the legal department nodded solemnly. We will try our best. Qin Zhe laughed. I'm joking. Let's see how the first trial goes first. But the manager of the legal department said, CEO Qin, please believe in our professional standards. A lawsuit is like a puzzle game. The law is only a set of rules. There is no justice or evil. It just depends on who has a deeper understanding of the rules. Qin Zhe laughed. Let's drink, let's drink. F***ck, don't say any more. If I continue, I'll be taken care of by God River Crab. Qin Zhe understood the logic. When he was young, he remembered watching a certain lawyer-themed TV series. The main actors were all decent people, and the core idea of the whole series was to uphold justice and strike down evil. At that time, he had a beautiful vision of being a lawyer. When he grew up, he realized that something was wrong. If all lawyers were so righteous, then what was up with the criminal's lawyer? Qin Zhe felt that his IQ had been brutally ravaged. He had a bottom line in his heart for compensation. It was within 5 million. Could it be that he really had to pay $1 billion to the dynasty? That was impossible. Throughout the years, artists' contract termination cases were at most a few million, depending on the artist's net worth. They often saw a certain company arguing with a certain company or a certain person, asking for compensation of tens of millions or hundreds of millions. In fact, that was an exaggeration. As for how much compensation should be paid, it depended on how the lawyer argued and how the court decided. A few million was nothing to Hei's king. General Manager Zhang Fu laughed. CEO Qin, would you like to write a song to celebrate Jiao Jiao's joining? When everyone heard that, they followed suit. Qin Zhe waved his hand. How can it be so easy to write a song? Forget it. A manager laughed. CEO Chin, who doesn't know that you're a fast shooter? The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone cast admiring looks at him. The manager, who had drunk until his face turned red, looked embarrassed. He had drunk too much and spoke without thinking. He regretted it so much. Chin Zhe laughed. I drank too much and lost my inspiration. Little Ming, get out of here. Everyone laughed dryly and changed the topic. Zhang Fu said, Royal Entertainment must hate us to death. In fact, before Journey to the West, the two companies still had some business dealings. But business is business. They can't blame us for fighting back if they mess with us. Later, we'll draft a new contract and let the company's artists with potential sign it again. We have to prevent them from poaching. These words were not appropriate at the dinner table. Everyone present was in management, but Su Jiao was not. Everyone laughed and naturally skipped the topic. Su Jiao said, actually, there's another reason why I'm determined to leave Royal Entertainment. When everyone looked over, she continued, Huang Yuding's contract is about to expire. He decided to jump ship to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment contacted him in private a long time ago. Probably in July or August last year, when Huang Yuding participated in I Am a Singer. His current entertainment company is quite capable, but it can't compare to Royal Entertainment. Royal Entertainment can give him more resources, so it's normal for him to choose Royal Entertainment. If he comes over, as we're both singers, and my reputation just happened to be damaged, the company will definitely put him ahead of me and give him more resources. Chin Zhe was taken aback. Who did you hear that from? Su Jiao pursed her lips. I've been in Royal Entertainment for so many years. Of course, I have my ways to know about the company's operations and information. The banquet ended, and everyone dispersed. Walking out of the hotel, the stuffy air hit them in the face. Chin Zhe drank a little and walked side by side with his sister. They went to the small plaza behind the hotel to get their car. Qin Bao Bao took out the car keys from Chin Zhe's trouser pocket, unlocked the car, and got into the driver's seat. At the banquet, she didn't drink and asked the waiter for 2 cans of coconut juice. Watching the men chatting and bragging, she felt like a wife accompanying her husband. Demure, gentle, and obedient. I think what Zhang Fu said at the banquet is very thoughtful, Chin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao looked at him with her beautiful eyes, waiting for him to continue. They chatted too much at the banquet and her mind wasn't on other men, so she didn't remember. It's time to change the contracts of our artists. It's common for artists to jump ship. It's too frequent. This isn't good, but there's nothing we can do about it. Leaving after becoming popular is a risk that all entertainment companies have to face. Our company is the same. If we do this, others can do the same. When Su Jiao becomes popular in the future, can you guarantee that she won't be poached by other companies? There's also Feng Rui, who just became popular in the company. That little girl with big boobs and perky buttocks. Someone might have already contacted her in private. Because our country's entertainment companies are generally a combination of film and TV and management. For an entertainment company, take Star Art for example. How many movies do they produce in a year? How many TV series do they produce? This isn't enough to split among their artists. Artists want to stand out and become famous, but they can't get too many resources. At this time, when someone promises them high salaries and resources, jumping ship is the inevitable result. But this is our country. Hollywood's system is more complete and healthy. They separate the two major businesses, film and TV, to promote the positive and healthy development of the entertainment industry. But there's a prerequisite. The labor unions in America are very powerful. There are labor unions in every industry. They're very impressive and powerful. What about our country? Take the Writers Association for example. What's that? It's just a false reputation. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and looked at him. It's a good idea to bind them with contracts, but it's hard to guarantee that the artists won't make conditions. They'll have to make promises, or else they won't agree to change the contract. Don't mess it up. Qin Zhe chuckled. Then promise them that we'll film a few more movies and TV series and strive to give them more opportunities. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes charmingly. You say it as if it's easy to film and TV series. Qin Zhe smiled proudly. Who am I, a fast shooter? Before he could finish, his sister beat him to it. After saying that, she held her stomach and laughed. She leaned on the steering wheel and hit it with her little hands. Qin Zhe, one day, I'll King change this ridiculously low nickname. I want to poach Huang Yudong, Qin Zhe suddenly said. Qin Bao Bao turned her head. He was lying on the seat with his eyes closed. His face was slightly red, and the intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted out between his breaths. That's too much. We've only just poached Su Jiao. You have to consider public opinion. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Hey, I didn't say that I'm going to poach Huang Yudong during the contract period. Su Jiao just said that Huang Yudong's contract is about to expire, and he intends to jump ship to Dynasty. We're on good terms with him. When his contract expires, he can just join our company. Qin Zhe grinned, his eyes clouded with a layer of drunkenness. He might not be willing to join our Tianfang entertainment, Qin Bao Bao said. Want to make a bet? Qin Zhe said. A bet where we can do whatever we want? Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Forget it. He took out his phone and found Huang Yudong's private number in his contact list. Chapter 524. He dialed Huang Yudong's number. After waiting for a moment, the phone was connected. Qin Zhe, looking for me, what's the matter? Huang Yudong's voice was accompanied by strong panting. What are you doing? Qin Zhe frowned. I am doing exercising. Huang Yudong's tone was panting. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. If you're doing exercise, stop for a moment. I have something to tell you. If you're doing exercise, then I'm sorry to disturb you. Huang Yudong said angrily, why would I do exercise in the middle of the night? Wait a moment, I'll call you back later. He hung up. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister, embarrassed. His sister turned her face to the side, and her crystal earlobes seemed to be red. Qin Zhe lowered the car window and bit a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he turned his head and asked his sister, can I smoke a cigarette? Qin Bao Bao said softly. The air conditioner was blowing in the car, and the hot wind outside the window blew in. It felt like ice and fire. Qin Zhe lit the cigarette and puffed. Qin Bao Bao also lowered the car window. She didn't like the smell of cigarettes very much, but she wasn't like other women who frowned and waved their hands as soon as they smelled cigarettes, showing extreme disgust. But if Qin Zhe finished smoking, she wouldn't kiss Qin Zhe. So every time she went home, she would smell his mouth to see if there was any smell of cigarettes. Although they didn't practice kissing much, what if they had a whim? He thought that it would only take a few minutes, but in the end, 15 minutes had passed. A little bored, Qin Zhe turned his head and admired his sister's graceful side curve. She was dressed more casually today. She was wearing a black close-fitting t-shirt that clung to her small waist. It was so thin that he felt like he could wrap his hands around it. There was no belly, and it was tight. Qin Zhe had experienced it before. It was a pleated short skirt, light blue in color, which was Qin Zhe's favorite. She wasn't wearing any stockings. Her legs were fair, straight, and slender. He wore a pair of white running shoes. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao glared at him. What are you looking at? Huang Yudong's phone call made her feel weird. Why was her brother staring at her after the phone call? What was he trying to do? Qin Zhe looked around. I'm looking at the scenery. He was suddenly startled when he saw that someone was secretly taking pictures of them in the darkness outside the car window. At a distance of 30 to 40 meters, using the green belt and darkness as cover, ordinary people couldn't see it, but Qin Zhe could. As his practice of times are calling deepened, Qin Zhe's various senses and skills became more and more perfect. In the future, he would be able to *ck a bird in the sky, a turtle in the sea, or even a hole in the ground. Realization dawned on him. It should be the paparazzi or something. He and his sister were big shots, and many paparazzi dreamed of digging up their secrets. Whether it was exposing them or demanding a huge sum of hush money. In recent days, Su Jiao's sky-high compensation for jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment and Royal Entertainment had become a hot search and headline. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching and how many people were looking forward to the aftermath of this incident? It was normal for him and his sister to be targeted by the paparazzi. They were probably followed when they left the house. Then, this welcome banquet couldn't be hidden. Entertainment News would probably report tomorrow. Tianfang Entertainment's top management invited Su Jiao to a banquet. It didn't matter, and there was no need to hide it. Su Jiao jumping ship to Tianfang Entertainment was already an established fact. Paparazzi were very annoying. No celebrities would like them, but they were like annoying little demons that couldn't be shaken off. The best way was to treat them like air and try not to do anything private in public, such as kissing his sister. Qin Zhe pretended not to see the paparazzi taking pictures. He waited for another 5 minutes. He finished his second cigarette. He waited for another 10 minutes. He finished his third cigarette. After waiting for a total of more than half an hour, Qin Zhe got impatient and dialed Huang Yuding's number again. What's going on? Huang Yuding also has a low-level system. *ck, it's almost going to last longer than me. At a certain high-end residence. Huang Yuding was lying on a spacious double bed. In the luxuriously decorated bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, and there was only a table lamp emitting an orange halo at the head of the bed. A woman with wavy curls was lying on the bed, revealing her snow-white, round, and fragrant shoulders. She blinked her languid eyes. Yuding, why aren't you returning my call? When Qin Zhe called just now, they were already almost done. In the end, Huang Yuding leaned against the headboard and stared at his phone for a long time without returning her call. Huang Yuding glanced at the time and shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. He had a girlfriend, and it was the woman on the bed, a young model born in the 90s. That was not right. Young models born in the 90s were already approaching their 30s. Only young models born in the 90s could be considered young models. Qin Zhe called you. Maybe it's about a song? His girlfriend urged. Hurry up and return his call. Don't you always want him to write songs for you? Huang Yuding was silent. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He could not compromise. He waited for another 10 minutes. I still want to love even in death. I won't be happy if I don't thoroughly and vividly. A loud voice sounded. Caller, Qin Zhe. Huang Yuding took a deep breath and picked up the phone. He was panting. What now? Didn't I say I'll call you back? There was a long silence. *ck, my waist is not convinced. Huang Yuding panted. Hee, I'm gifted. There's nothing to be surprised about. His girlfriend, I'm not convinced either. Then you continue. We'll talk another day. Don't. Since you called, I'll stop for a while. Stop for a while. Is that okay? Hey, it's not a critical moment. It's okay to stop for a while. I'm still early. Qin Zhe screamed in his mind, hey, lowlife system, what's going on? You're selling fake kidneys, aren't you? The system ignored him. Huang Yuding was full of arrogance. What's the matter? Did you agree to my request for a song? Qin Zhe said, asking for a song is a small matter. Let me ask you, is your contract about to expire? Huang Yuding said, it'll expire next month. Qin Zhe, you don't plan to renew your contract and jump ship to Royal Entertainment? Huang Yuding was shocked. How did you know? Don't spread this. Qin Zhe said, Su Jiao told me. So what if it spreads? It's not jumping ship. You and the company both know this, don't you? Huang Yuding said, my company is not big. If I stay here, my prospects are definitely not as good as Royal Entertainment. There was a company in the capital that wanted me, but it's too far away. I don't want to fly between two places and settle in the capital. There's nothing to stay in that shabby place. And the music director of Royal Entertainment is my classmate. He has been persuading me for a long time, so I plan to go there. Qin Zhe said, N. Huang Yuding continued, originally, I wanted to ask you for a song in the future and shamelessly ask for a few more songs. But you and Royal Entertainment have a feud. I'm afraid there's no chance now. He said in a tentative tone. Qin Zhe snorted. Definitely no chance. I won't give you a single song. Huang Yuding said dryly. Don't be like this. After all, we're friends. If he listened carefully, he could actually guess Qin Zhe's intentions. But when a man vented, not only was his body drained, his mental acuity would also decrease. Qin Zhe said, it's actually very simple to ask me for a song. As long as you promise me one thing, not only will I give you a song, I can do it every year, just like Su Jiao. This time, Huang Yuding understood. He was not surprised, not excited, nor did he refuse. A moment later. You want to poach me? Qin Zhe corrected him. I'm not poaching you. I'm waiting for your contract to end. But I feel that other than songs, Tianfang is inferior to Royal Entertainment in all aspects, Huang Yuding said cautiously. That was in the past. Qin Zhe said disdainfully, Tianfang's current scale is indeed not as big as Royal Entertainment. They also don't have as many artists under them. But an entertainment company's prospects are not based on its scale, but on its potential. Look at the movie Tianfang made this year, If I Become Memories. The domestic box office was 2.8 billion and the overseas box office was 800 million. As for Journey to the West, the two movies combined have already exceeded 10 billion. Not to mention the album. If you don't count Su Jiao, my sister has broken the record again. This is potential, brother. Tianfang is flourishing now. It's inevitable that it will surpass Royal Entertainment. You entering Tianfang now and in the future are two completely different concepts. What can Royal Entertainment give you? They can only help you take on more commercial performances, and give you more work to earn money. Tianfang can give you the same. I'm not afraid to tell you that we don't have much work. Instead, we have too few artists, so there's no need to fight for resources for now. Moreover, in terms of career, singers still rely on their works. You know what it means if I write songs for you. Just look at Su Jiao's choice. Believe it or not, in at most 3 years, her position in the music industry will be on par with yours, or even surpass yours. And you, don't you want your celebrity to live longer and have a better reputation? It's the age of little fresh meats now. How many more years can you stay popular? Believe it or not, once the number of outstanding works decreases, your reputation will plummet. Finally, funds. You'll never know how much money I have. Let's not talk about Tianfang. Guess how much I earn every month from Baoza Investment? Have you forgotten my title last year that was more famous than the fast shooter? God of Stocks, a god of stocks even more awesome than Xing Beach's little god of stocks. There's also my antivirus software. It's not as profitable as Baoza and Tianfang for now, but it's not a problem to earn tens of millions every month. Huang Yuding pushed away his girlfriend who had leaned over to listen to the phone call. He pulled open the curtains in his pajamas. How many songs will you write for me every year? You're more famous than Su Jiao, and we're friends. At least 2 songs a year, at most 4. Singers usually release 2 albums a year. 4 songs is enough to make up a single album. If you take them apart, 2 songs from each album are mine. You've tasted the sweetness of love even when you die, right? Huang Yuding said, okay, I'll go to your company tomorrow. Qin Zhe smiled. Wise, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll ask you one last time. Are you really that King Long? Huang Yuding laughed out loud. This is considered long? Sit down, sit down. It's basic. He faced the window and didn't see his girlfriend curling her lips in disdain behind him. Qin Zhe, F***ck, he didn't believe that Huang Yuding was so powerful. He must have taken a little blue pill. He hung up the phone. Qin Bao Bao asked timidly, "Hey, do all men take this long?" Although she rarely came into contact with filthy things on the internet and had never watched any Japanese educational films, it didn't mean that her sister was a primary school student. She knew everything she needed to know in that aspect. She just lacked practice. Think about it, if she had to be stabbed for half an hour to an hour, would she be able to take it? Under the dim light on the car roof, her sister's delicate face was dyed with a layer of orange, like a piece of flawless yellow jade with a faint blush. Qin Zhe snorted. Don't be surprised. Men should be this long. Men should be this long. And men should be this long. Actually, they had different meanings. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. You must be lying. She expressed her disbelief. Qin Zhe thought to himself, so what if I'm lying? Can we still talk about it? Do you want to continue poaching people? Qin Bao Bao changed the topic and talked about that with her brother. No matter what, she was excited and embarrassed. She crossed out the excited part. Qin Zhe nodded. Why? Qin Bao Bao asked the question in her heart. Forcing the system to force me. Qin Zhe sighed. I can't stay in Tianfang forever, and I can't really become a star. So let's develop Tianfang as soon as possible. It'll save me and you a lot of trouble. I haven't spent so much effort on Baoza and Amethyst. But Tianfang is my gift to my sister. No matter how tiring or troublesome it is, I will make it a top entertainment company. My sister should have the best. Sit down, sit down. Coaxing his sister was routine. Coaxing his sister was too easy. Every time he coaxed her, his sister would be happy for a while. This time, the effect seemed to be even better. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. In that instant, she was like the incomparably enchanting Daji, but also like the bright and adorable Xiao Moxian. She leaned over and wrapped her arms around Qin Zhe's neck. Hey, do you want to eat the rouge on my lips? Yes. F***ck, Qin Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp went numb. He suddenly remembered that there were paparazzi outside. Chapter 525. If he guessed correctly, the high-powered camera with night vision function was focused on the inside of the car. At this time, his sister had put her hands around his neck, her pretty face flashed with shyness and joy, and her thin mouth was slightly open. In the next scene, if the paparazzi were not dead, then the sister and brother would be dead. The paparazzi may be extremely excited, stimulated, and surprised, leading to cardiac arrest and death from shock. No matter how he thought about it, the sister and brother were more likely to be dead. At this moment, if he told his sister that there were paparazzi secretly taking photos, his sister would definitely pull back from the cliff and make a move to distance herself. But in the eyes of outsiders, it would be even more strange, and those with a big brain hole would probably have a bad association. How to smoothly eliminate the ambiguous action into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, Swamp King had an idea. He first extended his left palm and pressed it on his sister's chest, giving himself a buff that turned his chest into bliss. Then, he swung his right hand and chopped his sister's head. Qin Bao Bao was stunned on the spot. What are you doing? She covered her head, pursed her small mouth, frowned, and looked aggrieved. That chop just now was a bit heavy. One chop, one chop. Qin Zhe shouted and made 3 consecutive chop. It seemed to be a big move, but the strength was actually very light. After being hit by a series of blows, Qin Bao Bao launched a counterattack and hit Qin Zhe's chest with 2 fists. Qin Zhe also clenched his fists and fought back. Qin Bao Bao's advantage was revealed. If it were Wang Zijin, she would confront him with an aggrieved look and wait for Qin Zhe to take the initiative to admit his mistake. If it were Su Yu, she would pretend to be heartbroken and accuse Qin Zhe of being heartless. Not far away, the paparazzi hidden behind the green belt saw the sister and brother fighting in the car through the camera with night vision function. So naive? The paparazzi murmured. Just now, Qin Bao Bao was going to hug Qin Zhe's neck, right? That posture was very ambiguous, and he was stunned at that time. The two of them were siblings, right? They weren't a celebrity couple, right? Soon, he found that he thought too much. The fast gunman waved his hand knife and shot Qin Bao Bao 3 times in a row. Qin Bao Bao angrily fought back. The siblings punched each other for half a minute. So, Qin Bao Bao was going to strangle Qin Zhe's neck instead of hugging his neck. As expected of a female celebrity who was known as a natural seductress, her every move was ambiguous and seductive. The paparazzi watched from the camera as the siblings messed around for a while. Then, they stopped, drove the car, merged into the traffic, and disappeared. Today, they still didn't manage to dig up any explosive news from the siblings, but they managed to capture the scene of Su Jiao and Elysium's higher-ups attending the banquet, so it wasn't a loss this time. In the car, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Bao Bao said, "Are there really paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us?" Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, which day hasn't there been paparazzi secretly taking pictures of us? I saw them when I was smoking just now. They were sneakily hiding behind the greenery. This bunch of paparazzi who are like plasters, I am willing to spend a good night with your mother." Qin Zhe was drenched in cold sweat just now, and he was quite frightened. Qin Bao Bao, only a ghost would believe that there's a bosom friend in the sea. Qin Zhe, luring grass on the plains, forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. So awesome. She didn't have any more poems in her stomach, so she sulked as she drove. After driving for a while, Qin Zhe said seriously, "Let's be more careful in the future, especially in public places. You can't mess around like you do at home. If you get photographed, it won't be good for your reputation." Qin Bao Bao pulled a long face. "I know, it's all because sister can't be seen in public." Qin Zhe hesitated and said, "If you feel that it's unfair, you can put yourself in my shoes. It's actually not good for my reputation. If I get photographed, I won't be able to face anyone. Both of them would be finished for this kind of thing, all right?" And no matter how you looked at it, Qin Zhe was more at risk. The old master would beat him to death. Qin Zhe counted the B-list artists in the company. Li Wei, Su Jiao, Huang Yudong, and the 2 B-list artists who starred in A Journey to the West, there were exactly 5 of them. There were 9 C-list artists, and they were currently short of 2. Qin Zhe immediately thought of Guling and Ding Lixin, a female singer duo, but he immediately rejected that idea. There were too many singers in the company, and it would cause an imbalance in the ranks of the artists. In a truly healthy and powerful entertainment company, film and television stars must be the mainstream, followed by singers. Also, he had promised Huang Yudong and Su Jiao, so the other singers would definitely make requests or else they would feel unfair. Huang Yudong and Su Jiao added up to 5 or 6 songs a year, so it didn't matter. But this couldn't become a routine, or else everyone would use this as a condition. There were countless songs in the store, but Qin Zhe's points were limited. Once again, Guling kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, showing that she wanted to seduce him. This violated sister's taboo. Sister had never liked her. If he poached Guling and they were under the same roof, Guling would definitely pursue him in a more daring way. Her mentality would probably explode. Right, Qian Shishir and Yi Lu. Qian Shishir was cheerful, lively, petite, and cute. Qin Zhe quite liked this kind of personality. However, her acting skills weren't top-notch. She had acted in many dramas, but after being scolded a few times by haters online, she changed her main occupation to variety shows. As for Yi Lu, she was a rather interesting woman. She was tall and beautiful, and claimed to be his fan. Last time, when he accompanied sister to a reality show, He was in the same team as her. During this period, they would occasionally message each other. When it was a festival, they would send a few blessings. Hello, Qinze. After dialing Qian Shishi's number, it rang for a while before the other side picked it up. You're sleeping so early? It's only 10:30, Qinze said in surprise. I slept at 10, Qian Shishi said lazily. Boss Qin, why are you calling me? Do you want me to warm your bed? Sure, come on, come on. I have something to talk to you about, Qinze said. What is it? Say it quickly. Women who stay up late will age, Qian Shishi said. I want to invite you to join Tianfang. Qinze went straight to the point. Huh? Qian Shishi's tone suddenly rose. Come to my Tianfang, Qinze said. Qian Shishi, at this moment, Qian Shishi, who was sleeping soundly, flipped over and sat up. With her messy hair, she touched her forehead and smoothed her hair back. Boss Qin, don't tease me. I'm not teasing you. Really? I was watching you and Royal Entertainment quarrel the day before yesterday with relish. Now you're calling me and saying that you want to poach me? I'm a slut in the capital. I've never thought of settling in Shanghai. I don't care if you're a slut in the capital or in the northeast. As long as you're not a slut, I won't eat you. Besides, don't you have property in Shanghai? You spend almost half of your time in Shanghai every year. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known each other. As an artist, who doesn't travel all over the country? It's normal to be away for a few months for a drama. How much time do you spend at home? Don't talk to me about this, Qinze said. Qian Shishi was a cheerful and soft girl. When talking to her, there was no need to be too polite. Just banter and joke like friends. Qinze said, not only has Su Jiao joined my company, Huang Yuding's contract has also expired. He has decided to join our Tianfang. Qian Shishi was shocked and speechless for a long time. In a soft and cute voice, she said, Are you for real? You're lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Boss Qin, what are you trying to do? You can't be so ruthless, right? Poaching so many artists at once. Can the company digest them all? It's very troublesome with lawsuits. Qian Shishi felt that he was too crazy. People did business and ran companies step by step. But he was moving too fast. What do you think? Qinze asked. I'm not coming. Qian Shishi said, I'm doing well here. Why would I come to your company? Send me a boyfriend? I'm not a singer. It's useless even if you write songs for me. I'm not cut out for singing, so your Tianfang is not attractive to me. I don't want to be entangled in lawsuits. It's so troublesome. Time will pass. Think about it, Qinze said. Qian Shishi burst into laughter and said coquettishly, No. She changed the topic and teased, Do you have a girlfriend? Qinze looked at his sister and said without hesitation, No. Salted fish knew how to choose. Qian Shishi giggled and said, Then be my boyfriend. I'll come over. How should he answer this? It should be a joke, but if he rejected it directly, it would appear that his EQ was low. If he agreed, the jealous lover beside him would act up again. Allow me to ponder for a while, Qinze said, Yes, Can't afford it. Pass. Qian Shishi did not react and thought that he was casually changing the topic. She smiled and said, All right. I'm just joking. I'm going to sleep. Bye. Qinze sighed and said, I'll talk for a few more minutes. Listen carefully. When it's done and you still don't want to come, we'll treat it as if it never happened. Qian Shishi was stunned and said, Wait a moment. She got out of bed and went to the living room to pour a cup of warm water. She took a sip and said with a serious expression, Go ahead. I remember that you used to be a movie star, but after filming a few years of television dramas, you were criticized for your poor acting skills. Unable to take the blow, you gradually faded out of the film industry and became active in variety shows, Qinzhe said. Why are you stabbing me in the heart for no reason? Qian Shishir said angrily. Actually, I've watched your television dramas in the past and quite liked you. You're beautiful and your acting skills are good. Why were you criticized to this extent? Indeed, your acting skills aren't top-notch, but there's nothing wrong with it. Why were you criticized as an actress with no acting skills who would never become popular? Qinzhe asked. Yes. I also think that my acting skills are not bad. Qian Shishir felt the same way. But it's not up to the artist to decide what kind of show to film. Back then, all kinds of film companies would help me accept. There were many lousy shows, but I just gritted my teeth and acted in them. What could I do? I was helpless too. However, I'm doing quite well now. Variety shows are much more relaxed and cheerful. Qinzhe said, no matter how popular variety shows are, you're just like that. Qian Shishir was silent. Qinzhe guided her patiently. I can give you a chance. I can give you a chance to return to the film industry. Don't you envy those celebrities who become popular overnight? Don't you want to prove yourself? Are you really willing? Stay in variety shows forever and never leave? How many years have you been in the industry? Have you won the Best Actress award? You haven't even won the Best Supporting Actress award. How many red carpets have you walked? You even feel embarrassed to walk the red carpet, right? That's because you're not filming anymore. You're just slacking off in variety shows. Chapter 526. Qian Shishir pretended to be relaxed and laughed. Mr. Qin, you really have a glib tongue. But we're friends, right? Don't paint a big picture for me. Variety shows are useless, but at least it's comfortable and there's no risk. If I agree, what if I lose the bait and lose the bait? How many years can you stay in variety shows? As you get older, there will be fewer and fewer shows looking for you. Qinzhe said calmly, do you know why Su Jiao agreed to jump ship? It's not just because of the song. Our Tianfang will also take care of the lawsuit, compensation, and one-stop service. As long as you agree, we'll leave the rest to Tianfang. You just have to obediently rest at home for a while and then happily come to my embrace. You won't believe me even if I tell you. We can sign a contract. Tianfang guarantees that we won't give up on you and will help you settle these things. Qian Shishir didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about it. I know you're worried that you'll jump ship, or will it be the same as before? Don't worry, it won't happen. I promise to give you better film and television resources. It's not like you haven't seen my movies before. Which one of them isn't popular? Think about it, if you came over earlier, If I Became Memories and Journey to the West would definitely have a role for you. Those who became popular because of Journey to the West, like Feng Rui. Those whose fame rose again, like Li Wei. Can your current entertainment company give you such conditions? Qian Shishir was bewildered. You'll really give me better film and television resources? Qinzhe, we can sign the contract first. Later, you'll officially join us and we'll write it in the contract. Qian Shishir, take care of the lawsuit? Qinzhe, N. Qian Shishir, hey, Qinzhe, why are you doing this? First it was Su Jiao, then Huang Yudong, then me. How can you do this? I feel like you're just messing around. Qinzhe, so I'm the big boss, and you're a small artist. Go. Qian Shishir said angrily, then I'll come to Shanghai another day. Let's talk business. You have to write those promises in the contract. Qinzhe, no problem. Before hanging up, Qian Shishir suddenly said, what do you mean by A? Are you mocking me? Did I say that? I'm hanging up. I'm driving. Qinzhe hung up. On the other side, Qian Shishir glanced at her phone screen, lowered her head, and looked at the outline of her breasts that were faintly discernible under her pajamas. She muttered unwillingly, I'm into B, okay? Neon lights illuminated the skyscrapers, and cars converged into a sparkling river. Qin Bao Bao straightened her back, clenched the steering wheel with both hands, and looked ahead attentively. She looked very cute when she was driving seriously. Did Qian Shishir agree? Sister asked. That's true. With me around, who can't handle it? Qin Zhe chuckled. Yes, yes. Brother, you'll definitely have a bright future if you work in MLM. You're also good at bewitching people. Qin Bao Bao said seriously. Qin Zhe was too lazy to argue with his sister. It's over now, right? Is there anyone else? Qin Bao Bao said. Also, I plan to poach Yilu too. However, it's too late this year. Let's talk about it tomorrow. You still want to poach people? Are you crazy? Of course, Qin Bao Bao didn't know that her little brother was a cheater. She couldn't understand Qin Zhe's actions. Even if he wanted to make good food for her, he didn't have to do it like this. He was like a hungry ghost who ate 3 days' worth of food. If he didn't die of bloating, he would vomit. It's just a basic operation. Don't be surprised. Qin Zhe couldn't explain the reason to his sister, so he bragged, when have I ever done something that I'm not confident in? Qin Bao Bao chuckled. When have you ever been outstanding in anything since you were young? Qin Zhe's scar was exposed, and he said angrily, I'm a late bloomer. How can a golden carp be a fish in a pond? It will turn into a dragon once it encounters the wind and clouds. Yesterday, I was already dead. Today, I'm Hei's king. Hei's king, what do you plan to do next? It's easy to poach people, but it's not easy to run a business. Writing songs isn't a problem. After all, my little brother is a fast shooter. I'm proud of him. I believe that you can satisfy Huang Yudong and Su Jiao. However, what you and Qian Shishir promised, is it really not nonsense? Don't go back on your word when the time comes. If you can't give them good resources, there will be disputes again, Qin Bao Bao said. She finally acted like a good wife and mother, a good wife and sister, a good sister and sister. Qin Zhe didn't criticize when he did things. He would always give careful warnings after the event. She was so virtuous, she must be an older sister. Because his girlfriend couldn't be virtuous. His girlfriends were all juicers. Don't worry, it's not a problem. As long as I complete this task, I can have as many movies as I want, Qin Zhe said. He could do whatever he wanted with points. In other people's eyes, Qin Zhe's actions were childish and stupid. To use a fashionable saying, if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls. However, Qin Zhe was a cheater. As long as he completed the task of Entertainment Circle's big boss, he would get tens of thousands of points. It wasn't a problem to exchange as many movie and TV scripts as he wanted. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips. Regardless of whether her younger brother was bragging or not, since it was already like this, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Go online and see which movies have the highest box office recently. Let's go watch some other day and gain some experience. Qin Zhe turned on his phone and logged onto the ticket purchase website. He read from his phone, the box office is ranked first in America's Women's Federation. The second is Thailand's Wrestling I'm the Best. The third is our country's You're Embarrassed, I'm Embarrassed. Qin Bao Bao asked, what's your D? Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at his sister's proud and perky chest. Visually estimated to be 36D. Qin Bao Bao looked at him blankly. When she met her younger brother's gaze, she was both embarrassed and angry. She freed her right hand and hit his head. You're so annoying. You don't have to worry about the movie. I'll handle it myself. You just have to practice your singing or film, and occasionally manage the company. As for the concert, I'm sorry. I'll probably be very busy in the next few months. The key is the issue of funds. The compensation for these celebrities and the acquisition of Purple Crystal's factory will all cost money. Qin Zhe said, when Journey to the West is taken off the shelves and the money comes in, we'll hold a concert. It's like a national tour, okay? Qin Bao Bao said in an indifferent tone, okay. Anyway, she wouldn't run if she could. It was enough for her to release albums. Wasn't it tiring to run around? She also had to worry about the intruder taking advantage of her absence and eating the pig she had raised for 24 years. It was only 3 kilometers away from the neighborhood. When the car passed by the 24-hour supermarket, Qin Zhe said, "Stop for a while. I'll buy a pack of cigarettes." The car stopped by the roadside. Qin Zhe opened the door and got out. "You can only buy 1 pack," Qin Bao Bao shouted at his back. Qin Bao Bao limited his cigarettes to 1 pack every 2 days. He could only buy 1 pack at a time. If he bought too many, she would get angry and throw them away. It didn't matter during the day, but when she got home from work, she definitely couldn't let her brother smoke. She couldn't stand the heavy smell of cigarettes. "Got it." Qin Zhe put on his mask and cap as he walked. When he entered the supermarket, there was a kid in middle school standing behind the counter. He had a childish face. Perhaps his parents had something to do, so he was helping to look after the store. Qin Zhe took out a 100 yuan note. "Give me a pack of Chicken Lord." The kid's gaze swept across the glass cabinet and turned to look at the wall cabinet with cartons of cigarettes. He shook his head and said, "Chicken Lords are sold out." Qin Zhe frowned. "There's no Chicken Lord, then give me a pack of Chicken Lord." "There's still Chicken Lord." The kid took out the cigarettes and handed them over, keeping the 100 yuan note. There was no need for change. Both Chicken Lord and Chicken Lord were the same price, 100 yuan. Qin Zhe put the cigarettes in his pocket. He only smoked Chicken Lords. Chicken Lords were strong, but pure. Chicken Lord was soft. Although it tasted good, it was too bland. Only sissies would sleep with women. Men should *ck men. For reference, only sissies would suck Chicken Lord. Men should smoke Chicken Lord. He would just be a sissy for a day. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the supermarket. The man stood at the counter and pointed at Chicken Lord. "Give me a pack." Qin Zhe thought, "Yo, your brother is also smoking Chicken Lord." "No, this is the shell," the kid replied. "Then give me a pack of Chicken Lord." The man took out a 100 yuan note and placed it on the glass counter. The kid held the cigarette in one hand and the money in the other. He turned around and put it through the money detector. The woman suddenly said, "Wait, you can pay with Zhizhibao, right?" Chapter 527. "Sure." The young man took out the QR code and placed it in front of her. The woman took back the $100 bill and handed it back to the man. Then, she pointed her phone at the QR code and scanned it to pay. But then, the man changed his mind and insisted on paying with cash. He pushed the $100 bill to the young man. Qin Zhe saw that the man had been holding onto his wallet the whole time. He had secretly swapped out the $100 bill. He still had a fake bill in his hand, which had been blocked by his wallet. Through the woman's manipulation, he took out the fake bill and handed it to the young man. The young man was young, but he didn't know how sinister people were. He didn't suspect anything and took it. The man and woman looked at each other and smiled. Just as the man reached for the cigarette, Qin Zhe was one step ahead of him. He pressed down on the packet of dammy cigarettes that cost $100. The man stared at him. "Brother, what's the meaning of this?" They looked at each other silently, trying to use their eyes to tell Qin Zhe not to meddle in other people's business. Qin Zhe retracted his gaze and pushed the packet of dammy cigarettes back to the young man. He said lightly, "Give the money back to him and let them scan the QR code to pay." The young man was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Everything was fine, but the man beside him suddenly interfered. "What does it have to do with you? We're buying cigarettes." "Are you crazy?" the woman shouted. "Young man, give us the cigarettes. We're in a hurry." The man glared at Qin Zhe again with a strong threat. The young man handed over the cigarettes, but this time, Qin Zhe directly took the cigarettes away. The man was so angry that he cursed. A middle-aged man walked out of the supermarket. Perhaps he heard the noise outside and came out to check. What's the matter? He glanced at Qinze and the other two. The young man was confused from beginning to end. He looked at his father blankly. He didn't know how to explain. The woman immediately said, "We're here to buy cigarettes." "I don't know what's wrong with this person. He snatched the cigarettes and refused to give it to us. He probably doesn't want your family to do business." The man agreed. "This person is crazy." The fake bill was still on the counter. He reached out and quietly took it back. "We're going to scan the QR code to pay." The middle-aged man looked at Qinze with an unfriendly expression. Qinze pointed at the money the man took out. "Boss, he used fake money to buy your cigarettes." The middle-aged man was stunned. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, you know. This is real money." "This kid checked it on the money detector just now," the woman shouted. Hearing this, the young man nodded. The man pulled out the real banknote without batting an eyelid. "Do you want to check it again?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "No need, you can pay by scanning the QR code." The woman shouted, "What do you mean? We're here to buy cigarettes, not to be wronged. I'm not buying any more. You don't know how to do business at all." As she spoke, she pulled the man out of the supermarket. The middle-aged man quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Qinze. He said in a grateful tone, "Brother, thank you." Qinze shook his head, took the cigarette, and put it on his ear. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and said with disdain, "I can tell from their accent that they're from another country." "Bah." Qinze thought to himself, "Because of their accent, you choose to believe me?" The middle-aged man explained, "I've been running this shop for so many years. It's not like I haven't suffered this kind of loss before." He looked at his son. "Did those two people buy cigarettes with real money first, then take it back and give it to you?" The young man nodded. The middle-aged man scolded, "Little punk, grow a brain. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" The young man looked aggrieved. Qinze left the supermarket. After a few steps, he was blocked by two men and a woman. Was this a form of revenge? Qinze glanced at the man blocking the way and then looked at the man behind him. The two men were advancing and retreating. "What's wrong? You want to beat people up?" Qinze said. "Change this 100 yuan for us and pretend that this didn't happen." The man took out a red Grandpa Mao note. "What if I don't want to?" Qinze was very calm. "Then you don't want to live." The woman was full of vigor. "It's illegal to send fake money to the market. It's more serious than you beating me up. This is Shanghai, not your fellow countrymen in the corners of the country." The man who was in the supermarket with the woman said, "We didn't send fake money. We're the victims. Don't talk nonsense. Give us the money." Qinze had seen similar reports on the news before. Many people used this method to quietly send fake money to the market. The woman sneered. "If you don't give us the money, we'll beat you up. It's your choice. Even if you call the police will only ask about such a small matter. They don't even need to file a case. It's pointless to take a beating." Before she finished speaking, the man standing in front of Qinze was kicked in the stomach. He fell to the ground and rolled a few meters away, groaning in pain. After dealing with one easily, he turned around and swept his leg, sweeping the man behind him to the ground. He wondered if he should call the police and let the police handle it. Beep! Beep! A car horn sounded in the distance. His sister waved at him from the car. Qinze walked in front of the woman and slapped her. "Liangchen is a local. I have 100 ways to make your life difficult, but you can't do anything about it." He jogged to the car, opened the door and got in. Qin Bao Bao looked at the three people in the distance. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. "What's going on? You got into a fight with someone again." "They're scammers. Qin Zhe briefly explained the situation. It's something that was announced on the internet, the kind where fake money is exchanged for real money. That's crazy. We actually encountered them. Qin Bao was shocked. Well, it's happening all over the country. It's not surprising. Qin Zhe said. Many people who saw the news would scold the people for not being in the old days. Gangs, similar cases all over the country, the methods were the same. Considering the source of the fake money, it was terrifying. First, where did so many fake money come from? Ordinary people don't have many chances to see fake money. There must be a gang that makes fake money. Second, how did they train their hand speed? It was more like group training. Third, XX almost didn't crack down on such incidents. When encountering this kind of situation, and he had the ability to do so, Qin Zhe didn't mind pulling out his blade when he saw injustice. For royal entertainment, Su Jiao's departure was undoubtedly a very bad thing. Losing money was a small matter. The key was that their reputation was greatly damaged. Hiring a water army to slander a journey to the west was malicious competition. Although this kind of thing was common in the entertainment industry, tacit understanding and exposure were two different things. Boosting album sales and false hype. In the end, not only did it not succeed, but it also had a very negative impact on the company's image. After losing the company's money to boost sales, Su Jiao's album sales were very weak. On the other hand, Qin Bao's album had been selling well. Then, the person involved, Su Jiao, suddenly jumped ship to Tianfeng Entertainment. It was even more absurd than a melodramatic drama. Royal Entertainment had lost all face. The face they had lost in the past few years was not as much as the face they had lost recently. Today, a few executives took advantage of the break after lunch to have a simple meeting. Tianfeng Entertainment has gone too far. We must fight back. Wei Tong slapped the table. Use all the connections that should be used. We must win the lawsuit. Even if we can't win, we must drag it out for a year or so. Actually, we don't have to go head-to-head with Tianfeng, someone said. No, I can't stand this grievance. Royal Entertainment can't stand it either. Wei Tong said, contact Huang Yudong and let him announce the news of him joining Royal Entertainment as soon as possible. Su Jiao left, so be it. Huang Yudong is much more famous than her. Chapter 528. In the last meeting, the higher-ups had made a joint decision. Should we attack Tianfeng Entertainment? The result was attack, ruthlessly. The experienced higher-ups even came up with a plan to beat them at their own game in a very short period of time. After analysis, there were two reasons for the failure. First, Tianfeng Entertainment had a lot of money and could afford to wage a war of trolls and sales. Second, the quality of Su Jiao's album was not as good as Qin Bao's. This was an ironclad fact, so when the trolls from both sides fought, the audience was more willing to believe in their own feelings. This meeting was still discussing Tianfeng Entertainment and how to deal with the relationship between both parties in the future. Most of the higher-ups thought that since the grudge had been formed, they would just wait and see. Sooner or later, they would get back at them. A small portion of the higher-ups thought that there was no need to harp on Tianfeng Entertainment. They would attack when it was time to attack, and cooperate when it was time to cooperate. What if they couldn't defeat them? Wei Tong said, Huang Yudong joining Dynasty, the PR department must remember to publicize it. What's the big deal about Su Jiao leaving? Let the outside world know that our company doesn't lack talent. Our company is still a giant in Shanghai's entertainment industry. Also, have you poached any artists from Tianfeng? Are there any who are willing to jump ship? Manager Zhang said, we've tried to contact artists from Tianfeng Entertainment. There are a total of 6 of them. 2 of them are male stars with more potential who are willing to jump ship to Tianfeng. There's only 1 female star for now. Also, they're all movie stars. It's too difficult to find singers. Those singers dream of Qin Zhe writing songs for them. If they continue to stay in Tianfeng, who knows when the opportunity will come. Wei Tong said, what about that Feng Rui? Her potential is quite good. Manager Zhang shook his head. I didn't get a definite answer. After all, Tianfang personally made her popular, and it hasn't been long. If she leaves after becoming popular, it will have a very negative impact on her reputation. If Tianfang manages it well, they might even destroy her. So they must have this concern. Suddenly, Vice President Li Guangzhao's phone buzzed. Because it wasn't a formal meeting, he picked up the call. What did you say? Li Guangzhao shot up from his seat, his eyes wide and filled with shock and surprise. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Wei Tong asked curiously, what's the matter? Li Guangzhao said, I'll go take a look myself. He hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. He searched for Huang Yudong and quickly clicked in. The first Weibo that caught his eye was, my voice has always been there, just waiting for CEO Qin to pick up your noble pen. Hashtag Qin Zai, welcome to Tianfang Entertainment, Guru Huang. I have good songs here, do you have a good voice? The Weibo post was posted 5 minutes ago. The person who called him was one of his employees. He said that Huang Yudong had posted on Weibo that he had officially joined Tianfang Entertainment. Li Guangzhao wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. He might not know if his ears were playing tricks on him, but his eyes were definitely not playing tricks on him. That was the truth. Li Guangzhao raised his head, pushed his glasses, and said with difficulty, something big has happened. What is it? Everyone started asking questions at once. Li Guangzhao said bitterly, Huang Yudong has been poached by Tianfang Entertainment. At first, there was silence, then a commotion broke out. Don't let it be some unreliable gossip. Give old Yao a call and let him communicate with him. No one believed this. They were shocked and doubtful. Li Guangzhao waved his phone. It's posted on Weibo. The executives hurriedly picked up their phones and logged into Weibo. What's going on? Didn't they say it was a done deal? Where's old Yao? Isn't old Yao his classmate? Is it reliable? Who did you hear it from? Ask him what he wants. Our royal entertainment will try our best to satisfy him. Seeing the truth, they were shocked and angry. Everyone started discussing. Wei Tong personally called the music director, Old Yao, and asked him to communicate with him. 10 minutes later, Old Yao helplessly called back. President Wei, Huang Yudong said it's a pity that he can't join royal entertainment. He's made up his mind. Wei Tong said angrily, ask him to state his conditions. Anything is negotiable. Old Yao smiled bitterly. I did. I even played the card of being classmates, but it was useless. He said that what Qin Zai can give him, royal entertainment can't. Although we're classmates, when it comes to our future, being classmates is useless. Even so, I still pestered him for 10 minutes before he hung up. Wei Tong punched the conference table. After a moment of silence, someone said in a low voice, then, regarding Tianfang, should we fight back? Everyone didn't know how to answer such a sad question. Inexplicably, things had developed to this point. From the most normal box office battle, to the album sales battle, and finally, Su Jiao's departure and Huang Yudong's loss. From a small loss, it had evolved into a huge loss. What exactly went wrong? Why did a rising newcomer in the entertainment industry make royal entertainment suffer again and again? Why did the Water Army lose again and again? Why did the celebrities get poached again and again? Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature behind all this? After pondering for a while, many higher-ups of royal entertainment came to a sad conclusion. They really couldn't go against Qin Zai. Using their connections in the entertainment industry to ban Tianfang Entertainment? It wouldn't work. Tianfang's best-selling movies and albums were all independently produced. Unless royal entertainment could make director Guangming a scapegoat. After Huang Yudong and Qin Zai's Weibo interaction, the internet was in an uproar. Secondly, before the popularity of Su Jiao joining Tianfang dissipated, there was another singer who was even more famous. From the album sales battle until now, Tianfang had participated in almost all the headlines and trending searches in the entertainment industry for more than a month. Huang Yudong joined Tianfang Entertainment. F***ck, I'm shocked. Tianfang Entertainment suddenly exploded. In my impression, shouldn't Tianfang Entertainment be a third-rate entertainment company propped up by Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao? In half a year, how many second-rate stars does Tianfang have? Who can calculate? Their development is too fast. Qin Zhe is simply poisonous. We keyboard warriors can't see through the big shots world. Tianfang's fame rose to another level. In the past, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's fame had spread far and wide in the entertainment industry, but Tianfang had always been a nobody. Even though they had produced If I Become Memories and Journey to the West, there were still not many people in Tianfang Entertainment. It was just like when you watched a movie, you would never pay attention to the production company and would rarely find out who the director was. But starting from this period, Tianfang Entertainment had become an entertainment company that many people were familiar with. Even Qin Zhe's fame rose greatly. There were girls confessing their love for him everywhere on the internet. Sister Yi, I sincerely invite you to join us. Qin Zhe said, don't worry about the lawsuit. Tianfang will also take care of the compensation. I can write clearly on the contract for you. It's best if there's a movie or TV series every year for you to be the female lead. You're worth this price. Qin Zhe, don't paint a pie in the sky for me. I don't want to jump ship, Yi Lu said. Reality proved that it wasn't easy to poach people. Su Jiao and Huang Yudong both happened at the right time. Even Qian Shishir wasn't too immersed in her role, which was why she was poached by Qin Zhe. Yi Lu's development was very smooth. It wasn't flourishing, but it was very stable. In such an environment, she definitely wasn't willing to take the risk to jump ship. Also, my relationship with the higher-ups of Mei is pretty good. If I jump ship, it won't be good for my reputation, Yi Lu said gently. Stop bullshitting. I know you want to run out and open your own studio. I did my research before calling you, Qin Zhe said in annoyance. Then why did you still call me when you already knew? Yi Lu said. You can also set up your own studio if you come to my Tianfang Entertainment. Also, the resources will definitely be better than if you open your own studio outside. I can promise you that I'll let you be the female lead once this year. I don't need to repeat the results of Tianfang Entertainment's TV series, right? Once you've thought it through, remember to call me. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples and stared at the name list on the table in front of him. On it were the artists and phone numbers. Yi Lu wasn't his only choice. Qin Zhe would give her at most 3 days. If she didn't agree, he would look for other artists. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the mission. Salted Fish Zhe's harem group chat. Suyu, what's Qin Zhe busy with recently? Baoza has a bunch of things waiting for him to settle. Qin Zhe had been at Tianfang Entertainment for nearly a week. He was in a pair with his sister and the siblings returned home together. Suyu was very angry, but thinking that there were indeed a lot of things happening at Tianfang Entertainment recently, she held it in and didn't call Qin Zhe to make a fuss. Wang Zijin immediately agreed. Purple Crystal isn't coming either. I don't have a lot of management experience. He doesn't even know how to help me. Despise, Qin Baobao originally didn't want to bother with them, but they kept mentioning her. She said helplessly, he's crazy. He's still trying to poach people. Suyu, is he trying so hard to expand Tianfang's scale? Baoza hasn't expanded in a long time. He doesn't care either. A series of despise emojis. Wang Zijin's tone was sour. Purple Crystal also needs to expand. A's will be staying at Purple Crystal for the next month. He's doing well. Don't worry about him. Qin Baobao, hee hee. Suyu, hee hee. The 3 women were in a show. They bickered for a long time. Nan Man Pei suddenly came online. Recently, I've been preparing to hire a senior manager to help me manage the funds. My think tank suggested that I should personally come up with the questions. Think tank and whatnot. It sounded so high and mighty. She had to get A's to build a think tank one day. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself. Suyu, sister man, are you sure the think tank isn't trying to slack off? Nan Man Pei, I think it's quite interesting. I plan to give it a try. But I've never been an interviewer before. I usually hire people based on their qualifications. Then, I send people to work at the grassroots level. Those who are reliable will be promoted. This time, I plan to set up a management team directly. Suyu, I'll help you think about it. Soon, she posted a large number of unique questions from the interviewers during the interview. Nan Man Pei, you have it all on the internet. Be serious. Qin Bao Bao, do you want to test ability or character? Nan Man Pei, both. Wang Zijin, ability is easy. Send a set of professional exercises. Finally, we'll look at the results. If it's character, I have a question that's quite interesting. Nan Man Pei, say it. Wang Zijin, if you were locked in a room with a naked woman, and you were only given 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin, this question is very deep. Those who answered courteously are hypocrites. Those who said that they wanted to do something were very lustful. If you want to write, you'll do it if you don't want money. If you want money, you won't do it. Those who are diligent and thrifty are able to hold on to their career. Those who talk about emotional exchanges first are farsighted. Nan Man Pei, why do I feel that it's not reliable at all? Wang Zijin thought to herself. Of course it's not reliable. I just made it up. Nan Man Pei, let's see how Qin Zhe chooses to Qin Zhe. Chapter 529. Qin Zhe heard a ding-dong from his phone, indicating that someone had at him. He clicked on it and almost peed in his pants. If you were locked in a room with a naked woman for only 20 minutes, what would you do? Wang Zijin's question might be accidental, but Nan Man Pei definitely had ulterior motives for letting him answer. Qin Zhe couldn't be blamed for thinking this way because the night he had sex with Suyu was almost like this. Suyu took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Took off her clothes and asked him, "Do you like me?" Qin Zhe couldn't resist the temptation. Nan Man Pei knew about his relationship with Suyu. Suyu told him that she confessed to Nan Man Pei about their intimate relationship. Big sister man, are you trying to beat me? Qin Zhe thought. Then how should I answer? If I muddle through, big sister man will definitely be dissatisfied. Answer truthfully. God, I may not live past tonight. Nan Man Pei, Qin Bao Bao, is Qin Zhe next to you? Qin Bao Bao, yes, he's looking at his phone. Since his sister said so, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and typed, I will use 19 minutes to shower, 55 seconds to flirt, and the last 5 seconds to let her know what a man is, Suyu, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin, Nan Man Pei, this is very naughty. The group fell silent, and Nan Man Pei lurked. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that big sister man was satisfied with this answer. In fact, he had already confessed. Because he had some connections in Shanghai, under Qin Zhe's operation, Royal Entertainment and Su Jiao's lawsuit quickly passed the first trial, which was already 2 weeks later. This was not the result that Dynasty Entertainment wanted. Their original plan was to complete the first trial within 3 months for the simple process and 6 months for the normal process. The second trial would be decided within 3 months. Adding up the first and second trials, it would take at least a year and a half. Making Su Jiao go into hiding for half a year in disguise. But within 3 months. 2 weeks was also within 3 months. After sending people to find out, they found out that it was Tian Fang's doing. The verdict of the first trial, Su Jiao compensated Royal Entertainment with 3 million. The lawsuit entered the second trial phase, and it was already mid-August by the time Su Jiao's case was settled. Tian Fang Entertainment didn't stop there. Soon, news of Qian Shishir and Yi Lu joining Tianfang Entertainment was released. Once again, it caused a huge sensation on the internet. To Tianfang Entertainment, all they had to do was fight a few more lawsuits and lose a few million yuan. But to the onlookers, Tianfang Entertainment's continuous absorption of big shots and crazy expansion was simply insane. Everyone had a premonition that a huge capital of the entertainment industry was about to rise. Qin Zhe's mission progress had reached a bottleneck. Other than the number of artists, there was another requirement: 30 billion yuan in funds. Tianfang Entertainment could still take out 30 billion yuan, but their cash flow wasn't that terrifying. Various investments, such as albums and movies, hadn't been paid back yet. What should they do? Borrow from Purple Crystal and Bao Zhe and inject funds into Tianfang Entertainment. I need a month, really. I'll return the money after a month, Qin Zhe swore solemnly. After a month, the money will be cold. No, Suyu replied. After a month, do you believe that Purple Crystal would have already gone bankrupt? Wang Zijin replied. The two women had the same firm attitude on this matter: no money, no life. Money? No, scram. Even though Qin Zhe kept saying that he would return the money, as long as Tianfang Entertainment wasn't at the end of its rope, the two of them weren't willing to lend money. Because Qin Zhe's reason wasn't convincing. Why did Tianfang need so much money for no reason? Did they want to expand again? Not only did they want to expand, they even F*King used their money to expand. Could it be that Tianfang Entertainment was their biological son, while Bao Zhe and Purple Crystal were free gifts? At night, while his sister was bathing, Qin Zhe slipped into Wang Zijin's room. He gave her a flattering smile first. Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin was sitting at the head of the bed, reading a book. Under the light of the table lamp, her face was crystal clear. Wang Zijin ignored him. Qin Zhe slipped on the bed and chuckled. Wang Zijin still ignored him. Qin Zhe teased her with all his might, moving his hands up and down. Wang Zijin said angrily, "You want money again?" Qin Zhe said, "1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers are always love. Can you just give me 1 billion yuan?" Wang Zijin said, "No, scram." With that, she crawled under the covers and showed him the back of her head. Qin Zhe harumphed and said, "Hey, I'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for using the family law." Wang Zijin giggled. The family law of a little pervert? What kind of family law could a cowardly little pervert have? Other than that one time when he confessed to her and when they were intimate in bed, Wang Zijin had always considered herself as the big sister. She felt that Qin Zhe would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. In a woman's eyes, a capable man who was also henpecked husband could be said to be perfect. Wang Zijin held the initiative from beginning to end. Even in bed, she actually held the initiative. If she wasn't prepared, Qin Zhe wouldn't be able to get through. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, "You've seen my family law. I often use it on Qin Bao." Wang Zijin was taken aback. What family law? Slap. A heavy slap landed on Wang Zijin's little butt. She screamed, covered her butt, and looked at Qin Zhe in disbelief. He hit me? He hit me? Such a beautiful and cute girlfriend. How could he do that? Wang Zijin said angrily, "Even if you kneel on the keyboard, I won't forgive you." Qin Zhe smiled and waved his hand. Slap, slap, slap. Slap, slap, slap. Accompanied by the loud slaps and Wang Zijin's screams, the bedroom was filled with a happy atmosphere. Wang Zijin resisted at first, just like Qin Bao's fierce resistance, but the two best friends couldn't escape the fate of being beaten. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you," Wang Zijin pleaded. Qin Zhe stopped. Wang Zijin kicked him under the quilt and said angrily, "Get out, you don't love me at all." Qin Zhe said with a straight face, "You're sensible. I'll go out first. Go to sleep." He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would soften again. Wahahaha. I finally toughened up in front of Sister Ziwei. Women don't take a beating for a day, the ancients didn't lie to me. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun, the chairman really didn't lie to me. Qin Zhe spent a little effort to coax and pester. In the end, there was no problem. Su Yu had always been in charge. Wang Zijin may be arrogant for a while, but Qin Zhe was confident that he could get money from Sister Ziwei. But occasionally think about it, I'm going to be the man of Hei's king. It's not a good thing to keep being soft. It turns out that I'm really the man who can be Hei's king. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his cell phone rang. Caller ID, Uncle. Uncle, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Qin Zhe answered, Hello, Uncle, what's the matter? A's. Su Guang's voice sounded strange. Something happened on my side. What are you up to now? Qin Zhe raised his voice. Did this guy gamble with the hundreds of thousands and get into debt again? This, Su Guang hesitated for a long time as if it was hard to say. I was caught by the police when I was helping a poor woman improve her financial situation. There was a few sneers on the other side of the phone. Qin Zhe, damn it, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about prostitution in such a fresh and refined way. Qin Zhe's liver hurt badly. Qin Zhe suppressed his anger. Are you asking me to bail you out? Which police station are you at? Su Guang said, You can't do this, you have to ask your aunt. I don't have the face to call her. The other side lowered his voice, A's, help me think of a way. If your aunt knows about this, she'll definitely divorce me. Can you bear to see your uncle's wife and children separated? Qin Zhe said angrily, You deserve it, it's all your own damn fault. Su Guang defended himself, I have a reason, it's because I helped you look after the factory. Some time ago, I found one in Xishan and inspected it a few times. The equipment is quite new. As for the other party, they're planning to finance it and don't want to sell it. I've had a lot of social engagements in the meantime, and I just wanted to take them out to have some fun tonight. Who knew I'd fall for it? I rarely did this kind of thing before, if not for you. Qin Zhe was speechless for a long time. Yes, you did it for me. Thank you for your hard work. I can't thank you enough. Su Guang said, Come quickly, I'm still locked in a small dark room, and the police aren't around now. I'll make it short, quickly ask your aunt to come and redeem me. I'm afraid the police station will inform your aunt later. Damn it. After Qin Zhe got the address of the police station, he silently hung up the phone. Fine, it's because of my factory, I can't just ignore it. But my aunt is a prideful and stubborn person. She's worked hard for the family all these years and feels that her husband owes her a lot, so she's naturally resentful. If she knows that my uncle is sponsoring a poor girl in the middle of the night, she'll explode. Qin Zhe thought for a while, then went into the toilet, closed the door, and dialed his aunt's number. Hello, Ace? His aunt's voice was calm, without any anger or irritation. Qin Zhe exhaled slowly. Fortunately, the police station hasn't informed his aunt yet. There's still a chance to develop. Qin Zhe activated his acting skills and said, Aunt, bad news, something happened to my uncle. His aunt almost peed when she heard her nephew's panicked tone. She asked anxiously, What's wrong, what happened? Chapter 530. Auntie knew what kind of person her husband was. Her heart sank. What happened? Why did A's call her? Didn't Su Guang say that he was helping A's with his business? What happened? Could it be a car accident? Auntie saw that Qin Zhe did not say anything and asked, What happened? A's, tell me. Qin Zhe said, Uncle drank some alcohol because of a business dinner and was arrested for drunk driving. He is currently at the police station. Not only will he face a fine, but his license will also be suspended. He might even be detained. Auntie panicked and said, How did this happen? Why did he drink? He is more reliable than this person. Qin Zhe comforted her. It's fine. I have connections at the police station and have already communicated with them. They plan to classify Uncle as a prostitute and fine him. There is no need to detain him or suspend his license. Later, the police station will call to inform you to go over to pay the money and collect the person. You just go over there with a peace of mind. When you get there, don't ask anything and don't say anything. Just admit that Uncle is a prostitute. Auntie asked, will it work? Chinze assured her. It will be fine. There is no car accident and no one is hit. It's not a big deal. Auntie calmed herself down. Okay, Auntie understands. Thank you, Ace. Chinze said, it's fine. It's what I should do. Sigh, this is all I can do. After hanging up, Auntie waited for about half an hour before she finally received a call. A woman's voice said, hello, is this Madam Lee? Auntie replied, yes, it's me. Is Su Guang your husband? Yes. He was arrested for prostitution. The address is XXX police station. Come over to pay the money and collect him. Okay. Auntie hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. Ace did not lie to me after all. Auntie took her bank card and told her mother, Mom, I have to go out to do something. Grandma was sitting in the living room with Su Yu and her brother on her left and right. They were watching TV with her. Grandma, what's the matter? It's so late. Auntie thought for a moment and said truthfully, Mom, don't worry. Ace has already made arrangements. I'll go over and pay the money, and I'll be able to get him back. Grandma stood up shakily and said, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Okay. His aunt responded and hurried out of the house. Grandma slapped her thigh, exasperated at her son's failure to live up to her expectations. There's not a single moment of peace throughout the year. What a sin. How could I have given birth to such a wilted child? Suyu comforted her, Grandma, with cousin's help, it'll be fine. The younger brother added, when I grow up, I want to show off like my cousin. Suyu's face darkened, and she reprimanded her younger brother, where did you get those words from? Don't use them carelessly. The younger brother wasn't convinced. I didn't use it carelessly. Cousin is a pervert. His aunt hailed a taxi at the entrance of the neighborhood and went straight to the police station. The taxi driver was a chatterbox and talked non-stop. You don't sound like you're from Shanghai, the driver said. I'm from Suzhou, his aunt answered absent-mindedly. After about 10 minutes, his aunt looked at the time and said lightly, Sir, were you a racer in the past? The driver was stunned. No, I've been driving for more than 10 years, but my skills are no worse than a racer's. His aunt said unhappily, You're not a racer. I thought your habit of going in circles was a side effect of driving a racer. The driver was speechless. The chatterbox driver didn't say anything else along the way. When they finally arrived at the police station, his aunt told the police officer on duty the purpose of her visit. Oh, you're here. The officer on duty was a female police officer. She said lightly, I'll bring you in to sign the fine. After you pay the fine, you can get your husband back. Then, she added, do you know what your husband did? Auntie insisted, whoring, river crab, prostitutes. The female police officer was stunned by her straightforward tone. After his aunt signed the document and paid the fine, she saw her husband being brought out of the small dark house by the police officers not long after. The male police officer who brought him over said, This is your husband's first time being arrested, so after paying the fine, it's fine. If there's a next time, he'll be detained for 10 days. You husband and wife go back and talk to each other. Don't let this happen again. The surrounding police officers looked over with interest. Prostitution was the best way to watch the show. Every time they caught such a person, after notifying their family members, they would definitely make a scene. The fiercer ones would even hit their husbands directly. Every time they encountered such things, the police officers would gloat and say, if you want to make a scene, do it outside. This is the police station. Su Guang became listless. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing to be caught for prostitution. His aunt glared at him. Why are you so careless? Be more careful next time. The police officer was speechless. In an instant, the way he looked at his aunt changed. How could there be such a broad-minded woman in the world? The female police officer reminded her, "Your husband is a prostitute." His aunt said, "Yes, yes, yes, I know. Thank you for educating him. I'll be more careful next time." The police officers looked at each other. What the F***ck? The couple left the police station and stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Su Guang stood silently at the side, ready to welcome the storm. After waiting for a long time, it was unexpectedly calm. Su Guang said weakly, "Xiaoru?" His aunt said, "What's wrong with you? You drank and drove. You don't have any confidence at all. Where's the car?" "It's with the traffic police." "Also, where did you get the car from?" "Drinking, car, traffic police." Su Guang probed, "A's told you?" His aunt said angrily, "Nonsense. If he didn't have connections and changed your drunk driving to prostitution, you can forget about driving this year and would have to stay in jail for 10 days to half a month." Damn, my nephew is indeed not an ordinary person. He's as smart as me. Su Guang heaved a sigh of relief. It's all because of him. I have to entertain clients. How can I not drink? If I don't drink, I won't drink and drive. If he doesn't help me, he's an ingrate. Su Guang was frantically cheering for Qin Zhe in his heart. Right, the factory executive that he entertained was still in the police station, waiting for his family to come and pick him up. Su Guang mourned for him in his heart. It was business entertainment. Drinking, eating, and playing with women was an ironclad culture in the business world. Otherwise, why would the big boss's secretaries be so beautiful? Although Su Guang had been doing nothing for more than 10 years, he was very experienced and had strong interpersonal skills. His aunt asked, "Where's the car?" Su Guang said, "A's gave me the car. He'll take care of it himself. Let's not worry about it." His aunt said, "You're not young anymore. This time, A's has something for you to do. You should do it honestly. It's better to follow him than to fool around outside. Maybe in a few years you'll be able to save up a generous dowry for Yaya. You'll also be able to save enough money for your son's wife." Su Guang replied listlessly. Follow his nephew well. Hearing that hurt his self-esteem. Right, give him a call and let him know that you're safe. His aunt remembered this. At home. Okay, I got it. Uncle, be careful in the future. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. What's wrong with him now? Qin Bao Bao sat on the bed with her legs crossed. She had just taken a shower. She used a towel to dry her hair. The best way to protect her hair was, first, don't dye it or perm it. Second, don't use a hairdryer. Having beautiful hair was a very important thing for female celebrities. After becoming a celebrity, Qin Bao Bao rarely used a hairdryer. Nothing. Uncle got caught for drunk driving. But it's settled now, Qin Zhe said. He definitely couldn't tell the truth. My uncle was caught with a prostitute, and I managed to fool my aunt with a phone call. I can brag about this to my friends. But he couldn't brag to his girlfriend or sister. His image would collapse at any moment. You can't do anything right, Qin Bao Bao muttered. Whenever her uncle made a small mistake, she would feel extremely disgusted. Women and men were really different. They were emotional. If they liked someone, they would give up everything. If they hated someone, they would hate them regardless of the occasion. Hey, let's continue. Qin Bao Bao ran her fingers through her hair. What are you going to do with the money after you get it? Shoot a new movie? No. The money will stay in Tianfang for a month. I'll return it to them later, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Then what do you want the money for? Qin Zhe, I'm not telling you. Qin Bao Bao was speechless for a long time. She thought that this brother of hers would have some kind of grand feat. Was it just money transfer for fun? Just then, Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller was Yu. Suyu? Qin Zhe picked up. Hello, cousin. Are you asleep? Suyu's soft voice sounded. Yeah, soon. I'm going to sleep with your cousin, Qin Zhe said. Suyu, Qin Zhe, what's the matter? Suyu said softly, I want to find a job during the summer break. Can you arrange it for me? Qin Zhe, no problem. Suyu immediately said, then I want to go to Tianfeng Entertainment. I can even run errands. If there's a show, I'd like to play a small role. Qin Zhe, you want to be a celebrity? Suyu, no, I think I'm too introverted. I don't like to communicate with others and my interpersonal skills are bad. I want to train myself. Suyu was indeed introverted. She was quiet and didn't like to talk much. Perhaps it was because of the environment she grew up in that she had low self-esteem and wasn't good at socializing. Smooth and slick people might not succeed, but those who succeeded were basically smooth and slick. Qin Zhe felt that it was good that his cousin had such awareness. No problem, but you can't say that you're my cousin. I won't take care of you too much. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful, Qin Zhe said. Suyu thought so too. Okay, thank you, cousin. Report to Tianfeng Entertainment tomorrow. I'll arrange it for you. They ended the call. It was 10:30 p.m. Wang Zijin, who woke up at 5 a.m. every day for her morning jog, was already asleep. His sister was a little later and was yawning sleepily. Qin Zhe hesitated for a moment before asking, do you want to sleep over here or in your own room? Qin Bao quietly snuggled under the blanket. Since you're begging me to sleep over here, I'll reluctantly agree. Qin Zhe, then I'll have to thank you very much. Lights out. Sleep. My family has a daughter who has just grown up. Everyone knows her when she's 26. When the waiter helps her up, she feels weak and weak. She doesn't regret it. Her kidney is haggard because of him. Chapter 531. Mom, I'm leaving. Suyu was wearing a pair of running shoes, a woman's backpack, a white shirt, a woman's suit, and black shorts. Her outfit was not more than 500 yuan, but it was her latest and most expensive outfit. Wait a minute, her aunt ran out of the kitchen and helped her flip out her collar and flatten it. Then, she pulled down her shorts. You're just missing a pair of high heels. Your cousin owns a big company. Won't it be a little tight? She meant that it was not a good match. I can't wear high heels. No one knows about my relationship with my cousin. Suyu grinned, showing her two small canine teeth. I'm leaving. Normal high school girls had already started to use cosmetics and high heels, but Suyu did not have the qualifications, nor did she have the capital to compete with her. The 80 square meter house was not small, but it was too cramped for a family of 5. She was 18 years old this year, but she still did not have her own room. She slept in the same room as her grandmother, but on different beds. She had never worn high heels, and the only cosmetics she used were Debaosod honey. She bought at most 2 sets of clothes a year. Other than food expenses, her daily allowance was 10 yuan. What could she buy with 10 yuan in Shanghai? Her grandmother was most afraid of getting sick. Shanghai residents had better health care than residents in other areas, but it was not like they did not have to spend money. If she got sick, she would still go bankrupt. If she had to go back to before liberation, she would still go back to before liberation. There was no room for discussion. During the new year, her cousin gave her a bank card. Suyu secretly went to the bank to check the balance. It was 500,000 yuan. The little girl was scared out of her wits. She did not even touch 500 yuan that many times. After that, she secretly called her cousin to return the money, but she was scolded. She did not dare to tell her parents. The bank card was still in her hand, and she had not touched a single cent. She did not know how to spend the money. Her family was not short of money now. Her aunt gave her mother a few thousand yuan every few days, saying it was for her grandmother's nutrition expenses. Her mother did not want it at first, but her grandmother said, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will follow him. She used to complain that her father was a burden to her aunt, but that was because her aunt's family was not rich and could not afford such torment. Her mother heard this and did not say anything. Suyu faced the morning sun and stepped out of the neighborhood. She was like a thriving sapling, full of vitality and thriving. Life would get better and better, and she would work hard to get into a university. There was no hope for Fudan University, but there was still some hope if the University of Finance and Economics worked hard. Those who were more attentive could find an interesting pattern. When we were in primary and middle school, there were more female straight-A students than male straight-A students. Moreover, the female straight-A students were all beautiful and were the targets of the male students in the class. However, in high school and university, the number of male straight-A students would surpass the number of female straight-A students. At this time, it would be difficult for female straight-A students to find a delicate and beautiful flower. To sum it up, beautiful women don't have good grades. Suyu was a little cabbage that countless people coveted. She couldn't be described as a little cabbage anymore. She didn't even have a boyfriend. How could she be considered a natural beauty? He didn't have the right to call himself a cabbage. She was very beautiful, but her brain was indeed very ordinary. In Qin Zai's life, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were not considered top students. At most, they were considered top students. After all, there were many female students in Fudan University and Peking University. The two of them were not outstanding among them, so they were not considered good-looking. The only one who can really be called a top student is probably Suyu. After taking the subway, it took 40 minutes to arrive at Tianfang Entertainment. For the first time in her life, she stepped into an office building in the CBD area. Suyu stood in front of the door and hesitated for a long time. Even if there was no access control in the office building, anyone could enter and leave at will. But for a high school student, it was a different world. She looked at it with fear. White-collar and gold-collar workers in formal suits were the elite class that she yearned for but also felt inferior to. Suyu took a deep breath, tightened her shoulder bag, and resolutely stepped into the lobby. According to the address given by her cousin, she took the elevator and soon arrived at the floor where Tianfang Entertainment was located. Then Suyu made a phone call. A few minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed fashionably came out, stuck her head out, and stared at Suyu for a moment. "Are you Suyu?" "Yes." Suyu responded crisply. "Come in," the middle-aged woman said. Suyu was led to a small conference room, and the middle-aged woman handed her a resume to fill in. The little chick who just entered the society was ignorant step by step. The fashionable and coquettish woman didn't know that the little chick in front of her would be the cousin of the big boss. Probably only the ordinary-looking assistant knew about this matter, because Qin Zai had given her the task of handling it. After writing the resume, there was actually nothing to write. What kind of resume did a high school student have? It was nothing more than the date of birth, the talent she was good at, and the name of the school she attended. For the time being, you can run errands in the backup artist team. You can listen to the teachers when they are in class. What you can learn is up to you. After all, you are just a summer worker. The middle-aged woman said, "But you look good. Remember to seize the opportunity when you encounter it. Maybe you will be rich." There was no lack of girls in the entertainment industry who were discovered when they were students and became famous. Suyu entered the company with such an identity. "Can I be in a movie?" Suyu asked. "Our company will indeed be shooting a new drama in a while. The specific time is not set. I also heard it from the leader. If you can be chosen, it is not impossible to choose a small supporting role." The middle-aged woman painted a picture of her. "Then can I act with Qin Zai?" Suyu was full of hope, and her eyes were shining. "Dream on," the middle-aged woman warned. "In the company, you have to call him Chairman Qin. Is the name of the big boss something you can call directly? Since you are out of school, it doesn't matter if you are real or fake. Put it all away. It is never wrong to have more wisdom in life. Okay, go upstairs and report." At the end of August, Tianfang Entertainment's crazy poaching incident came to an end. Qian Shishir and Yi Lu officially entered Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Zhe fulfilled his promise. Other than Qian Shishir, Huang Yudong and Yi Lu both had their own teams and studios under Tianfang Entertainment. If they were to use studios to classify artists, the head of Tianfang Entertainment would be Qin Baobao, and the three tiger generals under him would be Li Wei, Huang Yudong, and Yi Lu. The three of them all had their own studios. The next level was the ordinary second tier to third tier, and the number decreased by each level. The backup artists were probably the low-level minions that charged into the front lines. Suyu had been among the low-level minions for half a month. Perhaps because there was no direct conflict of interest, she was pretty, delicate, and obedient, the backup artists all treated her quite well. They also didn't expect that the little girl who usually ordered them to serve tea would be the cousin of the big boss of the company. Today, Chairman Qin brought the big shot Yi Lu over to train the backup artists. Yi Lu talked about some of her thoughts and experiences in acting, as well as some of the troublesome things she would encounter on the set. She also told the female artists how to reject the unspoken rules that were hard to talk about. The entertainment industry was deep, but it didn't mean that the female artists who rejected the unspoken rules wouldn't have a bright future. People with ability, acting skills, and social skills could avoid the unspoken rules. At most, they would climb slower and miss some good opportunities. People with background and status could also avoid the unspoken rules. After class, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu left side by side, talking and laughing. "How about I tell you a joke?" Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had been close to Yi Lu recently. She was a woman with a high EQ, so they had a good time together. Qin Baobao once chewed on a potato chip sourly and said, "Ayaya, Ace is indeed infatuated with his sister. He can't get his sister, so he wants to seduce her." Qin Zhe chose to die when it came to his sister's shameless words. "Okay." Yi Lu nodded with interest. She was about 1.7 meters tall and was considered tall among girls. A tall woman with a pair of long legs was very invincible. She was a female artist with a decent reputation and image. She had debuted for many years without any negative rumors. This was one of the reasons why Qin Zhe liked her. He didn't want a female artist who was too flirtatious. She would bring bad influence to the company. Even though the entertainment industry was full of evil, Tianfang Entertainment wasn't absolutely clean either. Qin Zhe said, Tang Sanzang and his disciples passed by a village. Seeing the villagers' worried faces, they went up to ask. The village chief cried and complained, "A demon came to the village. He's very licentious." The women in the village were all ravaged and harmed. They can't walk on the ground. Tang Sanzang turned pale with fright and asked, "What demon is he?" Qin Zhe said, "Why don't you guess?" Yi Lu tilted her head slightly and her beautiful eyes turned. She had an answer. Zhu Beiji. Qin Zhe shook his head. "No." Yi Lu frowned. "What demon?" Qin Zhe chuckled. "Essential bomb." Yi Lu was stunned. Then, she held her stomach and laughed. Qin Zhe also laughed, and the air around them was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. 1,000 cups are too few to drink with a bosom friend. Congratulations. I'm very comforted. Through the open door, the backup artists in the room looked at Yi Lu and Qin Zhe's back view as they chatted cheerfully. A charming girl said, "A fresh flower on a pile of cow dung." Suyu was standing beside her. When she heard that, she was unhappy. How is CEO Qin not worthy of her? He's young, rich, talented, and charming. She hated it when people talked bad about her cousin. The charming girl said faintly, "I know. Otherwise, why would I say, fresh flower stuck on cow dung? Can a woman do the verb insert?" Suyu was speechless. She didn't understand but thought it was awesome. Chapter 532. As soon as he returned to his office, he received Suyu's message. After hearing those words, Qin Zhe threw his head back and laughed. Thinking back, even if it was half a year ago when he was famous, if he was with a beauty like Yi Lu, he wouldn't be able to escape being called a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Half a year ago, when he was with his sister, all the passers-by would say the same thing: a good cabbage was taken by a pig. In 1 year, Salted Fish Lake evolved, Hei's king. When he was with Yi Lu and his sister, the words of others became, Qin Bao Bao was lucky to have such a brother. Yi Lu was so lucky to hook up with Qin Zhe. This was the difference between Hei's king and Salted Fish Lake. Salted Fish Lake was listless, while Hei's king was not only a dragon among men, but also a dragon among men. For men, the latter gave them more pride than the former. During this time, Qin Zhe was very satisfied. The mission was completed and there were piles of points in his account. He was satisfied just by looking at them. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would pull out the point store and take a look. He looked at it again and again like a miser. He was scared of being poor. He was happier than when he earned a few hundred million. With points, Tianfang Entertainment could develop further. For example, the TV series industry that the company had never entered before. The popularity of the TV series industry had decreased in recent years. In an era where everything was fast, movies were obviously more popular than TV series. Or else, how could fast shooters be so popular? But TV series had its advantages. They could make an artist famous more than movies. Also, TV series would always be more profitable than movies. If Tianfang wanted to develop actively and healthily, it was impossible for them not to touch the TV series industry. Qin Zhe had already announced a long time ago that Tianfang Entertainment was about to start producing their first TV series. This would be one of Tianfang's most important moves in the second half of the year. It was because of this that the middle-aged woman said those words to Su Yu on the day she joined the company. Countless artists were waiting for this opportunity, dreaming of becoming famous in one TV series and becoming the next Feng Rui. As for what kind of TV series he wanted to film, Qin Zhe hadn't decided yet. To be precise, he hadn't had time to find a TV series he liked in the point store. Because they promised to let Yi Lu be the female lead this year, there was a limit to the drama they could choose. If it was a drama with the male lead as the first person, the female lead's presence and highlight would be greatly reduced. This was the battle between the male and female lead. If you don't believe me, why don't you flip through the male lead's TV series? Qin Zhe was more inclined to shoot a TV series with the female lead as the first person. Moreover, it had been proven countless times in the market that female TV series were more popular than male TV series, and they also saved more money. Sis, are you going to shoot a TV series? Qin Zhe asked. He was looking forward to seeing his sister's ancient dress fluttering in the wind. Qin Bao Bao looked up at him. The female lead? Qin Zhe, no. The female lead is Yi Lu. I promised her. Qin Bao Bao, no, get lost. Qin Zhe, don't be like that. You can be the second female lead or something. Qin Bao Bao, no, get lost. Qin Zhe, why? Qin Bao Bao, shooting a TV series takes at least a month and at most 3 months. There's even half a year for crazy ones. I won't be home for half a year. Don't give birth to a wolf cub with a wolf in the house. Qin Zhe, it's up to you whether you want to shoot it or not. He ignored his sister and opened the point store as if no one else was around. He searched for TV series and summoned the system to set up a rating function. Qin Zhe wanted to find good TV series that didn't cost too much, didn't look old, and had high ratings. The TV series could also be watched for free in the point store, just like listening to a song. However, Qin Zhe clearly didn't have that much time to watch TV series. He only watched a few TV series in a year in this world. It wasn't like he was Wang Zijin. Other than eating, drinking, and going to work, all he did was read and watch TV series. Hey, this TV series is not bad. Soon, Qin Zhe found a period TV series with high ratings. The title of this TV series was very naughty. It was so naughty that even Qin Zhe, who had won the second prize for his essay in junior high school, couldn't recognize this word. System, I don't read much. Can you mark it in pinyin? How do I pronounce this word? The system's voice sounded in his mind. Huang, drink 5 bowls of Huang. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Zhe suddenly realized, so it's Huang Zhuan. Huang Zhuan. I've decided on you. Qin Zhe planned to spend half a day watching the TV series. He rarely watched TV series because they often lacked logic and because they were too long. They were not as condensed and simple as movies. Therefore, it was easy to get tired of watching TV series and the acting skills of the actors. However, there would be 1 or 2 super exciting TV series every year. Only then would Qin Zhe force himself to watch them. Except for the female series. It was very difficult to get into the female series, even if it was really good and very popular. Now, he looked at the problem from a different perspective. Even if Huang Zhuan was very boring, the fact that it could get a high rating meant that the market response was good. Then, it was worth Qin Zhe's points to exchange for it. What he wanted was results. It didn't matter if it was a male or female series. As long as the ratings were high and it could make money, it was enough. Oh right, Qin Zhe said, sis, does our company have any experts in TV series? Qin Bao Bao didn't even raise her head and answered directly, no. Scram. Qin Zhe. Can you speak properly? If you continue to be naughty, I'll spank you. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips, we really don't have any. Before we bought Tianfang Entertainment, it was like a worm. Don't expect to have many talents. And after we bought it, we haven't made any TV series. The 2 small companies we bought before did have experience in TV series, but I don't think you'll like them. The drawbacks of Tianfang Entertainment's rapid development were immediately apparent. The talents couldn't keep up. It was like suddenly becoming rich. Their wealth kept up, but their quality couldn't match their wealth for a while. Then let's borrow some people. Qin Zhe directly called the experienced driver Huang Yizong. The call went through. Hello, CEO Huang. You've been having fun at the clubhouse recently. The words came out of his mouth completely subconsciously. Huang Yizong had a kind of indecent charm. He didn't care that his sister was beside him, so he regretted it the moment he said it. Qin Bao Bao perked up her ears. This question is very much to my liking. As expected, Huang Yizong became excited. Qin Zhe coughed and didn't dare to say more. There's something I need your help with, bro, I know. Masterpieces are common, but talent scouts aren't. Bro, you can be this talent scout. What the hell do you know? Please stop talking. My sister's gaze is murderous. Be serious, bro. I'm such a decent person. How can you make such a joke with me? I understand now. Huang Yizong really understood this time. I was joking just now. Then, let's talk about business. I want to shoot a TV series, but the company doesn't have any talents in this field. Can you lend me a director? Qin Zhe asked. Sure. For a TV series, the scriptwriter is also very important. Do you have one? Huang Yizong agreed so readily because Qin Zhe had borrowed MOU from him last time. Although they were both directors, TV series directors and movie directors were different. In a movie, the director's position was the most important. But in a TV series, the scriptwriter's position was not lower than the director's. Because a TV series was long, there were relatively more small details and monologues. These were things that the scriptwriter had to figure out and fix. Movies, on the other hand, were more condensed and needed the director to coordinate. In addition, filming methods were different. If an inexperienced film director was to shoot a TV series, the results wouldn't be good. If one was more careful, they would realize that some famous directors either focused on movies or TV series for 20 years. It was rare for them to be in their element in both. I don't have one here, but I have a ready-made script. It's not enough even if you have a script. It's best if you have a professional scriptwriter on the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Although we're brothers, don't be pretentious with me. I'll pay you every cent. Who's being pretentious with you? It'd be a waste if I don't take advantage of this rich guy. The scriptwriter and the director were settled. Qinze once again felt the importance of connections. The more friends one had, the more options one would have. The wisdom of the ancients was like his own. He was glad that he didn't completely fall out with star art in the heat of the moment. Sometimes, Qinze was very puzzled. In some novels, the protagonists were impulsive, self-opinionated, and unforgiving. Whoever stepped on them, they would kill their entire family. How did they live for more than 1,000 chapters? Did they have a low-level system like him? I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. The phone that he had just hung up rang again. Qin Bao swallowed the line of questioning. The caller was Su Yu. Qinze answered, "What's the matter?" Su Yu's voice was a little anxious, a little panicked, a little angry, and very complicated. She said, "Qinze, something happened at the company." Chapter 533. What happened? Qinze looked at his sister and did not stop her from eavesdropping. Jin Yoshin, the manager of the billing department, ran away with 300 million yuan. Su Yu gritted her teeth. What happened today? Qinze's tone sank. Yes, he disappeared after the bank made the payment today. Su Yu said. Qinze was stunned for a while. I'll come over now. Just after hanging up the phone, Qin Bao eagerly asked, "What's the matter?" What do you mean he ran away with money? 300 million yuan? So much money, and he just ran away? Io, this old lady's heart hurts. Qinze, Bao's billing department, the industry is relatively special. 300 million yuan is not a small amount. I'll go and see it first. In the development and operation of a company, it is inevitable to encounter many inevitable troubles. The boss Huang he ran away with his sister-in-law, and the employees' wages were gone. This is one of the crises that employees don't want to face the most. If the previous sentence is slightly modified, the department manager ran away with hundreds of millions of yuan of funds and cheated the company and customers' money. This is definitely one of the crises that the boss and the company don't want to face. The company's senior executives take advantage of their positions and run away with the money. Whether it is at the beginning of the economic recovery or now that all aspects of control and supervision have been perfected, this kind of thing is common. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. Compared with the industry, doing finance is more convenient and has more opportunities in this regard. And one time, he ran away with a large amount of money. Jin Yoshin, the manager of the billing department, cheated the bank when the bill was discounted and ran away with 300 million yuan of funds. Looking at the rise of the billing department to the dusk, in just a few years of history, there are too many such incidents. It is precisely because of the disorder and chaos of the market that the government intervenes and causes this industry to become a thing of the past. The huge profits are not there, but there is still a good profit space, so Bao's investment has not given up. After Qinze received the call, he immediately rushed to the company and happened to see Su Yu at the door of the company sending 2 policemen out. The 2 comrades greeted Qinze kindly. When encountering this kind of thing, it is necessary to call the police and file a case. Qinze and Su Yu walked side by side to the office. What's the situation at the bank? Did anyone participate? Qinze asked. I don't know for the time being. It will be clear after the investigation. Su Yu said. The money was the company's money, and Baoza helped to discount it. The bank had the right to transfer the money. After going through a more complicated process, the bank transferred the money to the company, and Baoza took a certain commission. Baoza was equivalent to an intermediary, pulling the strings in the middle. He had acquaintances in both banks and enterprises. Jin Yoshin might have used his acquaintance's relationship to manipulate and deceive, or he might have colluded with his acquaintance to scam money. How's the company doing? The phone is blowing up. Not only companies, but also other intermediaries. Many of the tickets we collect are from other small intermediaries. Su Yu sighed. 300 million is nothing, Qinze said. We're already doing that, Suyu said. Actually, she had already dealt with the things that needed to be dealt with. But now that Qin Zhe was here, she felt relieved. It was as if she had found her backbone. 300 million yuan was a big loss for Baozi Group. Although it was not enough to hurt them, it was still 300 million yuan. The whole company was shocked. Then, as early as this afternoon or as late as tomorrow, the whole industry would know about it. Because such things had happened before, the news would spread all over the industry the next day. This circle was actually not big. Financial fraud cases emerged one after another. Today's incident could also be classified as a financial fraud case. Qin Zhe, who came from the finance department of the University of Finance and Economics, had seen countless related cases in textbooks. Some money could be recovered, and some could not. When he set up the investment company, he had considered this aspect in his heart. Later, he handed the company over to Suyu. The two discussed it. In order to prevent the finance department from running away with the money, important things like the seal and stamp had been held in Suyu's hands. Suyu naturally had a way of doing things. For example, she let Jin Yoshin manage the bill industry. Jin Yoshin was one of the talents sent to Baozi by Nan Man Pei. Based on the trust in Nan Man Pei, that group of people could be said to be the confidants and mainstays of the company. Just as Qin Zhe and Suyu entered the office, the employees whispered to each other. I guess the money can't be recovered. I don't know where it went. It's very troublesome. When the bank freezes the account, it will be too late. We lost 300 million yuan for nothing. This money is really easy to earn. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense. Manager Zhen has lost his mind. Where will he go with the money? He will be wanted. But this is 300 million yuan. He can't earn so much money in a lifetime. He can live a comfortable life abroad. Fortunately, our company has a strong foundation. If this was a small investment company, the boss would jump off a building. Qin Zhe muttered, where is Jin Yoshin from? Suyu said, he's from Huanan. Sister Man sent him here. Qin Zhe said, call Sister Man, Suyu nodded. Yes, I almost forgot to call Sister Man. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette and frowned. Jin Yoshin, this old guy, even dared to cheat Hei's king's money. Looking back on the past year, Qin Zhe had always valued this group of old people who came from Nan Man Pei. They had no shortage of benefits, wages, and bonuses. What an ungrateful person. Suyu hung up the phone and turned his head. Sister Man said she knows. The loss is on her and will be deducted from her dividend. Qin Zhe ignored him. He knew that Suyu would not agree. Sharing the risk was what every partner had to do. Summon all the managers for a meeting, Qin Zhe said. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhe held a simple meeting with the senior management and made a brief discussion about Jin Yoshin's matter. Jin Yoshin's matter makes me very sad and even angry. I don't think I've mistreated him or anyone here. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone. I don't believe that a person will change without warning. Something must have happened to him. But no matter what happened, what he did was digging his own grave. It's best to get the 300 million back. If not, he will spend the rest of his life in prison unless he doesn't come back to China. We are all wise people. If you need anything, you can tell me or Boss Su. But don't follow Jin Yoshin's example. Boss Qin, Jin Yoshin may have owed a loan shark outside, someone said. Gambling? Qin Zhe frowned. He seemed to know the truth about Jin Yoshin running away with money. Yes, Boss Qin, a manager who came with Jin Yoshin said, he's a gambling addict. He's a frequent customer of the gambling company. Last year, he lost more than 1 million to buy balls outside. We tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Plus, his income is not bad. Then, at the beginning of the year, I heard that he went to AO Men with someone. When he came back, he was in a state of excitement. He told us that he won 2 million in 3 days. After that, he seemed to go to AO Men every weekend. Just like that, last month, he suddenly asked to borrow money from us. He said that he lost a lot of money and was being chased by loan sharks. He even said that he would definitely make a comeback and return the money to us after he won. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Suyu said angrily. We didn't borrow money. We tried to persuade him. He listened to us and thought that he would settle down. Now that she thought about it, Jin Yoshin was probably possessed. He was planning to cheat the company so that he would have enough money to repay his debt or make a comeback. Among prostitution, gambling, and drugs, gambling was undoubtedly the most dangerous. It was not rare for a multimillionaire to go bankrupt overnight. How much could a prostitute earn? A few million was enough to take drugs until you died. However, millions or even tens of millions could disappear overnight on the gambling table. Did you say that when the police asked you? Suyu asked. That person nodded. Yes. Qin said, then that's it. Go back to your work. Until now, Qin still did not show much anger. He was calm and collected, which made people feel at ease. Li Linfeng and a few managers, including Wang Guoqing and Jiang Jinghua, were on good terms. They closed the door and smoked in the office. Li Linfeng lowered his head and took one puff after another. Jin Yoshin is such a person. Why didn't I see it before? Li Linfeng sighed. Maybe he lost too much money and got anxious, Wang Guoqing said. Li Linfeng glanced at him and sneered. You think you can run away with the company's money if you're anxious? When you came to Baoza, how much did you earn each month? 20,000. It's below average in Shanghai. How much is your monthly salary, bonus, and annual income? Based on what we did, the executives of other investment companies would only do better. To be honest, half of the money was due to gratitude. Yes, Boss Qin is not short of money. He has a wide range of ways to make money and has the ability. But people cannot repay kindness, but they can't bite the hand that feeds them. 300 million, if it's another company or enterprise, the boss will be worried. Jiang Jinghua sneered. This son of a bitch will be a rat crossing